Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I'm doing great, Mike. This one should be a really important one for both sides. Galaxy Racer up against Signal Ultra. Both teams well, not in the place they'd want to be. Galaxy Racer in the middle of the pack now. They are currently 2-2 in terms of series, 4-4 in terms of games. Signal Ultra dead last in groups, 0-4. They need to find some wins. If they don't, I think that might put them out. I'm not sure if they can still climb on top of Team Mystery at this point. They've only got 2 series left afterwards. Same thing for GXR. If they want the chance at that upper div, they need to win every single series coming up. So it's going to be a big one for both sides, and they're going to have to bring your A game here.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Ban. Radiant team ban.
Yeah, it's not quite the offlane combo we tend to see, like Centaur and Keeper don't really synergize all too well. Like, you could maybe play around with slow coming out. You don't really have great chakra magic spam. I guess Hoof Stomp's nice, but your main nuke and double edge is, you know, it doesn't need mana. It just burns through your HP. So we'll see whether or not they want that Kotl with the Centaur in that lane. Maybe they run it as a pause 5 here. For GXR, Tusk plus Snapfire, very stable way to start. You could look for a tri-lane start for First Blood. We know what Snapfire does. A lot of ways to kind of play it in lane as well for the Snap. You can go a little Shredder focus for the minus armor with Blightstone. You could still go for the Cookie or Scatter Blast for nuke and control. So it's a bit more open for GXR in terms of laning. For Signal, I mean, you've got the stable hero for Van and the Centaur. The Centaur has been highly popular in the offlane once more. Build up into Vanguard with Defiance and Blink. It's what we tend to see. So you've got a way of saving yourself as well with Stampede on lower cooldown. It's going to be really nice to disengage, and it's going to be up a lot more often. So that's something GXR will have to watch out for. They go immediately into the Storm, which is fair. I think when you see a Centaur, when you see a Keeper for Light, you know there's not too much control for a Storm. It's going to be able to zip around and not care too much. Get the control off. You hit the Orchid timing. It's going to be really hard to play against that, as you don't really have a Dispel on hand yet. There's no option for an LC anymore. And
5 seconds
Kotl again,
remaining.
if Kotl 4 with something else on 5 like Abaddon, could mean you lack control for Signal Ultra. So it looks like a pretty darn good game for the Storm to be aggressive here. Yeah.
Radiant team pick.
League's assassin.
Yeah, it's fair. You get to control the Storm up. The mana burns can scale really nice for Nyx, and Spike Carapace makes it harder for a Storm to fully commit. So you might want to see a BKB on this Storm this game down the line. Third, fourth item pickup just to be safe in the front lines. Once you have that, not too much for you, but there's going to be a really good moment there for Signal Ultra to bully out the Storm. I like the Ember pick that you suggested. It gives you the Keeper of the Light and Ember combination. Sleight of Fist spam becomes a lot harder to play against, especially considering the Ember Spirit's power spikes are a lot earlier than Storm, just down to itemization. So could be a really good option there for James if you want to give him that hero. We'll see as it still develops. You don't have too much control for the Ember coming through from GXR. Tusk and Snap aren't instant stuns, so the Ember's going to be able to play around with that, and having an Ember in this case does give you a good way of jumping to Snapfire. You already have Nyx with Spike Carapace, so the kisses are probably not going to be channeled for all too long, but having that backup can really help the cause there if you want for Signal Ultra. And Ember plus Centaur, everyone's going to be running around. You have really good ways of following up on your Ember jumping in. Let's see if Signal Ultra opts for it. GXR didn't manage to ban it out. Of course, seeing the Nyx come out here, looks like GXR is just thinking a bit harder as to what they can do about that. Maybe help out their Storm by having a more aggressive off lane in this case, or safe lane if they want to go that pick now.
Dire team pick.
Visage.
Ooh.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It's just down to Soul Assumption being very value for a team that wants to play aggressive early. And we have seen a couple of teams pick that up, right? When you fight for First Blood, you're just spamming that spell all the time. You get some great push from your familiars. In this case, Visage plus Snapfire sounds like a pretty nasty lane. Once you hit that level 6 spike on Visage, you play with the Lilith Shredder, immediate -6 armor. You melt right through them. So the physical damage output is going to be nice here. Signal Ultra...
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's really potent. Not just that, but the Grave Chill, once you get the level in that, plus tag team, they're going to be very slow to get out of that control, and it's not going to be a very good time there. So GXR could definitely look for an early trialing to find First Blood and maybe just maintain it. So that would mean we're probably going to need a more self-sustaining hero for KYXY to close out. We'll see what options will be left here by Signal Ultra. For Signal Ultra's end, they go with a Tiny. That is looking like our mid-Tiny up against a Storm Spirit. Still potential for a safe lane Tiny with, say, Agshard build-up. But we still tend to see Tiny prioritized for mid. Does decently enough against a Storm. You've got really good wave clear. You can play with your tree grab. Once Storm hits level 3, maybe he goes 1-1-1. That's the point where you kind of have to be careful. Like, if he sees you commit your Avalanche Toss in the wave, he will kind of look for a play with the Overload, with a Remnants, and with a Vortex to nuke you down. And Tiny does not have a lot of armor early on. He has decent HP, but the Storm can rip right through it. So you have to be careful about that spacing once the level 3, level 4 spikes do come out there for the Storm.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Gyrocopter!
Yeah, it's a stable core to have. You have some pretty good spikes early on, like flat cannon's great, homing missile's good, stun when you have someone to set up. Rocket barrage is very obnoxious to play against. It's a very stable scaling core here as well, so they're going to be able to build up in Diags, Maelstrom, maybe going in SNY as well if you want the additional stat resist, but it has pretty smooth spikes you can play with, especially with a tiny. So there's a really early power spike for Signal Ultra. Let's say by level 10, they're going to be feeling really strong. That's when you have some of these initial items up as well. The key things for Signal is getting good farm under Gyro, which shouldn't be too much of an issue as long as he doesn't jump too close to the Tusk. But the real big one is Tiny's blink timing. You really still need a quick blink on Tiny if it is on mid. You're going to play around with that, start setting up for your team, buy space out for the Gyro, and GXR will have to kind of watch it. You need to keep track of that Tiny's blink and sort of avoid being isolated. If they group up around Tiny, it's not going to be as bad. And GXR, they go into the morph, counter for the Gyro, morph into him, get flak, you're a lot better than Gyrocopter there.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh. Yeah, it's looking like it. And speaking of, Mike, Signal Ultra, they gave Bing the Tiny, they give Van the Nyx, Jamesy the Mid Centaur, Eris is on the support Gyrocopter. Yeah, support Gyro for Eris. I'm still going to lean towards Galaxy Racer. I think Visage on a 4 isn't too bad. It's going to be really impactful with the Tusk lane. Just think about it. You still have Tusk Visage there, except the Tusk is a core. So he gets to farm up every single time you've got Chilling Touch and the Soul Assumption, Grave Chill and Soul Assumption. You're just going to be able to run heroes down with the tag team. You will have to find a way to close the gap with a Tiny, but you do run the risk of maybe Avalanche Toss coming through. But again, early on the cooldowns are pretty long, so you can punish. I just feel like GXR, it's going to be easier for them to meet their conditions. Signal Ultra, there is a bit of a back and forth there. I can understand the Gyro not sense having those early spikes, but you also have are we remaking?
Yeah, I mean everyone's disconnected, John.
Prepare for battle.
There we go. So we have no idea what's happening, but
"30 seconds to battle.
I can still make this work.
This is gonna be spicy still. Yeah, yeah, fair enough.
Gyrocopter! League's assassin.
Oh goodness.
Storm Spirit. Keeper of the Light. Tiny. Dusk.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just florally. I don't consider it Indian-like. Not even like it's closer to like batik or like something in Southeast Asia with Indonesia and the Philippines, but not quite as well. It's just florally, I think. From a glance, I guess you could make that mistake, but yeah, it's pretty clean. It's pretty nice, as chat previously mentioned. Something that your grandma would give you. Very sweet, very endearing. Mike.
Yeah, people. I think people are getting a little bit too comfortable commenting on my my attire these days. Never visited India, by the way, John. Seems like a nice place to go and have a look.
Oh, absolutely. The food's amazing. Have some paneer, tikka masala, butter chicken, which is kind of Indian, but also kind of Western influence. All really good food.
Don't make me hungry, John. I haven't ate yet. 3-4-3. He's going to get some wards down. Should be a 2-for-2 bounty, I think. I mean, you've got two drafts that can fight very early on, but just based off the positioning from both teams, it doesn't seem like they're too interested in taking the fight. Perhaps that changes. There is still 36 seconds left till the the bounty runes do spawn, but it does seem like both teams are going to accept it. And yes, John.
I have to point this out. Abing's on the gyro, so it looks like Eris is actually on the Nyx. Maybe they did say Abing couldn't reconnect, or was it Eris couldn't reconnect? So it looks like they had an issue there with picking heroes. So no shenanigans. It's a gyro pause one. That kind of takes away what we kind of took away last time as well.
Yeah.
The battle begins.
Oh, 2-for-2. Very even kind of trade to get this game started. And like I kind of brought up in the draft, John, they are going to run a tri lane at that top side for GXR. I don't even think they need to really rotate a support down after trying to go for first blood. I think this is a very strong kind of tri lane to run. And it's very old school as well, right? Like if you remember back maybe 7-8 years ago when Visage was actually still good, everyone used to run tri lanes, and if it was a Visage in the tri lane, you could almost guarantee you were going to win that lane.
Oh yeah, it's 100% really strong. You've got the Soul Assumption ready here on Paulson. 3-4-3 get started. Oh,
right over his head. Bing, he's going to be all right. He's just playing games with 3-4-3. He might, no, he's just going to TP out. Act like that never happened. Nobody saw that. GXR, they are going to give up on the tri lane in the end. They're just going to run the duo versus duo lane. KYXY, I think he's going to move up with the tag team. But Bing going to take a lot of damage from that Soul Assumption. In the end, he's going to be all right. He'll salve up. Grims will pass him one, and well, I suppose even without the tri lane, you get in with the tag team with KYXY, and the Soul Assumption damage is still going to be pretty darn high.
And you have to watch out for level 2. That's actually really big for Visage. You get that Grave Chill up, the move speed slow is going to be really annoying. With tag team on top, it's going to be hard to run out. So Abing's just got to play with his range advantage, just find those safe last hits, hit his own level 2, level 3 spikes where you can play around with Rocket Barrage and Chakra if you want to, and you can try nuking them down, but before that point, just focus on the farm. It's looking pretty rough for Dejara so far. Abing has not found a single last hit. They're getting some good control out on GXR to just prevent that initial farm. But the Gyro gives us a chance to take a peek at the other lanes. Down mid, you've got Alacrity on his Storm. He's up against Jamesy on that mid Tiny. And you're at that level 3 spike for both sides. So Alacrity doesn't opt for the Vortex. Instead, just focusing on the creep waves, just wants to keep farming. He is using his range quite well. 15-1 up against Tiny.
John. Oh. Bing's taking a lot of damage again. He's going to be able to get himself out, but another salve's going to be there from Grims. So Grims, you can already see he's bought his 3rd salve of the game now. He just gave the 2nd one over to a Bing. And that's great pos 5 play, mind you. Like, Grims is doing a great job, and he understands what he needs to do in this lane. Just kind of be the heals for Bing, as now he's going to get dive shots. Perfect, KYXY. Landing him right on target. That'll be first blood going the way of GXR. Now Bing, he's going to have to wait for his next salve.
Yep, it's going to be a little bit longer at the least now. GXR is a bit unhealthy and are sort of out of mana on Paulson to keep that spam of the Soul Assumption up, so they're not going to be able to harass down Abing as much. The one thing here is that, yeah, Grims is keeping Abing alive, but his last hits are just not racking up. Abing's still stuck at 7-0. A paltry amount of farm, especially compared to our Morphling right now at 16-3 on the opposite end. So you need to maybe start considering some stacks here for Grims. Outside of just healing up his Jar, he's going to need to ensure some flash farm comes out for that hero. Looks like they're not in position to really play with Rocket Barrage as well. You do have Flak up and Abing, which is great to just find those last hits, but that does mean that you're not getting too much value with the Chakra there. Still gives us a chance to peek bot, and ooh.
Yeah, they're going right now. They're going for the 3-4-3. Cookie is going to be there in time. Mizu, and he gets the job done. Oh, actually 3-4-3. He turned back around. And that's an interesting play to make from 3-4-3. I mean, he may have just assumed he was already dead. In the end, Mizu being able to get the kill anyway is going to make it more worthwhile for the side of GXR. Yeah, I guess you still have to be happy if you're Galaxy Racer. 3-4-3, he gets a reset.
Yep, it's not too bad. Mizu gets solo EXP as well from getting the kill on Van. So I think that kind of works really well for the Morphling. It's just really hard to get the kill till the stun.
Nah. Well, I take it back as well, John. It looks like the reason he wanted to die there is to be able to TP mid, fill up the bottle, and try to contest the water runes, which he almost did. Unfortunately for him, Jamesy did manage to stun up Alacrity, but had he not done that, he would have. They would have gotten both water runes as well as the full bottle from the storm before then.
Yeah, would have been really hard for Jamesy to hold that lane. He's still playing at the deficit compared to Alacrity. 39-2 in the Storm, 24-0 on Tiny, so not looking as good in terms of CS. And again, it's just down to the fact that Alacrity's playing with his range advantage really well, just bullying out the melee core. He's got his level 6 up here as well, so you could look to maybe make a play if Jamesy oversteps. You're going to have to watch that spacing once more on the Tiny, as if you get too close, the overload spam is going to be up now.
Yep. See Grims on the coddle as well, just getting those stacks up already for the gyrocopter. I think one thing we have to really look out for is if GXR can invade this jungle and kind of realize that the stacks are going to be there. And it should be fairly obvious considering there is a gyro in the game. But now Alacrity is going to move up towards the top lane, and looks like Grims is probably going to die again. Very easy kill there for Alacrity. And he is still top of the CS board even with that rotation. Let's go back into the mid lane with a kill under his belt and be very happy with the way his game's going so far.
Yeah, it's really working out nicely. We're not seeing the rotations down mid from Signal supports. Eris is finally here, but actually already found a kill. He's already sort of safe. They could camp for the power runes, but you will also get a rotation out from Paulson, so it's not like it's going to go uncontested here, and that bounty as well.
They're going right now. Top lane, or excuse me, top river. Grims can't deny it in time. It's an arcane rune for now for Alacrity, and we know how much the Storm loves those. Alacrity's already popped it. He might go for a kill attempt. TP out towards the bot lane. Looks like Van's going to be targeted here, and he has no help around. They're just going to dive right in. The Stampede is there, but Alacrity, can he keep chasing? Not quite. The Stampede does work out. Alacrity was running very low on mana, and well, the arcane rune, while it was a nice attempt, will not really lead to a kill. Meanwhile, top side, Paulson has been caught. He does have the Gravekeepers, so he is quite tanky. And that's the thing when you're tiny, right? The Avalanche Toss combo, it's not going to kill the Visage in one combo.
No, you're going to eat through a couple of those cloaks first because of that damage instancing on the Tiny. Avalanche is a separate instance of damage each with each wave of rocks. So it's got an interval. You're not going to instantly just dig through, get the damage off. A bit annoying for finding that kill. And even with the movement coming out here from GXR, you're still getting really good results in your lanes. KYXY still above Bing in terms of farm. The Gyrocopter's now playing the jungle. They are rotating around though.
Jeez, look at the damage output from this Morphling. Mizu, he'll keep moving forward. Paulson. That's going to be enough. They want a big to try and take these stacks, and while Grims is here, you can definitely help him out with the Illuminate. When you're up against a draft like this on GXR, you don't want to wait too long to take the stacks. You do have a Storm who would be more than happy to take them away from the side of Signal Ultra. So I do like the fact that they've gone back for those. Thing is, you kind of pointed this out already, John, but in terms of CS, there was a pretty big struggle for a Bing. And even with these stacks being taken, while it's helping him catch up, it's not going to be quite enough to even be at the top. In fact, he's currently 6th place.
Yeah, he's going to need a lot more farm to come through, which means that the side of Signal needs to keep stalling out the game, which is super awkward, although Stampede.
Oh, they've got the bot lane. Van trying to Stampede away. This time Alacrity will be able to help secure a kill, and 3-4-3 the one to take it on the Snapfire. That's a 4-1 already for Galaxy Racer, and again, with this draft from Galaxy Racer, if they get a good start, it's going to be very hard to come back for Signal Ultra.
Yeah, and it's just so tricky because they close out with the gyro, but the Morphling, again, he's going to enjoy turning into the gyrocopter to get his own flak. You can see so much activity on the map as well. Paulson's pretty far in to get D-wards, but Jamesy?
Yeah, Jamesy's there with the Avalanche Toss, and being able to get through some of that Gravekeeper's cloak is going to allow Jamesy to just burst down the Visage. A bit of good news there to get that +4 down, and I suppose the one saving grace right now for Signal Ultra is the fact that Jamesy is top of the net worth board, and maybe he could just set a pace that the other side of GXR can't keep up with.
Van?
Uh-oh. Van still alone, doesn't have Stampede this time, and it won't matter anyway. KYXY with the Walrus Punch and the Orb of Corrosion up does quite a bit of damage.
Oh yeah, you can't underestimate the output of a core Tusk. Like, he gets priority, he's going to be able to maybe rush the Blink, maybe opt for, say, a Desolator and just absolutely melt some heroes. It can be quite tricky for the side of Signal to live through that. They are kind of lined up, they know the Morphling's level 1 up top. So Mizu's got to be a bit cautious, but some TPs are coming in to help back him up now.
He's already strength morphing just in case. He'll go after that T1, Agimorph again. He's going to be careful, but now your snowball's in. KYXY wants to start the fight, but he kind of just punched himself. Despite Carapace was there in time from Eris, and now KYXY will be chased down and eventually taken out. Very unfortunate timing there for GXR as they went for the gank, as Signal was doing the exact same thing.
Radiant's top tower.
They do give a Pulse 3 kill away.
Oh. Paulson? No,
Trouble.
he's running away.
Yes, he is. Free toss is going to be enough. With the DD rune, it's a lot of damage out with that tree toss, and they get him eventually.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
a little bit close. Paulson did turn around to cast his spell, so got punished for that.
Bot lane.
Bot lane?
Has been caught. He is gone. Hooky out as well. Mid stampede. Van, he's going to try and run, but it's probably... Oh, they leave him.
Yes, I think that's fine. He's super tanky. There's a TP point here for Signal. They drag Eris down. If they stayed around, the Knicks could get the stun on the Storm, you know, get all sorts of control off. So kind of nice for GXR that they get disciplined, pull back, find a kill, and just go back to farming. Although Eris is still keeping track here.
Well, they were correct in the end, I guess. The rotations were out from Signal Ultra, and Eris now is going to try and punish Mizu. Mizu is pretty healthy, though. 1.7k HP on the Morph. He seems to understand something is awry here, and he does eventually end up just backing off to the triangle. It's a great game sense there from Galaxy Racer, and well, I say game sense, it may have been spotted by this Observer Ward in the bot lane, but I do believe the Nyx Assassin was already in that Vendetta.
Yeah, I think they just knew. Like, they knew they were going to be overcommitting. They know that Signal wants to jump in and punish. The blink is already there on Jamesy, so he's in a position where he can just jump in, try to nuke down the stragglers one by one, and that's exactly what you don't want for GXR. So Signal, they're just going to be back and trying to get farm up for Aubing. He's managed to overtake in that word, which is great news for the Gyro. They just need to be able to maintain that lead for a bit longer. Once the items start flowing in, you're going to feel a lot better on the Gyros. You will sort of outfarm the Morphling. Like, he's just playing up top. He can't clear out waves as fast. The mid lane's now under pressure from Signal while the top's being shoved. And that's a much bigger target to take.
Fair enough. Mid lane, zip in, Alacrity, he's got the Centaur again, and with the shards out, it's going to be a nice easy kill as Eris now shows up. Was underneath Sentry Vision for a second, but they weren't able to hold him down, and well, at the end, I suppose with their Centaur dying, you probably don't want to initiate right now. The Signal, as long as Bing is farming that triangle, you're probably going to be pretty happy. Mind you, John, the Morphling is keeping up quite nicely. Mizu, even without that kind of farming mechanism, is still able to kind of keep up with the pace. As mid lane now, Jamesy's gone. That's the mid tiny. Van's TP'd in, but I don't see what they can get out of this. It's too late.
And they found a punishment on 343, so at least they kill off the snap, but without the tiny round, that's a lot of their burst damage gone. Van can still play with the tank through the tower, deal with retaliate for tower push, but they're coming back in.
Yeah, right back in. A nice shots out from KYXY into a big snowball on a Bing. He is in big trouble. Mizu gonna turn around. Alacrity, he does die, but he got the gyrocopter first, and now the team wipe, it looks like, is about to begin as GXR will just keep on, but no, a nice avalanche toss. Jamesy will be able to turn it back around. And so in the end, it was a pretty even trade up, but you'd have to agree that Signal may have just come out on top.
Yeah, it's a bit better for Signal. We saw Alacrity just jump a bit too close to the Gyrocopter. He wasn't maintaining his range there at all, so he got nuked down while trying to find that kill. And he did die before the Gyrocopter did, so you got a little bit more EXP on Signal's end. The big kill coming out from our Tiny on the Morphling is also really nice for Jamesy. That means his Echo Saber is going to be up a little bit faster. And GXR just get much more aggressive than they needed to, diving a bit too deep. They just needed to maintain some spacing there. Mizu just, again, split off from the fight, kind of playing on the opposite end of the river compared to his team, was just too far forward to clean up. So Signal, they're not out of it yet. They do have spikes coming in. Their net worth is fairly even, less than 1k of lead for GXR. For the side of GXR, they're going to need some BKBs fast. Alacrity's already saving up for his. And once you have that BKB on the Storm, there is nothing that can control him. Your nuke damage is not going to be there. You're going to have to rely on physical coming out from your Gyro and to a certain extent from your Tiny. but he really just will have no way to lock in that really slippery storm, and that could be a massive issue once Alacrity farms that up.
That certainly could be. So both teams, again, just going to be quite happy to keep farming, but I suppose you already brought this up, but a Bing is going to be able to farm much more efficiently on that gyro and see if GXR kind of realize this and want to try and make a play. But now they are just seemingly more than happy to sit back and just farm up themselves. And KYXY, of course, keeping that mid lane defended, but now they might make the jump in. Jamesy, he's got the blink up. Be very careful here if you're KYXY. There's a 5-man group up in that mid lane. He's trying to protect the siege creep. That's what Van will do. He'll protect it. They'll get the T1 tower.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
KYXY, he has no way to take it out. He'll just have to back out. It's a pretty nice little win there for Signal.
They're just playing with the tankiness on Van. I mean, he's got the Vanguard and Hood of Defiance. He's not getting hurt at all. But the towers, well, he's tanking it for his team, so easy one to take. GXR are not in position to really fight back. They're just trying to build up that farm, as we talked about. Mizu looks like he's just trying to rush that Scotty now. Does have the Yasha and also has the Sanj coming in. So a little bit more set of stats to play with on the Morphling. The status resistant force is always nice for these cores. That's why the SNY is still a really popular pickup. One of the only source of that stat resist. The rest of GXR are just trying to get as much farm as possible. They are, again, losing out the farm more compared to Abing. As we have continuously pointed out, the Ags is up for a gyro. The BKB is going to be up next, so it's the same kind of timing that we were talking about in the Storm. Once that BKB is up for Abing, with the Ags, he's just going to stand forward, keep getting the hits. Nothing to pierce spell immunity here from GXR, and that could be an issue for them as well.
And again, mid lane needs to be a little bit cautious here. KYXY going to have the smoke broken and Alacrity is right in, but Eris is around with an impel, but he completely whiffs it. I think he only hit one. Eris still going to get stunned up himself now by the Morph, but they are going to try and fight this one out. Mizu, he's into the backside. Van's going to try and chase him, but misses the hoof stop. Meanwhile, Paulison, he'll be the first one to drop on the Visage. Now KYXY in danger. Cookie, not going to save him either. Sabine continues to chase him down, but the fight will continue. James, he finds another target in the form of 343. And now Signal Ultra. It didn't look like a great start to the team fight, but great counter initiation there. Eventually out from Signal, and GXR seems like they just can't really afford to fight back yet.
Yeah, they just couldn't go into that big team fight. There's a lot more AoE damage coming out from Signal. They need these BKBs to be up, especially on Alacrity. The only reason Alacrity didn't die was Mizu turned into the Nyx as the Tiny blinked in. He managed to pop the Spike Carapace, so he couldn't get the follow-up right-click to kill off Alacrity. And that's the only reason why the gold swing wasn't as big for Signal. They've got 2k lead. Big enough to be noticeable at 18 minutes in, but not quite big enough to close it out just yet. And the side of GXR just need to be more cautious in their approach. They need to be able to use all their spells. They need the Kiss to be flying out from 343 at a safe distance to get that damage out. But otherwise, these tight, confined spots are easier for Signal to control up, and it's going to get even tougher. You've got a blink on Eris flying out now, so your Nyx is just going to be able to set up and jump right in the middle of these fights. Line up for a big impale, line up for a really good Spike Carapace, and that just puts even more risk to GXR as, again, the Nyx just does so much good work against the Storm, against the Morphling, even the Snap. Heck, everyone just does not enjoy that spell. You have to really be cautious because
Alacrity, Avalanche toss in, Jamesy, he's got him, but the zip away should be enough. Keep E out, he'll make it. Very close call there for Alacrity on the Storm, but Jamesy just not quite having enough damage, and it's like if he had a +1, they probably almost definitely would have had enough, but fortunately it just wasn't the case.
Just maybe a bit hasty. They didn't manage to channel the Illuminate properly or let it go at the right time, so there was enough of a window there for Alacrity to zip away. Very quick fingers on Alacrity, and that's just a really good escape from him, as if he dies, it stalls out the BKB. So you really don't want to take hits until the BKB's up, and then you can start looking aggressive.
Has his smoke broken? That's a very interesting smoke to make. You don't have Vendetta, but you still move in to the triangle like that, and feels like if they went with Vendetta, Mizu would have been caught, as there was no detection around there. No real sentries there from the Radiant. Signal maybe just getting a little bit too excited. Went to that Radiant triangle early. Nevertheless, they're still going to be able to take down this tier 2 tower. Unless GXR want to try and go for a fight. They're thinking about it. It is a very hard team fight to take, though, it looks like, because your tier 2's already almost gone. They do clip it up. Man, he's going to be targeted. They'll get one. But a massive impale out from Eras now. And the call down from a Bing with the BKB out. Do they have enough damage? Snapfire kisses in. A Bing now with the BKB just going to TP away. And Jamesy going to get zipped on by Alacrity. And that should be your Tiny gone.
Radiant's middle tower.
A strange turn of events.
Yeah, it's a bit of a back and forth one. You can see Mizu just making great use of morphing into the Nyx to break up these fights, but that means you don't have the damage output that you would have with, say, the gyro form. So it's a bit of a trade-off. The one tricky thing for GXR is that in these fights, Paulson has to really micro his familiars quite well, because the gyrocopter rips right through them. The Roche is still melting, but they're quite close to dropping.
Impale out. They wanted to try and steal that Aegis, but they will not be able to. Eris, you gave it a crack. But there you go. Aegis up now on Mizu. Still a less than 1k net worth lead for Signal Ultra, so a very close game between these two. I suppose you are getting to the point now, if you're a Bing, where you do need that Eye of Skadi up to really deal with Mizu throughout the team fights. That should be the next kind of big power spike for Signals when that Eye of Skadi is up for a Bing. Though it does seem like it might be a while away.
Yeah, it's still about all parts away. I mean, even that first Ultimate Orb is 300 gold off, so it's going to be some time. Now, the Gyro will be able to flash farm that quite fast. They just need to buy some space out. If they don't force any fights, Abing can just sit back in jungle. You will hit that spike nicely. You have to really be fast, though. Like, Mizu is about 1k gold behind, but his itemization is lining up still, so it's still going to be major. Scotty's being built up faster on the Morphling. So you're going to have that interesting back and forth where, again, as long as Mizu keeps gold or item parity with a gyro, if he does opt to morph into the gyrocopter, it will feel scarier to have flak from the Morphling's form. It's just so much stronger, and you have to find a way to control him.
Olafson.
Defensive also.
Trying to play the bait. He is already dead, however. KYXY, he tried to jump into turn, but there's too many heroes around. Van, he'll go for the stampede in. KYXY, he has been left behind. He'll try to snowball. Alacrity going to move back in now with the BKB charge back onto Van, but they don't have the damage output. Instead, they'll try onto the Tiny with the avalanche toss. Mizu will be able to get one, but now Van is right back in with the hoop stomp. But do you have the damage for that big Morphling? It doesn't look like it. Mizu's gonna back. Eras, a great impale out from the Nyx Assassin, but again, Mizu is still gonna be able to walk out. They do get 3-4-3 instead. Back into Eras now with the avalanche, but the Spike Carapace is there. Mizu, another impale. Eras has got the big one. Van with the follow-up stun. Alacrity gonna try and save the day. Mizu gonna be fine for now. Paulson, he'll come back in onto Van with the Soul Assumption. But they won't find another kill. Signal Ultra able to win out the team fight. That'll be enough. They'll back off.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to bait out with Paulson. I'm not sure if they were even really fully baiting, as it felt like they weren't quite ready. The response was a bit slow. We saw KYXY wanted to play with a blink and snowball save. Didn't really get there in time, so Signal just getting a better jump in there. Lando
needs to be very careful here. Van or Eris, they weren't around to really set up there for the gyro to move his way in. GXR, meanwhile, going to go back into the Radiant jungle now and see what they can find. Alacrity, oh, he's been impaled up. This could be big as they get the storm kill. Alacrity already gone onto Paulson now. They want to chase him down, but now KYXY back in with the Walrus Punch, and there's Mizu onto the Gyrocopter. The call down is there, and Bing actually walking away from all this. They can't kill the Gyro. Van now back in with Jamesy onto 3-4-3. Jamesy may have gone a bit too far, however, and has been left behind.
Killing spree!
The mid-Tiny going to die again. So it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade on those position 2s. On the brighter side, a Bing does survive on the gyro. I suppose Signal would have probably been better off just kind of taking the storm kill and just backing out.
Yep, DMC just a bit too far forward. A bit of a missed opportunity there for GXR. Mizu did not manage to waveform forward to try and chase down the gyro. It felt like they were really scattered in target priority there. They're trying to get everyone low. The gyrocopter just moves away a bit and suddenly they're focusing on someone else. GXR might need to reel that in a bit, start to focus on the same alpha target at the same time, get the alpha strike in. Side of Signal right now, they're still getting that really smooth farm up. The Scotty is up in the Morphling, but Obin's not too far off. He's still 2k ahead of the Morphling on paper. So again, you're getting a little bit more value there on the gyrocopter. And the side of GXR, they're going to need defensive items now. Mizu is saving up for his BKB next. The Storm BKB, as long as you catch him out first, he's still at risk. So you really have to be very conscious about where you're at for Alacrity. As there is a Nyx, he was farming the jungle without sentries nearby. That's just asking for trouble to Storm.
Smoke up. GXR. They'll invade the Dire triangle.
Dire are scanning.
4-3 with a bit of a cheeky sentry ward of the ancient camp. You have a bit of a feeling it's a bit too late for that. Aegis does expire. Mizu gonna have his smoke broken. Eris is there with the Vendetta.
Dire's middle tower is under
They
attack.
want that mid-tier 1 tower, but now the Stampede's out. Enter the Hoogstop Van. He found 2 already. The snowball is there. They might be able to turn now. Van's in trouble on the center again. He might die, and does Alacrity. Able to take him out. Mortimer gets in. A Bing still moving forward. I'm not 100% sure about this. I suppose he still does have the BKB up. Jamesy gets a kill onto 3-4-3, but it's not really worth his own life. And now the shards out, locking them all in. Mizu just gonna have his way with the gyrocopter and the tiny. This is not great news. Signal, they need to back out ASAP. A Bing, a nice impale out from Eris, but it's not gonna be enough. The gyrocopter's still in massive trouble as KYXY's back in with the tag team, and they'll find another. A Bing goes down. Grim still trying to run, but KYXY is still trying to just chase him down, the keeper of the line.
Tower is under attack.
It was a really nice shards out from KYXY. He just locked them in.
Stupendous.
The Signal, obviously, you're going to be very careful with the way you initiate and where you take the team fights.
Yeah, they kind of tried to jump in this time around. KOXY, not just with the shorts, but before that he got a really good snowball save, and that just stalled out long enough that Van was stuck in the middle. He managed to get that big centaur kill, and they clean up from there.
Might by Mizu. Oh, he didn't right click him.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, he missed out on a kill.
Unlucky.
He didn't connect the right click with the Vendetta strike. Top side, they found Polisan. He might just run though, and he does.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity twice over now. He still can't fully burst a fairly healthy Visage.
Too much damage.
Just with a tiny, it's just not enough anymore. You're gonna need right clicks to fly in. James, he does have the Echo Saber, but once you see the Grave Chill, Paulson runs really fast. Like, you can't underestimate that speed on a Visage. With a Grave Chill up, he gets 35% more move speed from you. It's really quick. So on the side of Signal, would have really liked those kills, but they're gonna have to settle with nothing for now. Keep building up. Abing is already at the BKB mark. It's down to 6 seconds before he's trying to rush his Daedalus next, so he's trying to solve that damage issue on the gyro. He wants to hit a lot harder. He's not going to have self-sustain, so nothing like the Satanic. I think that's fine, because it does feel like they might be missing some damage output, especially once their tiny sort of isolated out. So just a more physical, it's going to be great. It is going to take some time to build up into that. That should maybe line up with our next Roche timer, at least once we get the Crystallis coming true with just that small steroid up on yourself and Roche. We will see when it respawns soon. It's a quick Roche, so never mind that. It's just a 13-second respawn. This is something GXR should look to abuse. Signal does have a good ward by the river, but of course that is going to be Aegis Cheese and the Ag's Shard. A major spike for any team that finds it first.
Absolutely. Eris again looking to set up in that mid lane. He'll find 3-4-3. Won't bother going for it though. Now with BKB up on Mizu, gonna make him feel a lot more confident in these team fights. And Signal, they are kind of grouped in that mid lane, but it seems like they're they don't really have a game plan right now. He doesn't have any any camps to farm. So they just de-watered those that triangle. Top lane, errors, Spike Carapace. Gonna be enough for Mizu not to make the jump in. Jamesy, down 3-4-3. Avalanche out a little bit late there. 3-4-3. He's gonna survive the combo, and now the Visage Familiars stunning them up. They found the Nyx Assassin. That'll be errors gone. Call down. It's gonna be up from a Bing onto the Visage, but I don't think the side of GXR really care about him. A Bing now gonna have to try and find out Mizu. There's your shards out again. KYXY locking in a Bing. He just didn't learn his lesson. Van now has been caught trying to kill Polison, but he just can't get the damage out. You can't play in those tight areas when you're up against a Tusk. You can't do that.
Where's the party?
Zip in, Jamesy. He's been caught out now. KYXY, Walrus punches him up. Mizu's in, gets a triple kill on the Morphling.
Dire's middle tower.
And Signal Ultra, it was a decent first half to the game, but it's looking very rough for them now.
It really is. They're just forcing these fights where they shouldn't be. They're not respecting the chain stunts out from the Familiars. If the Gyrocopter's not around, then the Familiars aren't going to get nuked down by Black Hand. They're just going to live. You're going to get full utility with it on the Visage. The Visage is not the target to jump for first. Even the Snapfire with the Glimmer Cape just negates so much of that magic damage from the Tiny Spurs that, again, you have to really consider your target priorities here. First Signal, Tier 3 faults mid. They will be able to respawn in time to prevent the side of GXR from going for more, but they could easily swing around for that Roshan next. Just get the free Ag Shard, get the Aegis Cheese. It's going to make it so much harder for Signal to fight in. They do have Stampede up. They've got the call down. They could maybe try to force that fight, but it's another tight spot that you really don't want to be caught inside at all.
No, absolutely not, John. And Paulson now, he has a full pipe up. It's going to make the whole side of GXR quite a bit tankier, at least against the Tiny and Coddle. Here's your Roshan gone now. Aegis. Where is the Aegis? Goes the way of Mizu. Cheese is going to be there onto our Storm, and Alacrity, he is currently holding the shards upgrade, but it looks like he is going to use it. So a bit of raving going on here for GXR now.
That sounds pretty busted with Morphling if he turns into Gyrocopter and he flicks on Flak. That does sound really ridiculous if it does happen there.
So hold on. if he turns into Gyrocopter and gets Flak Cannon, you're telling me the Overload will work on every attack? Is that what you're saying, John?
I believe so. I feel like it should, but you never know with the interaction. Still on paper, that should be what happens. So we'll see.
Let's see. I really hope that is the case, because that would be hilarious to watch. Satanic now up on Mizu as well, John. Even with the Eye of Skarding and the Gyrocopter, this could be a big timing now as Mizu. He's going to go right in onto a Bing. Here's your Flak Cannon. Jump in, Avalanche Toss, Impale all out. Mizu, look at the flaks just flying out onto everyone from the side of Signal Ultra. They could not sustain themselves. It is just way too much damage as Mizu is back in now onto Jamesy underneath the T4 towers. They are just diving them all the way. There is no threat here from the side of Signal Ultra. They will find the fourth one. The game's over. Will they call it?
No, they're holding on. Respawns are half a minute, but
it's a full team wipe. Great. Of course, GXR, they realize they could just go straight for the T4 towers, and there's your GG call being made now. Signal, they have seen enough. And we talked about this during the draft phase, John. You couldn't really afford to fall behind with this draft if you were Signal Ultra. You're versing Storm, you're versing Morphling, hell, even the Visage is going to be a bit of a problem later on. And as you can see, once you pass that 15-20 minute mark, Signal Ultra, they just kind of lost.
annoying with Shard and Aghanim's build up to just stand in the front and, just stone everyone up. Never great for anyone playing against Medusa. Still, again, have to take care for those last picks. And prioritizing Axe, it's so weird because now you have to kind of work around your draft to build off of the blink call combo. You want stuff that can help you get those pickoffs in that 4-second window there. And the side of GXR now are kind of aware that they can't go for stuff like the PA. They can't go for those burst kind of physical cores that want to jump in because the Axe can punish. They've got enough leeway here to just look for ranged cores, perhaps. Something like the Luna is still available. The Drow we've seen a lot of as well could really work out here. So I'm not sure if you're going to get full value there for Signal Ultra.
Dire team pick.
Lina.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Imba Spirit.
Yeah, you don't have hold for this Ember. Like, you showed the Lina, you showed the Dazzle. Probably a core Lina, still a support Dazzle, so we're going to have to see pause 4, pause 5 here from Signal Ultra coming through. But you don't have the best hold for an Ember, regardless. Like, maybe you can punish him with Sleight of Fist, time your LSA on his last position. It's not very easy to do that. Lina matchup against Ember is decent. You can burn through the Flame Guard at the least, so you can take control in the lane, harass out the Ember, and the Signal Ultra do get the Slardar. So the question now is this a support Lina? What are you doing? You've got Axe Slardar. Who's taking that support here? Slardar?
10 seconds remaining.
Safe lane?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, would be really good, I think, as a core. Then you can definitely just go for that Manta build. You can bypass the Vanguard, go for Blink if you want to, but just build up your farm, hit your level spikes, wait out the 20-minute mark for your Ag Shard. Could be potent. So I think Signal Ultra can play around that. The issue is be able to punish. I think it's still a bit risky when you kind of telegraph the Axe. You're not playing with Flex as much.
Team ban.
I mean, again, as you mentioned, Slardar could be the pause 1, but that really doesn't feel great. Galaxy Racer do go into the Oracle, so looks like perhaps our KYXY Tusk comes back in. Oracle and Snap for the sports here. Paulson likely taking the Oracle. And 343 sticking to the Snap. You can still flex that around if you want to shift a farm priority onto the Snap. But an Oracle with farm is still great. Like, you get Aether Lens, you get a fast Glimmer Cape, very defensive. You have to be very careful with when you use your False Promise, though. The Axe is going to be able to rip through if you are under the kill threshold. We'll have to just time yourself a little bit better there on the Oracle. Be less conservative with it. Just toss it out when you know you have to. But it is a really good way of getting a natural disarm off. And we're going to have to see how they build on top of it. They don't have the natural Oracle combos. Terrorblade's banned out. Troll's banned out as well. And the Ursa. You're going to have to find a different pause one to play with that potential with a False Promise here.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Morphling.
Ten seconds remaining.
Yeah, it gets a bit scary. It's a range core, right? So the Axe is still not going to get the safest calls against Morph. You can be far back enough that it should be a bit safer. You also have to consider the choices for turning into. I think Dazzle is going to be really nice. Like, you turn into him, you get out Poison Touch, you run people down. Turn into the Axe is also pretty big, and Signal Ultra do go into Shadow Shaman. So it's an interesting way to close out. We do have our Tricore. It is Obbing Axe, so it's the safe lane Axe coming through. We'll have to see what they can get done with that. But Signal Ultra going left field, trying to prioritize getting the Axe farm up. I have to worry about this just a bit. You talk about the potency of Axe with Manta and Shard. Morphling can kind of do the same thing. He could look for the Axe, take the Axe form, turn into Axe, Manta off, and then he's got Spinning Illusions now as well. Right? Oh.
10 seconds remaining.
If I ignore the teams, I still lean towards Galaxy Racer. I think the Axe safe lane is very interesting. It's also very telegraphed. I think it gave enough for GXR to go around the limitations of playing against it. Morphling is just a fantastic way of going against that. Again, just because what the Axe can do, Morphling can do as well. It's the same issue with Gyrocopter, except for Axe, it's going to be melee illusions running up instead of a flat cannon flying through, but still very potent. A Morphling with Call, turning back to Morphling, getting bonus armor plus 40 for what? 4 seconds? 3.5 around that time? It's just really, really hard to deal with. So Mizu's got massive spikes he can play with if he wants to. Signal Ultra will have to play this kind of tempo-paced game. Blink for Van's going to be important. The Lina needs to win out in mid, so you're going to have to push it onto Alacrity, try to burn through his Flame Guard, and prevent him from farming up. If you allow even a slightly better start here for GXR, I think you're going to see the same issues as we saw in Game 1.
I do agree with John. Personally, I do agree that the draft does just look better on GXR, but I'm very intrigued to see what Signal Ultra will do with this draft and with these heroes. Let's see if we can make it work. For now, a Bing isn't that pos 1 Axe, so that makes me very happy. I can say that straight off the bat. But is it going to work? Is it going to be enough against the Morph Ember? It's a different question entirely. Part of me wants it to work, though. Part of me wants to see this pos 1 Axe succeed.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting, considering that Grims is on that Dazzle. So Dazzle Axe lane sounds pretty scary. You know, you come in, Poison Touch, Battle Hunger on top. Again, no natural dispels here from GXR. So you can play aggressive on your safe lane in that case, and that's one of the strengths of that Axe. It's still really hard to bully out early on if you don't have the right lineup. It's just going to be down to positioning here from Signal Ultra, as for now, not revealing the lanes, but it should still end up with Obbing running down bot. There's already a forward ward here from GXR to watch that. So they're going to be aware of the pull timings and probably just prevent their lane from being completely overrun on the Dar side.
Another 2-for-2 trade. Very even kind of start for GXR and Signal Ultra. Neither team wants to fight. I do like that as well. What you just kind of pointed out, the Axe Dazzle lane does sound very, very strong. In fact, they might even bring Eris up. Eris is going to run down to the bot side. But yeah, I mean, Poison Touch and the Battle Hunger, it's a lot of damage. Very hard to deal with. See how GXR want to try and deal with it. I suppose as a Morphling, you can always kind of just keep yourself strength morphed, but that does make it very difficult to try and secure CS up against a hero like Axe Dazzle.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit tough here for Mizu. You can all see Obbing going for that Battle Hunger, so Mizu's going to have to work for his last hits. Grims is in position to just keep harassing. Pocting his level 1. So no poison touch yet.
Has been killed.
And just going to have to work hard there. 343 is going to be around to trade hits with him. Does opt for the Scatter Blast first, so we're not seeing the little Shredder coming out from 343. And we didn't see him go for the Lightstone start last time anyway, so it looks like they just want to get some nuke damage on hand. Maybe try to snipe out the range creep if it's under danger. And so far, they are keeping that Morphling in check, but Obbing has yet to find the last hit as well, so both sides just kind of playing back and forth on the aggression instead.
Absolutely. We'll have a look at the other lanes as well. Mid lane, Alacrity going to be up against Jamesy on the Lina, and I suppose it should be one of those even trading lanes where Jamesy should have somewhat of an advantage on that Lina. So what I'm concerned about is how the Lina goes during the mid game. It really doesn't feel quite as impactful as it used to. The Ember, I'd say it's the strongest it's been in a while now, and we know Alacrity does play a pretty nice Ember.
Yeah, that he does. And he's already ahead here in last hits just by a tiny amount. The water runes and bounty runes and then the power runes are going to be very important for both sides. So first the bottle is going to dictate how far you can push yourself. And you already have that bottle flying out for Alacrity ahead of Jamesy. So he's going to be able to top up and going to be able to make use of those water runes a lot more than Lina can. That is just not the best bit of news there for Jamesy. Alacrity is just going to be able to keep spamming his own spells out. So have to watch the spikes. Level 6 feels really potent for Alacrity, but you can't discount Laguna coming out from a Lina as well. So going to have to see who does get that little advantage. Take a look at bot. KYX and Van, they're making moves.
With the tag team, Van has to be very careful about that, and he does go down.
Infinity.
You can't underestimate the Oracle Tusk. Even with that level 1 Purifying Flames, it still does enough damage. He just got a little bit overly confident there on the Slardar, but KYXY just turns on the tag team and turns back around. Nothing wrong with a bit of a man fight.
And you don't want to be seeing that from your Slardar. You're in the safe lane here, but obviously the farm priority should still flow towards Obbing. You still don't want to give too much of a good start to KYXY. They even managed to get the pull off. So now Van's going to have to go really far forward, and they do copy shards.
Uh-oh, here we go again. Eris needs to be very cautious here. KYXY now, no, he's the one who needs to be careful. He'll try to go for a run, but Van has another bash of the deeps into another stun. Do they have the damage output to completely finish off this task? They may just, as Eris is going to come back in and make sure they get it, but now Paulison will at least trade. Still Van will continue, but now Paulison, can you get another? He has Purifying Flames with the fog. Maybe be able to get in the way. Certainly a more worthwhile trade for the side of Signal Ultra at that bot lane this time around. Well, KYXY, he's going to come right back in now, the Tusk. Full reset at least. So you do have your full mana and full HP now on your Tusker.
Yeah, and you're starting to see a bit of a spike here for Signal. Look up top. Mizu is just being bullied on the lane with a level 3 spot from Obbing and Grims. They're able to just really apply that pressure, and there's a lot of DOTs here. So shifting around strength and agi just never feels great for Mizu. You always have to be cautious. 343 has 2 salves in his backpack. He's ready for that lane.
Well, Eris, he tried to rotate to get the water, and he does get it. Problem is, it does cost him his life, and Alacrity, he still has 1 bottle charge, so he's not really struggling for bottle charges right now anyway. In fact, he's quite healthy. I mean, James is going to try and harass him out now. But I'd say Alacrity would have been pretty happy with just getting the Shaman kill.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice pickup for Alacrity. Just helps you build up. You want that. You need every single thing you can get to hit that level 6 spike a bit faster than Lina, and James is already pulling slightly ahead there in terms of last hit, so the EXP is flowing much faster. It means the Laguna is going to be up a lot earlier, and if you're caught off guard by for Alacrity, well, Laguna flies in, you're going to be ripped to shreds, so you have to watch that timing. Again, a bit of an early aggressive start for GXR. Their top lane's the only one being really annoyed here. Like, Mizu's just not getting the farm he wants, but everyone else is getting their good spike, so they have to make use of that and buy space for Mizu later.
Oh, Grims. He got caught out in the end. 3-4-3, he gets him. Because it does kind of go back to what you were just saying. It doesn't really matter too much because Mizu's not the one getting the kills, nor is he farming very well right now in the Morph. At least they are able to continuously sustain themselves in the lane, and Signal, I suppose they got what they wanted out of this this dual lane of Axe Dazzle. Not quite many kills though. In terms of kills, they've got a nothing, so you slow down Mizu a bit. I do think Mizu will be able to just eventually catch up anyway.
Yeah, he's got a lot that he can play with. I mean, the aggression will come out from the axe, sure, but if you do go for that Manta buildup, you kind of play a bit passively as well. You can see down mid, James, he did manage to land the LSA, but doesn't really manage to fully commit the Laguna, so Alacrity's going to be fine. We have to look for those mid rotations coming out soon, especially as they approach their level 7 to 8 spikes. That's when we start to see side lane rotations, looking for the big core kills. 3-4-3.
A nice TP out. He had a skill point. He doesn't go for the call, maybe just assuming he wouldn't make it in time. Levy had just barely enough time, but bot lane, Paulison, he's going to survive. KYXY going to move in another nice shards. Van is trapped in again. It feels like deja vu from game 1 already. Is Alacrity now just going to chase down the Slaughter in the river with a haste rune, and Van slowly but surely is just going to die. Just not the greatest of news. It goes back to last game, John. You've got to be careful with these shafts. Like, these staircases, they're just enough in length to kind of be blocked by the shards if you do get caught in that area.
Yeah, I mean, the whole map is just, it feels so much more narrow on the lanes even. So you just have to really watch that spacing out, and you just build on top of it. Mizudo?
Be careful. Bing still has a skill point for call if he wants to commit it, but now he will hold on to it. Mizu's still trying to man up. There's your strength morph out. He does go for the call, but the rotations are in GXR. They kill off a Bing, and now they found Grims. That's a very nice rotation there from Alacrity. Meanwhile, bottom lane looks like they are going to go into KYXY, but he's going to try and run out of this. Van, oh, the shards. He missed it.
Middle tower is under attack.
That trick can kind of work against you sometimes, and I suppose in the middle of the panic there for KYXY, he kind of misclicked his own hero with the shards and didn't get the right area that you need to click in to get the shards block off. Nevertheless, I think you're still going to be happy just based on what happened at top lane.
Yeah, you're slowing down the axe. Should get some good
mid lane.
Now mid.
Oh, nice dodge on the say. Fortune Zen not going to connect on Jamesy. Alacrity was out of mana. Now Hex out from Eris, but he's going to be caught on KYXY. The control out again. Sure, you don't find the leaner, but you get a consolation prize, and everything's still going quite swimmingly here for GXR. It's a 2-8 now.
Yeah, and they're kind of lagging behind Network, but it doesn't feel like that's a massive issue. Most of the performance going on to James, who still hasn't died, but also hasn't found a kill.
They found Van now, John. Shards out again. Purifying Flames in from Paulson, and it's just such a strong kind of duel in here from GXR. Meanwhile, mid lane, 3-4-3. He's going to be chased down and should die. Ooh. Jamesy will just commit the Laguna for that. Nice and easy. I suppose, you know, it's a pos 4 or a pos 5 for the sake of a pos 3 slaughter. It's still not going to feel great for Signal Ultra.
No, it's definitely not the kind of trades you want to be getting here for Signal Ultra. At the least, Jamesy's allowed to farm up towards his travels. So your lane is going to be speedier, especially as you build up the stacks in Fiery Soul. And you're going to be all over the map. They need to maximize that movement, counteract Alacrity's movement that he has with his Fire Remnants all over the place. But there is a smoke here from GXR. They're going to play with that spike on their Ember.
Why the hell not? Moving in, being already about half HP, Alacrity will just move in with the chain scrims. He does not have Shallow Grave yet, so he cannot help out a Bing. That's already Alacrity's 5th kill of the game, John. That's impressive. Bot lane. They've got KYXY, but guess who's here? It's going to be the Ember himself. Era's going to drop back. He's going to try and run, but the Fortune's End is going to fly in and lock him down. And the shards. Double kill! Going to make it so he cannot run away, and KYXY, who initially was the one dying, does get a double kill.
Yeah, he's setting up for himself quite nicely. On the side of Signal Ultra, again, they're not lagging too far behind in terms of net worth, despite these kills. So there's some item progression, but I don't know about this itemization, Mike. Look at Aubing. He's still going for, he went for Vanguard, he's going for Blink, he's going for Blade Mail, so none of the Manta Shards build up. It's not there.
I mean, the Manta Shards you can get after the Blink Blade Maul, I don't necessarily 100% disagree with this. I question whether the Blade Maul is going to do much this game, though. Like, if you catch the Morphling, if he's Agimorphed, he is going to kill himself. But apart from that, I do question how much the Blade Mail will do. James, you know, bottom lane, gonna kill off Paulison, but it's gonna cost his own life for this. Van's trying to come in and help out, but it's all too late. Eris, he gets a Hex off, they'll get KYXY for their trouble. But Alacrity, he should be just trying to Remnant out of here. Eris, he's still trying to wrap around. He has another Hex out, Shackle's up in 2. He might be able to set up again, but it looks like Van's kind of given up on that kill anyway. You see mid laner for that. It doesn't feel amazing.
They did at least find the Tusk, so it's not as bad of a trade, but look at this. Alacrity with Clarity running is just going to look for mid, start to make rotations, are getting TPs, and they've got kisses ready here as well from 343.
Oh, look at the shots out! KYXY again finding it on point into the snowball and the Walrus punch. Jamesy's gone. Van will rotate, but a great cookie out 343. He will die, but for the greater good as KYXY does get caught in the shackles, but there's your false promise. Paulson will play no games.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
KYXY.
Radiant structures are
Every chance this man throws out just seems to be perfect.
Oh yeah. He just knows where to run to, even secures the route as well. So it gets a knife off, and can give that way to Van. And the side of GXR still continue to build up. 6-14, less than 1k lead, still on Signal Ultra. As they are being very efficient with Obbing and with Jamesy in terms of just farming up and building up a Deathward lead. They do bleed out their tier 1, but they're going for the trade up top. And with Jamesy around, with his right clicks and the max fiery soul, this shouldn't take too long. It's a decent amount of push coming through. They will have to watch mid, as GXR can just collapse and force the issue there.
They certainly can, John, they do. Mid lane, meanwhile, the TP back in from the slaughter. They want to try and go for this fight and just try and defend the T1, but now Eris, he's being brought out again. Another perfect chance. KYXY is going to get cookied away. They'll try and chase him down, but it looks like he's going to be just fine for now. Paulson will heal him up. Van is going to keep moving in for the Observer Ward, but now he's caught out. Mortem's kisses have been committed. He is completely surrounded and gone.
Middle tower is under attack.
Remnant forward Alacrity. He's found another target. A Bing is going to get chains up. Shards are going to be up. He could run back to the triangle, but he will run towards the northwest instead. But that will not work out in his favor. Cookie off the mark this time, but it doesn't matter. KYXY will still be able to secure the kill.
Yeah, they managed to get a lot of kills off of that. They're still working on securing mid. They lost their top tier 2 though. I guess you are on Signal Send. You did find something for your troubles. You lose your mid, but the top lane's completely
empty. Look at this. Look at Alacrity. So confident. Back in onto Eris Grims. He is trapped up between a rock and a hard place. Oh, it's turning into a stomp, John. It is not looking great, and with this Signal, they do not scale into the late game. They cannot outscale Morphember.
No, they definitely can't. They've got to play early, hit these spikes. They've got the blink and Obbing. They're smoked up around that. They need to make a big call work out here.
They need to help Van right now. There's a call out of Bing. That's a big one. Up to 3. Here is Paulson. He's still going to be alive. The false promise there, KYXY. Buying enough time. They still get the dunk, however. Gets there, Alacrity to take a regen, but he is out of mana. Jamesy, he'll keep the chase up. Alacrity can't Remnant away. It's a bit of a bait Remnant there, but they know about it. A Bing going to be able to keep the dunk off. A massive call in from the Axe. 3-4-3, he's still around. Cookie, not going to be enough. They get the Hex off. That'll be a triple for a Bing. 3 dunks in a row. And well, you called it, John. He needed the big call, and he got it.
Yeah, they make use of that blink in a very proper way there for Signal Ultra. What they need now is more items fly in. Like, you revealed your trump card. So GXR are aware that they have to contend with Axe Blink. They have to be more disciplined in their spacing. They have to split out a little bit more, prevent value from coming out for the Axe. They're still getting some good farm on Mizu, but he's still lagging behind the Axe by virtue of how well Obbing can clear up these stacks with his Vanguard up. The Blade Build's going to be up soon. Then he is going to go into the Manta Shard. So it will take a little bit more time, but you are going to see that core Axe build with pure damage spins. We'll just have to see if GXR understand what Mizu has to do against that. He's going for the SNY right now. Could maybe disassemble into Manta if he wants illusions. Could certainly go for his own shard to try and play around with the shard upgrades as well. But for now, we're not seeing that Manta pick as well in the Morphling to kind of play that 5-head plays, you know? 5D chess coming through. Not quite yet. They're not lagging behind though. I think one thing is that Alacrity needs his BKB. Doesn't even have the Maelstrom yet, even after all those kills. Doesn't have much farm. Like, Abing is 2k above that Ember. So it's a bit slower in terms of itemization here, which is not ideal. And it's just down to the fact that he's been more active on the map, and he hasn't had time to get some creeps down.
Abing gets the call off. They found the Morphling. Olsen right behind, gets the false promise in time. Before the Laguna connected, had that Laguna made it, Abing would have been able to dunk it. Now KYXY right back in with the response. Shamesy, he'll be the target. Izu, now full HP, wants to come back in and fight, and here comes Alacrity on the Ember. They'll get the Hex off of the Jackals, but it may not matter. Look at the damage output, Alacrity. He'll keep chasing down the lean. Starts drop. Alacrity, he's not done. But the Jamesy, KYXY meanwhile does help kill our fan. And Grims, all he can do is run. Shards, oh, it's perfect. Or is it? Yes, it is. Close call there. KYXY may have just assumed Alacrity already had the chains.
Radiant structure.
How's this man doing it, John?
Every time, he's just got a sensor. He's got some radar of some sorts there on KYXY's head. And really quick fingers, quick response from Paul for that false promise. Musu turning around just got them a lot. Turns into the Lina. They had LC call.
Nice setup. He's got the Morphling again. The Hex out. Van now. Gonna TP in. The Shackles even there. But there's your Fortune's End out. They haven't false promised. Mizu is going to be away from and TP away right from home. Signal. Maybe they could get Polison. No. They don't see him in time. Very, very bad news indeed. But the good news for Signal, John, Abing is now farming the Manta. Problem is it feels like they may have lost the momentum they were looking for in that mid game.
It certainly feels that way. Like, Abing's now forced to kind of jump in for solo calls. The backup's a bit too slow there from Signal Ultra. They need a blink up now on Van to ensure the Axe has appropriate follow-up, get that damage off, and they've lost the lead. It was only a marginal lead in first place, but now it is on GXR's and very slight, more than 1k, less than 1k lead. And once Music farms into his Scotty, he's going to have more stats. So the Blink call, it just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough damage unless you call 2 to 3 heroes. A single hero is just not going to die to that control. And we've seen Mizu. He's been very quick on fingers with his own attribute shift towards strength. So just don't really burn through the Morphling quite yet here.
Take quite yet, John. I'm not sure when that time comes where you can burn through the Morphling. Mizu kind of just tells you all about it. Abing, he's around. He has that blade pile available. Meanwhile, to the south, it looks like they have dived Grim, and they've already got the Dazzle. Pings out towards Bing and Jamesy. They're going to try and TP away, and looks like they are going to be just fine. They aren't finding an opening. It's just not there.
No. GXR does find the opening for the Roche themselves, so. And this is not going to last too long. They've got the Solar Crest, or at least the Medallion up. They've got the minus armor from the little Shredder. A lot of right-click damage coming through from Mizu. First Aegis of game going their way, although Van seems to be aware, but he doesn't have a blink.
He doesn't, but he has a river jump. It might just be enough as he moves in. KYXY and Mizu gonna get stunned up. There's a big, but what a great cookie. 3-4-3, saving the day again for Mizu. He might die himself, but it'd be well worth it as they commit the Laguna as well to get the Snapfire, but now a big, something so darn low. Shello Grimmy there, but is it gonna be enough? He is still stuck. The Aegis on the deck. Who does it go to? Where is it, Grims?
It is a knife.
Grims on the Dazzle. He denies the Aegis off.
All right. They got the Aegis, the Roche kill as well. So they got the gold to deny the Aegis. It cost 4 heroes. That doesn't feel worthwhile. Like, they might have gotten gold, but you lose your Axe, you lose your Slaughter, who needs his blink. it's just not the biggest right now. You don't have to worry about the second life on Mizu, sure. He still kind of has a pocket-sized life as long as his Oracle's quick enough, and we see Paulson again. He's just always on point. With the Aether Lens now, he can be even safer in the back line. He's saving for his own lane. So you're getting all these huge spikes on the Oracle to still play around a little bit more aggressively.
Yeah.
You do manage to eventually pick the blink up on Ban. So you have the follow-up for the X. If he had the blink in that last fight, that could have ended a lot better for Signal Ultra.
This is the dream as well, John. Like, the Aether Lens on Oracle is when you feel like you do something for your team. Just sit back and not get caught out and always have that false promise. Now, mind you, the level 15 talent used to be a cast range talent, which was, when you had Aether Lens, it was quite broken together. But never mind that, because Alacrity, he gets called up. Meanwhile, 343 also in danger. There's your Hex up, but Paulson, no false promise. He was on cooldown. They get the big one, and they even find a consolation prize. And that's what you need to see from Signal Ultra. Mind you, John, that was a 5-man smoke for that.
Still worthwhile. You find the Ember, just a nice kill. I think you really want to kill off Mizu though. Like, the net worth of Alacrity is still behind the Axe. So in terms of gold bouncing back your way, it's not much if you're looking to try to swing a net worth lead. And in that downtime, Mizu's just playing really well in the jungle. One part away from the Scotty here on the Morphling. And that will be troublesome. You're not going to get the maximum impact from the heals on the Dazzle. The natural regen of the Axe is going to feel a bit worse. They do manage to find the mid-tier one. So there is a little bit more map control for Signal Ultra, especially when you look up top. Like, the early tier 2 take has opened up the jungle a bit. They're just not able to play in that area. And GXRs are still allowed to kind of freely farm up there. I'm keen to see what Mizu goes for after this Scotty. Like, just curious if he will kind of swing towards more damage, maybe just try to tank up. I feel like tanking up is kind of the way to mitigate a lot of their output. Like, it doesn't feel like they have instantaneous burst. They need to prolong these fights to kill off something like the Morphling, and he just lives for way too long as again, his supports are there to help him out. So we'll see what the answers are for Morphling down the line. But the BKB is also starting to come in for Alacrity. He's just one part off, lacking the recipe. And once the Ember has that, you're not threatened by the Crush, you're still threatened by Call. But that's one less spell you have to be worried about, which is always good for an Ember.
They wanted Alacrity in that mid lane, but he knew they may have been around and just kind of bait them in to show themselves. Signal, they could still try for a smoke. It looks like they don't have one available right now, but Grims has just bought one out from the shop. So I suppose they could go very soon. No real big power spike here for the side of Signal. Maybe just the leaner BKB. Are they really going to commit? Like, it does feel like it may be worth just waiting for the man to up on a Bing first. Then again, you did just pick up the blink on Eris now, so perhaps it is time to go.
Yeah, just being a bit patient though, so not quite committing just yet. I think for the side of Signal, you're inching towards that point where the Manta Shards will be up. Like, Aubing is again very close to it, so that's when we start to figure out, is this really worthwhile against these bigger cores? Have to see if Aubing can pull it off. The Roche, well, it's still about 4 minutes away until we see the respawn, but the BKB is up now for Alacrity. So I think if you wanted to make a play, this is the safe assignment. They do finally spook up here in GXR's end.
They do on GXR. Signal Ultra need to be pretty careful here as they're moving into... There's your snowball and the shards out, and that is going to be a very dead fish unless the shallow grave it makes it in time. Maybe they have time to turn this one around as a Bing. He gets the call off, but there's your false promise. Mizu just can't die in that, and now Alacrity will move right on the Axe. He's going to try and run. It's not looking great for him though. They will shallow grave up, and that might be just enough time, but now Eris, he's going to be the one to drop. They are right into the Radiant base. There goes the Bing on the Axe. GXR now, they might have to go back and get a T2 tower, but it does seem like they are slowly going to be ready to start going high ground. And funnily enough, Jamesy, he never TP'd down to help out. He stayed bot. He got the T2 tower, which I can kind of agree with where he's going with that. I just wonder what else you can...
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
You've got to hold high ground somehow. They have decent enough AoE, especially with the Axe when he's back up. The Crush is still a big threat. So GXR might just be forced to respond to bot lane push, maybe clear out the triangle, get some wards in, and wait out for the next Roshan. That should be their next spike forwards. That's going to give some time here for Signal to save up for the Manta Shard. Again, we'll have to see if Abing can make that impact. But Mizu, he is going for BKB. So it's next into the defensive item for the Morphling, which again just means that he only has to worry about just really the Bash of the Deep and the Call. So you don't need to worry about the Shadow Shaman. You don't need to worry about the Lina. It's going to help the Morphling just sustain himself in the front line. And Signal, they do smoke now. They are blind though.
That they are. Ignore Ultra. They're going to run through the dire jungle, but it seems like their movements have been read already. GXR being very cautious with their own positioning. Lacrity going to show himself for a second, but there was no vision even scouting that out. So he just gets a free invis rune, and yes, Signal, they don't find the opening. I guess there really wasn't one.
It's a really awkward time to smoke up. The wars didn't have information, the waves were all kind of shoved in, so they couldn't really find an angle, and that kind of signals for GXR, right? They respawn, they're not clearing out waves, they're going for a play, and it's just not a clean route to go for those openings. It's a bit tough right now. Signal, look at that, he's level 13, KYXY 16.
Oh, being way off the mark with that call. Completely out of range. It kind of goes to show you how desperate they feel right now to get something done as Alacrity. He might be able to turn with his team. They are slowly but surely grouping up. Nice double chain down. Eros almost dies to that. Now the Remnant forward, but the Shallow Grave should save the day. Of Bing not opting to call again. I guess for him, Alacrity is just not enough.
I mean, it is tricky to commit onto just one. I think you really look for angles to catch two or more. You worry about the Oracle being behind to save. You worry about everyone else following up because you only catch one. The counter initiation from GXR is really strong. Just makes Signal have to play more cautiously. They know they're not quite in the lead. They're not really lagging behind, but the power spikes they needed to find stalled out. Like the X, again, it feels like this timing into Manta Shards is a bit slow compared to just rushing it. And we have to really see if the investments work well, because everyone else is being sacked for it. Van, still level 14, only has Blink and Head of Defiance, needs that BKB on the Slardar. Your Lina is now trying to go for the Daedalus. She's trying to go for that right-click Lina build with a BKB up as well. You're gonna need a little bit more on top of just the Crystal. Is probably gonna need a full Daedalus there.
Uh-oh, Van trapped up. At least they had the Hex out onto KYXY, so he couldn't follow up with the damage. They're really just trying to keep him trapped in that base. Signal, all they can do is kind of farm the opposite jungle right now, as the Bing is trying to farm up his own shards.
Tower is under attack.
About 1.2k got off that, and
is under attack.
even with the shards up, it's probably still not going to be enough. Not with this kind of deficit his team's in.
Courier has been killed.
Get a courier for himself, but it does reveal his position. Of course, as soon as they know where he is, they're going to just chase him down. A Bing, he'll blink TP, Alacrity. He tried with the Sleight of Fist chains, but I think he went south rather than west. He misses out on it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a missed opportunity, but you're kind of fine with that. He's not really getting as much done. You are seeing the creep wave cut now, though, with those Mantle Illusions up, so it is rather annoying. Now I think you just want to hope for a nice Illusionist cape down the line to really tie that in for you. There's a big spike here for GXR. They've got the Gobble Up play with, so they've got Snowball and Gobble Up saves, although
Up KYXY gonna spun out Van, blinks away, Alacrity, he'll be the one to move in, and there's your shards. It'll block in the Slardar and block everyone else out. They can't get it to help. Bing, he jumped in. I'm not sure about this Bing. He is losing so much HP. They get the Shallow Grave off in time. Now Alacrity's right in on the supports. He'll get Eris down. Jamesy, he's trying to fight. Mizu with the false promise, he's gonna be just fine. He'll jump back into Jamesy. But Mizu is going to survive through the false promise. Now KYXY back in onto Van, gets another kill. Grims, he's going to pretend he's Roshan and hope they don't notice the difference. He will watch Jamesy die, and now they should spot him out eventually in that fog spot. He'll try for the TP play, but the cookie is going to be there.
Spree! Double kill!
It's a nice try, but unfortunately Grims doesn't look very much like Roshan at all, John.
No, he kind of tries to cosplay, not quite up to the level of even our budget cosplayers that you can see on Facebook. Love that guy. Really talented guy, but you know, like the budget pudge, the budget tide kind of stuff.
Oh,
Beautiful.
The Vietnamese guy you're talking about?
Yeah, I think he's.
I love that guy.
Vietnamese or Thai. I think it's somewhere there in the peninsula. But yeah, not quite it for Dazzle. And the only silver lining for Signal is that Abing lives. It's that situation. There's just so many saves on Galaxy Racer. You call one, all right. Adam comes in, 343 comes in with the gobble up, and then you save 343 with a snowball. So they had the nesting there, you know, the what do you call those dolls, the Russian dolls, matryoshka dolls?
No,
you just go inside and inside.
It's a babushka. I believe it's babushka, isn't it? Babushka doll. I'm not Russian. I'm not sure. Anyway, moving on. You know what really happened that team fight, John?
Yeah.
You see KYXY, he blocks in the slider at this staircase here again with the shards. Nobody else could help. It was a Bing and Van in the team fight. The rest of the team had to run around the cliff, make their way over, and even then they still had the low ground disadvantage. And it made it too easy for Alacrity to just jump the backlines and control the supports.
Yeah.
No, even the Lina couldn't make it up.
Just so awkward. Like, on top of that, GXR smoked by the cliff and KYXY smoke immediately popped.
Yeah.
So they were completely ready for it, like, just from that moment. And Signal, again, they were going in without information. It was a massive risk. They got punished for it. And now there's a significant lead on GXR. I mean, 5K 30 minutes isn't that big, but it's the first time we've seen the gap go beyond 2K. It's a notable lead now for GXR. They've got all the farm in the world for Mizu. He's just going for Satanic next. And he doesn't even need the 4D, 5D chess. The 5-head place. It's not even there. He's not going max. He's not going shards, turn into axe. He's just being a better core than EX because he's hitting these timings.
He is. To wait out this pause and how long it's going to take for our Dazzle to reconnect. Any big items coming out? I mean, you've got the Daedalus being worked on now by our Lina, but then I kind of question how long she's going to be able to just stand there and right-click. There's just so much mobility on the side of GXR. It makes it very hard to just stand there and hit people.
Yeah, it's super difficult for them to get that roll off.
It's looking spicy.
There's a lot of pressure on Eris, really, to maximize his blink and Aether Lens, get a good Hex Shackles off, but that's only one hero you're holding. You need to get that big LC, you need to get the big Crush and the Call, of course. And if one of those spells lands without follow-up, it's just not enough. Like, you need all of that AoE control to stack on, and GXR, after that initial blink reveal from Abing, have been so disciplined to just declump every single time. They're just not close enough to really get that massive call. Now, Abing's going to have a good spike at level 25, where he's going to have an additional AoE in the Berserker's Call, but that is so far off. That's like 7 levels away. What's that? 10 minutes more? Maybe 10 to 12 minutes more for that EXP gain? It's not going to be there in time.
That's assuming he can hit creeps. I mean, it's been a bit of a struggle to find an area to actually get some creeps under the belt of the axe. Like you said, like the level 18. In fact, what's the level differences between these heroes right now? I mean, you can kind of see it. Like this POS 1 axe, it is falling quite far behind. Hell, even KYXY on the POS 3 Tusk is the same level. Even Polison on the Oracle's level 17.
Look at Van. That's the biggest issue. Look at their Slardar behind all the supports on GXR, barely keeping up with his support Shadow Shaman. It's been a slower game for him, but without the level advantages a Slardar would like to play with as well, without his talent spikes coming true, it's just falling a bit flat from Signal Ultra.
That it is, John. Grims is going to reconnect, and we can see what Signal are going to do about this predicament they're in. Unfortunately for Signal, they are yet to find a single game win in this lower division of the SCA DPC thus far, and looks like it may remain the case during this game number 2 as they go into the Roshan now. Shards, Cheese, Aegis all sound very nice. Who you want to give it to is the question.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
All right.
Got it.
Give it to Alacrity. So the Fire Remnants with 8 damage and getting a Remnant when someone dies within range of you. So it's pretty darn nice for Ember. Just play aggression, especially once you get the Ags up on Alacrity. It's just nearly infinite Fire Remnants coming out, but a nice little burn on top. So we have to be extra careful now on Signal Ultra's end. They are smoked up, but this is a smoke into post-Aegis fight. It doesn't sound very safe here.
You've got to be very careful as well when you initiate, because 343, he has the Ags up, so you have the counter initiation with the Gobble Up. If you aren't too careful for Signal Ultra. They're just going to hang around in that high jungle and again, try to get that XP and farm up, at least for a Bing.
Has been killed.
Get a courier. This is Tanic being delayed now. GXR though, with that courier going down, again know exactly where they are on Signal Ultra, but they seem to want to go after Van. Poor Slaughter just trying to swim away and they just won't leave him alone. They are going to miss out, perhaps.
Radiant are
He's not been scouted. He's going to be alright. Oh, Gobble Up. Close. Not quite.
Yeah, they're still going to be able to get a push off here in the bot tier tree. Signal have to be in position to defend. This is their best shot. Their high ground's really nice, but look at GXR. They're just putting Mizu up front. They're not clumping up at all.
Why the hell not? He's a tanky boy, got the Aegis up, and he would have had Satanic. A Bing, though, does jump in. He should be able to get the Aegis, but KYXY buys enough time on the strength morph to start. Mizu is just going to survive. Going into the backside, he'll get Eris, and there goes Van.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
This is some really top-tier Tusk gameplay from KYXY in the series, as they even found another. Jamesy trapped up in the shots. He's going to try and just man-fight this one out. Laguna is there, but the Fate's Edict going to save the day. KYXY, he took no damage from the Laguna Blade. Onto the bot racks again. There's no creeps available, but they're coming. They'll be here soon. I mean, Van does have to buy back.
Oh, hopping.
Yeah, he missed John. Missed. Alacrity is in onto the leader now. They have nothing to worry about. That'll be Jamesy. The shallow grave will buy some time. He will try to run, but Alacrity is all over him. They'll get Jamesy again, and that might just be it. They are onto a bit now. He's going to try and make his way back to the fountain, but KYXY won't even let him have that. He just won't let him have it. He'll block him out. There you go. There's the GG call.
Oh boy. It's not the cleanest coming out for the side of Ultra. They try something different, which I appreciate. They open up the Dazzle Axe. It's just so weird to prioritize Dazzle Axe first and go into long lane, still build up Vanguard, Blink, Blade Mail, not rushing your Manta with a shard at the 20-minute mark where it feels super busted. So they miss out in the early.
I'm gonna go. What am I gonna go beak up with?
I don't know. I feel like IG were being a little bit more serious.
I'll go with
there.
IG. RNG, you know, the Scary Night Stalker, it can work, but I don't feel like it's super strong. For this hero to be played on the off lane, and there's like simple, standard IG draft, Shaman, ET, scaling position 4 and 5. I just like what they got.
Huzzah!
Okay, I have to get a prediction right because right now on the DPC I'm 0 for 4. I'm gonna go with IG. I like doing split panel. Thank you very much. Oh, still invis. This isn't gonna run out, and I really like that we can stay invis the entire time. You know, I didn't get enough of that beauty sleep, so
no, we're just griefing.
Right now.
We're sitting in Shadow Amulet. You know, we're done with these guys on panel with the not want to play with them, and we can actually make a team. You know, there's 5 of us. We can make a team of feeders. So let's see what happens on the mid lane.
I could definitely do that. I feed on a regular basis when I'm trying. I could certainly try to feed. Wouldn't mind it.
The battle
bounty runes.
begins.
Looking like potentially 2 for 2. There, look at that.
Standard stuff, just 2 for 2 trade.
If you had anything otherwise in the chat, you were wrong. Simple 2-2s. So we'll see how this goes as IG, we've, just like ourselves, feel like they need to wake up a little bit. But we'll have to see.
For some reason, you know, watching them play Season 1, watching them play Major, and then coming into Season 2, I feel like IG is kind of not giving 100%.
Yeah, there's definitely some kind of like thought process there from me as well, where I'm just like, are they? I mean, they're sitting in I-League at 4-3 right now, but they have dropped some interesting series. They've dropped back-to-back series to Magma and eHome,
Which is kind of surprising.
coming from the main winning team. So we'll have to see if they turn on. I don't know, this draft felt a lot more, all right, we had our fun, serious time. Here we go. Jug, Storm, Fly, one of his top heroes, one of Emo's top heroes. We're gonna do this. We're gonna be serious now.
Looks like it, because these are their standard heroes. They know how to play. It's just a solid-looking draft. That you have sustain, you have tower damage, you have control. I like the Centaur as a response to Night Stalker to be able to just run away if he's not the one who's caught inside the crippling fear. You just pop it, you run away. Also not sure what the big combo is gonna be. Back them into Night Stalker's silence potentially, but that's it.
Vacuum in a 5-man Inkswell, maybe, as or maybe a 5-man charge. You know, you charge the guy in the back, run through them all.
What about the Grimstroke Sinner? Double Dragon Tail stun, like double charge. The cow splits in half.
And he comes back together.
Yeah, like you like
the Cosmosis
you see
Jones.
Spirit Breaker charging, and then suddenly you get states.
I would be very happy with the Revilators.
Oh, that sounds good.
Split up, do your thing. I'll take it. Also, JT on a very JT hero, I would say as well.
Anything tanky, anything strength
Anything
that can initiate, that can stun people, well, that's JT.
Yeah, he gets the double edge out on the super. There's the hook stop. Should be first blood for JT, as we're talking about the guy who really flashed it up.
And on the other side, we have Oli getting a kill on Felix. So good start. I like this build on Centaur. He's not going for a retaliate. He understands there's a ton of damage that we can deal. So they like stun with the double edge. Start with double edge or a hoof stomp into double edge, then shackles into another double edge. It's a 4-second cooldown ability. Maybe you can even use it 3 times. So if Grimstroke gets caught. Also Night Stalker, I mean, for a reason he's called Night Stalker. You know, so first 5 minutes he's not gonna be able to do much mid lane.
They're going after Emo, but not with much success at the moment. Just a little bit of pressure.
Do not gank this guy. Not make him angry.
Don't make him question mark you. You're gonna feel the
Radiant
wrath of Emo.
structures are fortified.
My question is, was it Emo who gave the question mark, or was it his alter ego Half, his former ID?
Could be. Talking about the house, you know, house splitting into half.
It's like when people change their names. I'm more PMA now. I've changed my name. Like, was Half did more like toxic ID for him, and you know, oh, sorry, I question marked. It was just my former identity.
Have a player in your pubs that's called PMA, he's definitely not PMA. If you have to say it, you're probably not it. Bottom lane.
JT in trouble, and Inkswell hit. They got the stroke of fate as well, so they do a lot of damage there to JT to get the kill. I'm pretty tanky, really fun success in killing him.
Kinda surprised that it happened. Centaur was a bit low on HP going into that Vanguard, but now once you hit that level 6, you need to be very careful. God King is level 4, Super 2 points and 8 as well. As what is he bringing? But like you need boots of speed to be able to run down people. Right now you're at 377. But the more move speed you get, the stronger you are on the Night Stalker. So getting on top of Kaka, this bottom lane could become a bit problematic this first night time.
This is where you want to strike. We'll see. God King also has Feeder in his name, so I'm a little worried. Going back to that PMA in your name thing.
It's quite the opposite. Yeah, if someone called Feeder, probably a good player, while the PMA guy is not. So Hex on Felix, stop the charge.
Yeah, it's something that might be a little bit more thought out next. If you're there with Hex, you just charge up and, oh, now you're Hex, you're not going to land the charge. You go from cow to chicken. Like that great Cartoon Network show, Cow and Chicken.
For real, that's my favorite cartoon.
Is it?
You know, Cow and Chicken, their parents not showing their bodies. I just love that one. Like, it was always Cow and Chicken, Dexter's Laboratory, and what was the other one? Like the Powerpuff Girls,
Yeah.
Johnny Bravo.
Yeah, Johnny Bravo.
Back in the days.
When he went to the college and their mascot was the Capybaras.
Well, I don't remember the specific one. I did not watch that
Big
in
cartoon
20,
kid.
25 years, but I'll trust you on this one. 3 people mid. They want to stop this Dragonite from pushing. First, Dragon form used. Catapult.
There's 3 heroes here.
Like, they're
mid,
not going to
Prodigy.
kill him, but they're just there. You know, you have 2 supports that if they make aggressive move on the tower or Storm Spirit, they will be able to back him up. These stones going for Armlet as a first item. I don't mind that because they don't have this like heavy burst damage. If you can get rid of
Dire's
Shaman,
top tower is under
like you'll be
attack.
able to toggle it multiple times. Something that we don't see on a mid lane, but this is the item that got a lot of buffs. Maybe with a Dragonite, once that Dragon Blood is maxed out, you don't probably even lose HP anymore.
Don't even turn it off. Keep the armlet on. It was one of those items that, when I first started playing Dota, my friends told me to build it, and I was like,
This is one of the most, I think, complicated items for the newcomers. Like, why am I losing HP?
do I turn it off and on again 3 times? Ah, like lose your health, die. Friends make fun of you for the first time.
It's when you're calling the customer support and the first thing they say is try turning it off and on again.
Did you purchase the
I
extended
died
warranty?
because I did it multiple times. Same things go for Armlet.
A lot of pressure onto Storm, and now they've got the charge. Kaka's here, 2-man sleep. Emo maybe trying to turn this one around. Use their shock with the shackle. They'll get the kill on a Felix. That's what they were waiting for, and I was just about to comment on how they kept these supports here for quite a long time.
They really did. They just wanted to make sure that the tower is alive, protecting the Storm Spirit. Now he's gonna farm jungle a bit, go back, region up, potentially gank one of the side lanes.
We've been seeing that a lot in China. The mids TPing to a side lane to get the kill at 6.
Because Centaur, I don't think he can die. He's very close to getting a hood on top of Vanguard 9 minutes in. They're charging him. Let Shaman, can he stop the TP?
Dire's middle tower.
Well, putting in the damage, and this kill on JT, but he is tanky, like you said. I don't think they're going to get that kill as he stampedes away. They go after God King, and they'll take out the Night Stalker.
He's a bit too tanky. They needed to put one extra spell, one extra void, but it's just not enough. And now, once that hood is finished, I think you just say, well, we're gonna kill other guy, because he's gonna be really, really hard to kill.
He has already so much. He is just about the same net worth as the Jug, and we haven't really spoken about Fly. He's had a pretty free game.
He's just having a good time. Yeah, no Battle Fury shenanigans anymore. I don't think anyone's building Battle Fury anymore, especially in China, even Southeast Asia. Saw some in Europe, but teams realized like we need to be more active early on. There's no need to farm that much. The Battle Fury got slightly nerfed.
Massaging extra Maelstrom options feel really good. We got the Vortex to sleep, and right into Kaka's shackles. Activated my trap card, and yeah, trap card is Shadow Shaman.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower
Well
is
done
under
there by
attack.
IG, and this is...
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I know it's only 10 minutes in the
Radiant
game one.
structures are
This is what
fortified.
we expected from IG all season. This is what we saw Mage. This is, you know, their movements, their chemistry. Everything is hitting right now in the first 10 minutes of
It is. It's just the standard IG Dota. You know, win the lanes, continue to play. Like, they did not make almost no mistakes so far. Top lane really went well for them. Bottom lane, Centaur on top of the network will just continue farming. I don't know what the plan is. Like, how do you plan to kill this Juggernaut? It's just, you're showing 3 heroes, so they know you're gonna go for the tower, catapult with the dragon form. It's very
Radiant's
easy
bottom tower
to predict
is under
what's
attack.
gonna happen. And on the bottom lane, I still feel you can either push, put some pressure on the mid tower as IG, or try to defend the top. Centaur on the bottom lane, he doesn't die, and he can solo kill this tower.
We've seen what these early vanguards can do for these tanky offlaners. You
Radiant's
basically
bottom
can't be
tower is
touched.
under
You can
attack.
dive under the tower and just take it.
They're doing
Radiant's
exactly what I
bottom tower
said. So
has
Centaur
fallen.
takes the bottom tier 1 tower, Fly alone, defending the tier 1 tower top. So nothing of value lost. They're even making a rotation on the mid lane. Kaka does not have Serpent boards ready, but
Yeah,
with the next one, they should be able to maybe take the tier 1 tower on mid or potentially deal some damage.
It looks like they might even make a shift to go for bottom and then parlay that into a tier 2.
I'm over here.
While Lightning in, God King with a
Radiant
vortex.
structures
I mean, they've got
are
the
fortified.
control. I just don't see God King getting out of this one. The Shackle's there. There's no rotations coming in from RNG. They leave God King to die.
Radiant's
And
bottom
now you've got
tower is
Emo
under
dominating.
attack.
They will charge Kaka. All right, that gets stopped. Probably wise.
And with Night Stalker carry, you need to be greedy. Like, you
Dire's
need to
middle
get this
tower
Aghanim
is under
Scepter
attack.
because this is your farming tool. Usually Night Stalker's not a hero in their
I'm
farm.
on the super. Get the kill there, and then the Blade 3 back piece. Yeah, Fly single-handedly defending this tower.
Not just defending the tower, he's getting solo kills as well.
Radiant's
Trying to
bottom
make it go
tower
on
is
him.
under
but
attack.
But now the focus is up here for RNG, and they're taking the tower bot with the Serpent Wards. They've used the glyph,
Nice
they've got the
stomp.
sleep, that's honorable heroes. Now the rotations come out, Earth Splitter's there, and D-Stones, he's not getting out of this one. They've got the Blade Fury, the right hooks, Fly gets the
Radiant's
kill on the
bottom
D-Stones, and then
tower is under
JT still
attack.
bottom, getting a tier 2 tower. Like, this is perfect play from
Radiant's
IG.
bottom
Exactly, it does
Fallen.
not get better than this. Like, IG has their number, they're reading the movements nicely. You can see Ollie, like, being preemptively, he understands what they need to, what they're trying to do.
Radiant's bottom tower
making an
is
aggressive
under
play
attack.
on Juggernaut, sleeping onto, uses ulti, they get another kill. And
it's a
now
5K
it's,
lead.
yeah, and now it's still daytime for another 2 minutes. Night Stalker's not gonna have his item for the next 4-ish minutes, probably.
Like, it's early in the game, and I know sometimes one-sided games can get like, you know, but it's to me at least. You watch the movements be so crisp. When you watch the chemistry there that we've expected from a team that took the major, it's exciting to watch. I really, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm bad at Dota. When you watch Dota as pure and as good as this right now, I think it's really exciting.
No, you have a point, because like the way they're playing right now is literally 0 mistakes being made on the map. The efficiency is their spellcasting on point.
That's going to be the debut there, and God King is dead again. That's the Blink debut. You've got JT, who's got Vanguard Hood and Blink already done.
Are you saying debut because it's daytime and they're killing Night Stalker?
Yes.
I was just wondering.
Radiant's middle tower
So
has fallen.
another tier 1 tower lost. Kaka has mass Serpent Wards back up again, so they could potentially take the tier 1 tower on a top
Dire's
lane,
top
which is
tower
very
is
low.
under attack.
These stones on the mid lane.
Where's the body?
Double edge with the hook stop. Got the ball landing in the vortex. The charge comes through. All right, a little bit of a save, but the Earth again. Soulbound's gonna come in. They get the corner decent. They got the wall down. That's decent with a vacuum. The kill return there out of the Elder Dragon. Just a 5 position. They turn that with Flyby hitting the grave. He's dead once again, and it's 11-2 for IG with a 7K lead.
IG is usually the ones that are calling premature GGs so far in season
As
2.
they're up on the tentacle of Ravage.
Yeah, they just, you know, Kaka is very quick with those GGs. In the old chat, how for RNG, like they need to take one good fight now that it's nighttime. Felix just gonna drop. JT should be right here. I don't think he's getting out of this one.
Yeah, he's all alone, and he's very dead.
You are tanky, but you're not that tanky as, you know, I can go into enemy triangle alone against 4 heroes during the nighttime.
I'm also
Dire's top tower is
interested
under
in the
attack.
fact that Fly
Dire's top
on this
tower
jug, we've
has
seen a
fallen.
lot of jugs be very conservative with throwing out Omni Slash.
Oh no, he's ready.
Team
He's
fight.
like, nah. I'm getting 1 kill, and I'm gonna continue farming. And you can see the difference. So he has 3,000 more net worth than Night Stalker, and it's
Dire's
only gonna
top
get
tower
worse
is
for
under
Night
attack.
Stalker because he does not have a farming. He needs that Aghanim Scepter, 1,000 gold away from it. Ideally, you would want to have it around like 15-ish minutes when you play Night Stalker as a carry.
Dire are scanning.
Be able to put pressure for those 5.5 minutes with your ulti.
Right. The on cooldown right now, but still 700 gold away from picking up that axe. It'll be some time. And the thing is, like, yeah, he's looking to get the 700 gold to get that axe. He's looking for that first big item. You're looking at 5-5. He's got himself Maelstrom, Sanjin Yasha. He's getting into a big spot. Emo's already at about 9,000 net worth. JT, he's also very... These 3 cores right now for IG are finding their gold.
Radiant
and
are scanning.
we've seen them split up the map very well. You know, Fly had the top of the map by himself. JT at the bottom of the map by himself. Vanguard Hood, he's not dying over that bottom unless everybody comes for him. And in which case, that's making space. And then Emo, he's been around with the supports getting kills.
And Evo now has BKB. They have 3 big items mid lane. Jump from JT.
Stop. And quick kill on the super.
So they can take another fight during nighttime because they have 3 big items. They have this pipe on a centaur, which is locked. They have BKB on a storm spirit, so they have like no abilities. You have leash mechanic, you have nether strike, but with the BKB, it's a 9-second BKB, so you should feel pretty safe. And also SNY done on Juggernaut, so some status resistance against Luke Bash silences.
Another one of Hex. That's going to be another kill here. Pushing it to go to.
I think they just run inside the Roche mid right now. You have a Stain coming out from the healing board. You have enough damage. Emo picks up Arcane Rune. Like, this is just simple stuff, and it's easy to predict because it's a top-notch Dota. Like, it does not get better than this.
This is exemplifying why IG were major winners. And they're going to go into top BKB. They go to the Vortex. They've got the vacuum into the wall. They've got the silence out of the jug, but it's not going to last long enough. For the Soulbind, it doesn't feel like that. They're having any chance of winning this fight on the side of RMG. Slash bouncing around. And unfortunately, that goes over to the illusions that were there via the wall. They get D-Stones. They've got God King. Felix going in with the ulti as Emo's out of mana. Right clicks in. Inkspell onto Felix. Mosto trying to run, and that stuns up Kaka. Might have managed to get the Shadow Shaman that's finally won for the side of RNG. However, the rest, they might be safe. And Fly, healing ward, that's dead. Ollie right here looking for the sleep. Will avoid it, but that means the Inkspell is not popping up the jug. Instead, they've got the Blink Explosive. They'll use the charge. They've got the Iron Shell. The first hit bash comes out for the Spirit Breaker, and Fly still running away.
That's the
Ball lightning in, and Emo, he's there to help out. They will turn this on Super. They will turn this on D-Stones. They've got BKB once again from Emo. Inkspell or not, it doesn't look like you're killing this storm. They get the kill on a Super. Finally, is the Dragon Tail that comes in, and he stayed in a little bit too long. He does, in fact, die, and it's a 6-time spree going to D-Stones.
They're going to get another one, so not too bad of a trade. They had to use a couple of buybacks to win this fight, but it's a big win. I thought that they're going to be able to get the Juggernaut there as well. Unfortunately not, because Storm Spirit, he had Arcane Rune in that fight, so a lot of mana. used and also manages to TP back home, use some mana, and because he had that Arcane Rune, another BKB was available, but still very limited on mana. Like, if he is using those big jumps, if he's going in, God King, he needs to be a bit more careful. God King.
Getting right-clicked here by Fly, no Omni for 40.
Where's the Sanj main? The old Sanj.
Stampede, Serpent Ward, being slow with the Shackle, and now the charge comes out, but God King is still the gun sound. The ball landing all the way in from Emo to get the kill on God King. They'll look over at Felix. He just charged and he's got it again for 4.
So, Serpent Ward's used, they get a kill.
Radiant's
On Night
middle
Stalker.
tower is under attack.
Which is pretty big. And yeah, I think they can go inside the pit after they get another pick off. They lack a bit of damage inside the pit without the mass Serpent Wards. It's gonna take them a bit more time.
Right. And now Emo going from Kaya BKB back to the Orchid.
It's okay, I kind of like that build because in this case, you want to have an item for going into BKB. So Kaya is much cheaper than Orchid, and then BKB will keep you safe. So right now, that's a 7-second BKB. You do not care about popping that BKB anymore. 7 seconds is basically 6 seconds, which is the lowest BKB.
Which is basically 0 seconds.
Yeah.
We're just gonna, I'll round all the way down for you. I got you.
Dire are
Oh wait, Fly
scanning.
taking that ancient stack. He's sitting here with,
Stupendous.
you know, already one ulti orb, enough for the point booster, getting towards the end of the Scotty. He is ultra farmed. He is 4K ahead of anybody on the side of RNG. And it's a massive lead. Although, I say it's a massive lead, yeah, it cost them 2 buybacks, but the fight had opportunities there for
Radiant
RNG to turn it
scanning.
around. Especially, Fly got very
Radiant's
unlucky.
middle tower
His
is
Omni
under
Slash
attack.
bounced to the illusions from the wall.
Zap.
Yeah, that's always a bit tricky when there's any kind of summons.
Whoa, what I
Zip,
miss? Here I am.
From
Into
Storm.
a
So
corner.
avoided.
No whining
And not
now.
even just avoided, he avoided that right on the edge, knowing exactly where he was going to pop.
Dire's top tower
Post
is
stop
under
with the
attack.
Hex. There's the Omni. No illusions for it to bounce to this time. They'll get the kill on the God King. He's dead for another 40 seconds. And where does that kill happen? Right outside the pit.
Not sure what the plan there was. First, Super is showing bottom lane. Like, there is still a tier 1 tower that they can TP to. A lot of maneuverable heroes. You as a position 5. A very risky play. Then Night Stalker goes inside, almost inside the pit. His ulti is gone. And yeah, I guess he was just trying to scout things out, see what happened. Emo will be the one picking up the bridges, because he is the best Aegis carrier pretty much. And now going back to Bloodstone, which is also okay.
Over here now.
Just more mana. Like, all he needs pretty much is a bigger mana pool, and that's Bloodstone done. 23 minutes in.
Has that Bloodstone, has the Aegis, BKB all ready to go. Kaka's also got his Blink Dagger. Look at how far these two supports are. They're both almost at 6,000 gold.
Love the enemy carry hero. That's right. You're seeing that correctly. Night Stalker is a carry in this game, is sitting at 8,000.
Yeah, I also love the fact that Ali has Moon Shard queued.
Radiant structures are
He's
fortified.
feeling it right.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I hope he purchased that.
When you see something like this, you know they're pretty convinced
Radiant's
how
top tower
far
has
ahead
fallen.
they are and what the outcome of this game is going to be.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
There is not that one true
Radiant
combo that they can
structures are
execute if,
fortified.
let's say, there was just the Nyx Assassin sanking even Lion. I would say, you know, they have good chances of coming back into this game. Any Vombo combo, but the best combo is like
Radiant's
the
top
cow
tower
in the
is under
half
attack.
with the charge and Grimstroke ulti or vacuum in the Night Stalker silence, breathe fire, which is really not that.
These charges are so hard to land as well. They've got Hex, they have Yules. Every time Felix runs at them, my IG aren't scared.
Look at this positioning from JT. Like, He knows how it works.
Dragon Tail comes in, and they're going to use that silence. They've got the vacuum into the wall. They look over at Fly. They're doing the dash. They're going to kill the jump. Can they kill the silence for the down? He completes moving away and get the healing ward. Oh, Emo onto the back line. To get over at Super. He's got flyby on him, and they land the kill, but he's got the Aegis. And you're working with that Super. He's going to respawn. The charge comes out. That lands on a G2. They've got the Vortex. They'll pull in G-Stones. They'll get the kill onto the Dragon Knight. Looking over at Felix. Heals up into the air, and eventually down into a hoof stomp, as well as another death.
So they're really not afraid to use this first Aegis very aggressively, especially on the Storm Spirit. They understand that we can fall back after. Yeah, he looks pretty dead. Their heroes are very maneuverable, can make the rotation, Storm gets the mana, should be an easy one. I would not be surprised if RNG just call it. They did not lose a single set of barracks, but considering how this game is going and seeing how other teams in this region are also GGing out, like, I would just not be surprised.
19k lead, tier 2 going down. RNG heroes without buyback.
Radiant's middle tower has Radiant's top
Some of these heroes bought back in the previous fight, so the
Radiant's middle
extra
tower
that timer is headed.
This is not looking good for
Radiant's middle tower has
RNG.
fallen. Radiant's middle
Maybe they
barracks are
think
under
we
attack.
have possibly one more fight. Let's try it out. Ball will be online
Radiant's
in
middle
10.
barracks has fallen.
And I like the build on Centaur.
Over here now.
Just tank. Short for JT. Vanguard, full pipe going into hard. Needs 1,000 gold to finish it.
What was it last time? Juking Tidehunter?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's always a situation that he can be in and I can think of something.
Charge on the Ollie. The rest of the team not exactly near him, but he's got that Yules. He'll try to survive. The sign's out, but Conte is, the positioning is perfect. They vacuum into the wall, and they'll get the kill on a guy. Spoke a little bit too soon. They get the kill on the Shadow Shot to take out God King as well as Super. There's two heroes dead on the side of RNG. They've got JT and Fly moving in. They've already covered GG here. Fly when they die. On the side bouncing. They'll take out Felix. They'll look for the team fight, and they'll get it.
Dire victory.
We gotta give them credit for trying, because this was IG that we've seen at the major. The execution, the draft, it was just on point. Like, there was literally no mistakes being made in the first 15 minutes in the game. Just some top tier stuff from IG. I'm gonna go. What am I gonna go beak up with?
I don't know. I feel like IG were being a little bit more serious.
I'll go with
there.
IG. RNG, you know, the Scary Night Stalker, it can work, but I don't feel like it's super strong. For this hero to be played on the off lane, and there's like simple, standard
Prepare for
IG
battle.
draft, Shaman, ET, scaling position 4 and 5. I just like what they got.
Huzzah!
Okay, I have to get a prediction right because right now on the DPC I'm 0 for 4. I'm gonna go with IG. I like doing split panel. Thank you very much. Oh, still invis. This isn't gonna run out, and I really like that we can stay invis the entire time. You know, I didn't get enough of that beauty sleep, so
no,
I
we're
look
just
ugly right
griefing.
now.
We're sitting in Shadow Amulet. You know, we're done with these guys on panel with the not want to play with them, and we can actually make a team. You know, there's 5 of us. We can make a team of feeders. So let's see what happens on the mid lane.
I could definitely do that. I feed on a regular basis when I'm trying. I could certainly try to feed. Wouldn't mind it.
The battle
bounty runes.
begins.
For like potentially 2 for 2. There, look at that.
Standard stuff, just 2 for 2 trade.
If you had anything otherwise in the chat, you were wrong. Simple 2-2s. So we'll see how this goes as IG we've, just like ourselves, feel like they need to wake up a little bit. But we'll have to see.
For some reason, you know, watching them play Season 1, watching them play Major, and then coming into Season 2, I feel like IG is kind of not giving 100%.
Yeah, there's definitely some kind of like thought process there from me as well, where I'm just like, are they? I mean, they're sitting in I-League at 4-3 right now, but they have dropped some interesting series. They've dropped back-to-back series to Magma and eHome,
which is kind of surprising,
coming from the main winning team. We'll have to see if they turn on. I don't know, this draft felt a lot more, all right, we had our fun, serious time. Here we go. Jug, Storm, Fly, one of his top heroes, one of Emo's top heroes. We're gonna do this. We're gonna be serious now.
Looks like it, because these are their standard heroes. They know how to play. It's just a solid-looking draft. You have sustain, you have tower damage, you have control. I like the Centaur as a response to Night Stalker to be able to just run away if he's not the one who's caught inside the crippling fear. You just pop it, you run away. Also not sure what the big combo is gonna be. Back them into Night Stalker's silence potentially, but that's it.
Vacuum in a 5-man Inkswell, maybe, as or maybe a 5-man charge. You know, you charge the guy in the back, run through them all.
What about the Grimstroke Sinner? Double Dragon Tail stun, like double charge. The cow splits in half.
And he comes back together.
Yeah, like
Osmosis
you see
Jones.
Spirit Breaker charging, and then suddenly you get states.
I would be very happy with the Ribeye.
Oh, that sounds good.
Split up, do your thing. I'll take it. Also, JT on a very JT hero, I would say as well.
Anything tanky, anything strength that can initiate, that can stun people, well, that's JT.
Yeah, he gets the double edge out on the super. There's the hook stop. Should be first blood for JT, as we're talking about the guy who really flashed it up.
And on the other side, we have Ollie getting a kill on Felix. So good start. I like this build on Centaur. He's not going for a retaliate. He understands there's a ton of damage that we can deal. So they like stun with the double edge. Start with a double edge or a hoof stomp into double edge, then shackles into another double edge. It's a 4-second cooldown ability. Maybe you can even use it 3 times. So if Grimstroke gets caught. Also Night Stalker, I mean, for a reason, he's called Night Stalker. You know, so first 5 minutes, he's not going to be able to do much mid lane.
They're going after Emo,
Stupendous.
but not with much success at the moment. Just a little bit of pressure.
Do not gank this guy. Not make him angry.
Don't make him question mark you. You're going to feel the
Radiant
wrath of Emo.
structures are fortified.
My question is, was it Emo who gave the question mark, or was it his alter ego half, his former ID?
Could be. Talking about the halves, you know, how splitting into half.
It's like when people change their names. I'm more PMA now. I've changed my name. Like, was half the more like toxic ID for him, and you know, he's, oh, sorry, I question marked. It was just my former identity.
Have a player in your pubs that's called PMA, he's definitely not PMA. If you have to say it, you're probably not it. Bottom lane,
JT in trouble, and Inkswell hit. They got the stroke of fate as well, so they do a lot of damage there to JT to get the kill. I'm pretty tanky here. They found a success in killing him.
Kinda surprised that it happened. Centaur was a bit low on HP going into that Vanguard, but now once you hit that level 6, you need to be very careful. God King is level 4, super 2 points in Inkswell. As what is he bringing? But like you need boots of speed to be able to run down people. Right now you're at 377, but the more move speed you get, the stronger you are on the Night Stalker. So getting on top of Kaka, this bottom lane could become a bit problematic this first night time.
This is where you want to strike. We'll see. Scott King also has Feeder in his name, so I'm a little worried. Like going back to that PMA in your name thing.
It's quite the opposite. Yeah, if someone called Feeder, probably a good player, while the PMA guy is not. So Hex on Felix, stop the charge.
Yeah, it's something that might be a little bit more thought out next. If you're there with Hex, you just charge up and, well, now you're Hex, you're not going to land the charge. You go from cow to chicken. Like that great Cartoon Network show, Cow and Chicken.
For real, that's my favorite cartoon.
Is it?
You know, cow and chicken, their parents not showing their bodies. I just love that one. Like it.
That are gonna help me make that happen. I've got Black and I've got Lizard. Black's full of energy today.
Always am.
Always am. I don't know about that. I feel like you have peaks and valleys.
Sure, but even during my valleys, I'm more energetic than you lot.
Combined.
Yeah.
Lizard, do you buy that for a second?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah, okay.
Especially for today, though, you should be hitting the peak, right? As we see our games, Execration versus T1, first BO3 of the day. You know I'm peaking for that. Because this is the kind of series that may see if Execration, are they going to make it to the major? Are we going to have 3 different major representatives between Season 1 and Season 2? It's a possibility, as our first series is going to be Execration versus T1. Second series, Fnatic versus Lilgun.
Lilgun's first victory, wow.
It could happen. It could happen. And you might be saying, first victory, what are you talking about? Well, we can take a look at the standings. We can see how all these teams are shaping up in Season 2 right now. TNC Predator is still topping the charts. Execration, this is might separate them, the men from the boys, if they get 4 and 2. And yeah, Lilgun. Poor Lilgun, 0 and 3.
Poor Lilgun.
Not after today.
Not being able to take a single series so far.
Not even a single game, I think. Or no, they took one game.
They took one game. It's
they're real gamers.
They cheese it out, which is why Fnatic are probably going to be wise to it. But hey, Fnatic also haven't been looking too good, so anything's possible against the Mongolian squad.
We were talking about them not looking that great, but they do have 2 wins now, 1 loss, so they picked it up a little bit. The biggest surprise for me of this Season 2 is T1's form and Execration. Like T1 not performing nearly as well as we would like them to or as we expect them to. In Season 1 they ignited the fires. We loved the way they were playing. We were just burning to watch every single series of T1, and in Season 2 it's just very cold and you know, it's not as interesting. Meanwhile, Execration in Season 1 on the brink of relegation, pretty much. They were dancing on the razor's edge. They were almost gone, but here, second in the group, looking amazing.
So if there was ever a team to defy expectations, I guess it's this one in this season. I don't really know what I can attribute their improvement to. Do you have any memorable moments from them in Season 1, Black? Or was it, for the most part, all just kind of average performances, and now it's slightly above average? That's what's happening?
I mean, they beat TNC, that was the high in Season 1. After that, it went steadily downhill until the very end, where they won 1 more series, which then meant that they could stay in the upper division. Then they switched out a player, or even 2 players, and they look a lot more stable now. Because Nico also said he's like making a lot of shot calling and stuff. So maybe that player change and possibly captain change is what they needed.
And Paul's being with them right now, right? Like he jumped ship from a team that got relegated.
Yep.
He was having none of that lower division.
I'm staying in upper division.
He's staying no matter what. He was just sending his applications to all the teams.
You can't fire me, I quit.
But definitely, they are looking much better and much stronger in Season 1. Like Black mentioned, they had some good games, like versus TNC the first week. I believe they won with 2-0 with the Medusa picks. But in Season 2 right now, it doesn't feel like they're only winning with that one set strategy and that's it. Because before, if you figure them out and you understand that you need to ban out Medusa plus Bat or something like that, they're just gone. They can't play the same game. Not on the same level, at least. However, here, it looks like they have diversified their portfolio. They have different.
They have
different strategies.
Although Fnatic seems to have consolidated somewhat. They were like, actually, you know what? Let's have 2 mid laners on our team. That seems like a good idea. And I would have been highly critical previously in an earlier series, but sorry, T1. My bad.
T1.
Yeah.
We're still talking about the first series.
Yeah. T1, on the other hand, jury's still out. I don't really know. We've talked to them before. They were like, we haven't really found our chemistry quite yet. And I don't really think it's their new roster either. I think 23 Savage is doing his job just as well as ever before. It's more the rest of the team maybe trying to play around him. Is he really that much different than it was Drew in Season 1, right?
No, it's Jackie.
Jackie, right. And so playstyle-wise, is it that dramatic or no? Between 23 Savage and Jackie in terms of carry, I don't know,
We wanna
role,
take this.
hero pool.
I mean, I think that's pretty similar, but we don't know how the players themselves are, like how they fit into the team, how much they talk, or what they say at all. You know, maybe Jackie was more of a leader, 23 is not. Like, we don't know that. It's like all behind-the-scenes stuff, but the results right now, unfortunately, speak for themselves. They look pretty disoriented and, yeah, not very cohesive. They're not on the same page.
If you look at it just from the psychological aspect, the dynamic in the team had to change because you went from playing with a player that you didn't really want to play with to a player that you really wanted to play with because you switched them out just before the major, right?
Yeah.
And you can see that represented in some fights, in some games in which like 23 gets caught, you know that he's gone there. Like if you're objectively looking at that game, there's no reason to try and help him. 4 TPs to try and help him. By the time they get there, he's already gone, and then they just scatter around the map, and there is no plan after that. When you do a mistake like that, strategically, it's very difficult to recover in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I wonder if Execration, a roster that has been together decidedly longer, I guess Palace is a recent introduction, they have assimilated him a little bit better, as we can see. The number comparison between Palace and 23 Savage. Again, we have to keep in mind that a lot of these numbers are based off of recent results, and so Execration have more wins than T1, and so also I guess 23 Savage does not like playing heroes with stuns. No Wraith Kings.
Has 666 hero damage. It's the
He plays a lot of Doom? Is that what the situation is?
Or they might pick Doom this time around. Maybe that's the case. 0.33 on lockdown. Below poor. Almost worst.
23 Savage was one of the Southeast Asia carries that we got to interview. He was the first one that we interviewed about what carry do you think is the most broken in 7.29C. And he has started the Medusa trend, which every other player has agreed with since.
Well, technically, I started that.
You did start it.
And then
did we even like lead him? Were we like, is Medusa the most broken, or did we just say who is the most broken?
No, we just asked.
Yeah.
You have to just ask anyway. You can't influence.
Of course, agreed.
Yeah.
Look, if pubs in 7K average started picking Medusa the first day after the buffs, it's like
something's wrong here.
Something's not right. I saw the Aghanims build really early on. I was like, okay, this is strong, but I didn't really feel how strong it was until we saw it just winning every single game almost. This time, however, in this series, Medusa is not going through, right?
No, of course not.
They're gonna ban it, right?
I mean, if Execration won with it in Season 1, then you'd think teams would be wise to it, but in China, we're seeing some arrogance, perhaps, that like, we don't need to ban this, much as how we would see teams counter out Beastmaster. They would be like, we can take care of Beastmaster, just a Rubik mid, right? That should be the solution.
You mean Axemaster?
Axemaster? Not anymore, though. Thankfully,
now he's a Beastmaster again.
Is he even relevant again?
Is he even a Beastmaster anymore?
Is he a master?
He is
beast amateur.
Yeah. He's just a beast.
He's just a beast. Oh.
It's pretty good to be just a beast as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't complain.
Or if you don't specify, you just say BM.
BM.
It could be Broodmother, could be Beastmaster.
I think my mind defaults to Beastmaster.
I think almost everybody does.
Yeah, you don't say BM for Brood.
I
say Brood.
I'm just trolling some people every time. Like, yo, pick BM, and I'm having over Brood. no. Beast.
Yeah, but this, like in this patch, if someone tells you pick BM and you're drafting offlane, you'd much rather have Brood actually.
Yeah, in the current offlane, I would agree. In 7.29C, for
Brood
sure.
is just winning pops easily on offlane and winning
and
pro
mid
games
lane
as well. Yeah,
or any lane.
Yeah, I've been consulting some statistics. I know 33, I think, is one of the few Broodmothers that is still building Solar Crest. I was consulting Dota.Pro Tracker. I think Miracle, M-E-R, is trying to make Orchid into Dagon a thing on her.
Yeah, like
that was historically the thing on Brood. Like you can build different builds and make it work.
Yeah.
Orchid, there was a time when players were building Dagon 5 with E-Blade or Orchid Dagon 5 E-Blade just for that new potential.
And another one that I saw recently that isn't quite in the offlane pool, but I hope makes it to the offlane pool, is Lycan, although it's pretty much carries that are exclusively playing it, and everyone's getting Echo Saber on Lycan. What's up with that, Black?
It's just because your whole purpose is now to right-click people. You don't really, like your summons don't really do anything anymore, so you just want to be able to stay on top of enemies. That double hit with your crit chance. You can actually burst people down with that. Like what they call like.
Radiant team ban.
An OD after he got buffed
3 times in a row.
Yeah, times in a row or something. Movement speed of OD and that Prophet suddenly. They became race cars without boots. No one hated on them that much. Couldn't trade with them as well.
You needed to find the build.
I actually disagree. Even like Black, I remember, was building different stuff on the I was building.
It wasn't the meter hammer?
And it still worked.
No, I went pure right click, man.
Yeah,
I get 700 pure damage.
Remaining.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. You
Radiant team
get that
pick.
tags, you just heroes either. You just get so much mana. Your ulti deals so much damage. But this is a hero that's very popular in SEA. Talk about it.
Radiant
Also in Chinese
team
region
pick.
has
Dire team
popping up on 5
Hey, they do go with the Doom.
Enchantress.
damage.
Carry Doom. Wow, this is a fast draft. Okay. Timbersaw, Puck banned out. T1 ban out Centaur and Abaddon. Execration first pick Treant Protector. T1 pick up Doom Enchantress. Pick up Leshrac.
Whitemon isn't eating anything. It's actually
10 seconds
Savage who
remaining.
stole his
Food?
snacks. Yeah.
5 seconds
That-
remaining. Radiant
some
team
cereal,
ban.
maybe? He's spooning something.
Yeah, the typical 3 p.m. cereal.
It's the gamer breakfast.
Guys, I'm eating breakfast. Slow down the draft.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, he doesn't know his hero yet. I don't think he's going to be playing that Doom. Leshrac, probably a pretty good response to Enchantress. Plenty of magic damage.
Very interesting. Pick the Leshrac as last pick in the first. Glad they didn't.
10 seconds remaining.
Have that
Radiant
last meal.
team ban.
Treant doesn't truly get that much, but life is hell against them. While T1 with Morphling would opt to go for some cores that
10 seconds remaining.
versus the Life Stealers, but even the Life Stealer will lose, yes.
5 seconds
Maybe.
remaining.
You think this Doom's going to go Midas, Black?
Probably. Why? I mean, I guess sometimes it works.
It worked in that last game in China.
Yeah. Like, he did really well for himself. He was top of the map of the entire game. Did his job.
Work, right? We're harping through the history and through the ages of this game. Doom pickers would buy Midas if
Yeah.
They buy it even if it's not good.
even if it's not good enough, because then it's a catch-up Midas.
The old recovery Midas.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at T1 every time 23 starts crunching into the mic. They're all like, ugh.
No, you don't have open mic on, kids. Use push to talk.
Yeah.
Open mic is
Dire
in
team
Southeast
ban.
Asia. I think that most use push to talk because they all play in like LAN cafes, and so like if you had open mic at a LAN cafe, it's constantly open, right?
Yes.
It has like voice,
That's what you would
voice
hear.
detection or something like that.
Even then, though,
Even
people,
then, it's
people get
difficult.
loud in those LAN cafes.
10
Loud.
I
seconds
don't know.
remaining.
Actually, I grew up in the situation.
5
Really?
Yeah, in
seconds
the
remaining.
Flavlands, like
Mhm.
Serbia, Bosnia, Croatia. It was all about the LAN cafe. Ago. that's literally where I played. I couldn't play at home. I didn't have good. You wouldn't usually have.
Really?
That, yeah.
Ugh. Disgust, man.
Because you can kind of
10
hear them
seconds remaining.
screaming in that room that's next to you. You can also hear them in the
5 seconds
headphones
remaining.
a little bit, and then you kind of mix it all up and
It's
figure
all
it
the
out.
same.
Yeah,
Everyone's
it's all
playing in the same environment.
There's also music in your headset as well.
Some drum and bass.
Just any music that they had on the PC at the time. You couldn't actually go on internet back then.
Radiant team pick.
Kind of sad that I don't know how prevalent it is in America, but in Europe we never had.
No,
Any
it
sort of
wasn't popular in
internet
America either.
No, it was pretty much in the
Feels bad.
poorer countries.
Right.
Poorer countries.
Didn't have
Cool.
like fast home internet or home computers.
Home computer mostly, but also the
10
I
seconds
still remember
remaining.
the first time I got internet. My dad was like, "You got like 30
5
minutes
seconds
because he had
remaining.
like
Dire
limited
team pick.
bandwidth. Yeah, exactly. 30 minutes every day, sir. Like, it's not even enough for one Warcraft game.
Oh wait, so when you got internet, like PC gaming was already a big deal? Because my parents got internet like at the advent of internet, where it's like
10
there would be a
seconds
browser,
remaining.
and then you would just go to like a website, and then that was it. Like gaming was
5
really a
seconds.
Yeah,
thing
that's
on-
what happened too. I
remaining.
mean, I played mostly offline at the time, and then internet was like super new for me.
Mm,
And then like, he was like, "Hey, look,
Check this
we
out.
can go online now." And then
30 minutes though.
But
That's
30
it.
minutes,
also-
yeah.
Radiant
Get out.
team
But then like
pick.
1 year later, or whatever, it was like unlimited bandwidth.
my
I was
God.
like, "Whoa!" And then of course my parents got super mad because I wouldn't leave.
You probably got it a bit later than my reactions been
Yeah,
a
same
really
here.
slow one.
You could, you
but
could
the
do
problem
10 seconds
internet gaming on
remaining.
50K.
you could, but the problem with 50K was it takes your
5
phone line.
seconds remaining.
And my dad needed the phone line for work. So what I would do is I would steal the phone and bring it into my room when I'm when I'm gaming.
Oh man.
But the problem was that probably influenced my family really badly because he couldn't receive calls for work.
Why is no one giving me money?
Then again, here I am now.
It all worked out.
It's all worked out.
Your dad, on the other hand,
My
in the
dad-
gutter right now.
Not pleased. He was like, "What happened? Like I was getting all these jobs."
Oh my God.
So I need house rules, you know. My dad was very strict that when he's at home, I'm not allowed to play.
Makes
Because
sense.
for the same reason, you don't want to block the phone
Dire
line.
team
Yeah.
pick.
I was always very unhappy about that.
Do you want to block the IO potential? No, probably not. Execration don't play it with Gyro. But then my
Dire
question
team
is Gyro
back.
even a good hero if you don't have an... Oh, JK, I lied.
Probably you need the IO.
Why are you
to-
lying all
Why
the
am I
time?
lying?
To buff that gyro up.
They've never picked either of these heroes in this upper division DPC.
You're just brutal, dude. Lying. That's all you do.
I don't know if I can trust you anymore.
I promise. I swear
10
I have the
seconds
numbers
remaining.
here.
You promised before as well.
I don't remember promising
You,
earlier.
you promised a lot of
5
things.
seconds
Have I?
remaining.
Yeah.
Such as?
They don't play IO.
Okay, IO with gyro with an IO can still deal with the Razor a little bit, and I'm happy that they the IO because gyro alone here have some problems.
So why don't you just pick IO first then?
Yeah, I don't
You
know.
could also do that.
Because then your
Radiant
win
team
condition doesn't
back.
get countered.
That's very fair and
Dire
just
team ban.
situation.
Now you have to play this gyrocopter into a Razor, which feels real
Yeah.
bad. They do have good heroes against Razor though. They've got a lot of magic AoE damage, which Razor hates playing against. But once he gets a BKB, he doesn't care.
10 seconds remaining.
Right now,
5
without
seconds
the Drow
remaining.
Ranger, go for it. TL is not really an option because Flash.
Anti-mage.
He played Alchemist on occasion. I don't really know if that hero is very relevant. That may have been like a first week, second week kind of thing.
I actually love this opening.
Yeah.
Like those built-in big
Radiant
carriers
team
don't
ban.
play against Flash.
That's why I just pick AM.
Yeah.
Doesn't build BKB, but builds Samantha.
Possible, I guess.
And,
Sure.
and they also have no stuns that can really hit him.
The offlaner. Still in the pool, maybe leave.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah? Could also be carry
5
Razor. And
seconds remaining.
Mid?
Dire team pick.
I feel like that would
okay.
be
Oh, they ban out Quap. So
Yeah,
they're
but
expecting.
it's Razor middle then.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I feel like Razor for 23 would be a waste of his potential.
No, that's fine, but they're then Flash and Tree and are offlane together, right?
Oh, you're right.
Because they banned out the mid lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Still doable that
That
the
seems
Gyro
crazy.
is a 5 and Dio
5
is a
seconds
1.
remaining.
That's also possible.
And that's why they picked the Gyro first. It's to 5-head it. But then the problem is that they also banned out a good IO pairing of Bristleback. T1 is like, yeah, even if it's not the Gyro that you're pairing with, we're going to get rid of it.
You look at Gyrocopter, because in the middle his model is so big, he's cutting up Io and Lash. Peller.
It's like a big fan, you know, put in there, so he's cooling them.
Right, yeah, exactly.
I don't know if the fan works backwards.
If it's like an intake or exhaust kind of thing.
Get her pulled into the fan.
He's side to the there they turned on the automatic.
The oscillating?
Yeah, the oscillating thing. It's just gonna rot.
Alright, if Execration are looking for an offlaner, looking for a Nico hero, Centaur's banned out, Timbersaw's banned out, they still have Mars,
Tight Mars, Legion.
Axe.
I like the lead most. If they roll this stream or some dark series,
I think it's gonna be a
No.
5-3 and by played in the
there's
offlane.
chances could be.
Yeah, I think that's fun. 5 Treant in the offlane. So, yeah, I think Darkseer would be pretty good.
Radiant team
When you
pick.
play
Super free against anti-mid. Oh, no anti-mid.
They really covered their bases when picking heroes that don't allow you to reliable position.
Wait, so then...
Some ranged
So
usually.
it's Io
10
Slada then,
seconds remaining.
probably.
Probably, yeah.
In
And
the
Gyro
lane.
Treant.
Yeah.
It doesn't
5
have to be,
seconds
right? Io
remaining.
Slardar is really
I don't think it's ever a combo you want to give up though. Io Slada is just
We've seen some
true.
teams. Some
broken.
teams still up, but Io Gyro is nowhere nearly as strong.
Phantom Lancer.
Against Leshrac, though?
That's the point.
Gyrocopter, I mean, Lash can't really deal with PL anymore, though, I feel like, in the mid game with this new item build.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen it a couple of times where Lash is just like, oh, I'm out of mana.
It's true.
So you actually think that you can pick. My point was you opened up with Lash this early on to negate that pick.
Choose your
Terror
hero.
Blade. Okay.
Well,
It's a hero with high armor.
Yeah, so Corrosive Haze is not going to be too big of a deal, or the bashes in.
Can be a big there and overcharge your bashing con.
Well,
The lane is not easy for TV. But the mid game is very strong for him. Like a slot.
Yeah, we're like raccoons. They're very kind of fearsome animals, but yeah, I think that this can work. I like TB and the Razor combination. Doom on a mid lane. I feel there's much more to it than offlane Doom, even though we've seen offlane Dooms staying at the top of the net worth by a huge margin compared to some other heroes.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's gonna win the lane, you know, kill heroes, but he's gonna get the farm, and that's what matters. That means, yeah, I'm gonna go with D1.
Oh gosh. I'm peeking. I'm cheating. All right. What are you guys gonna do first? I'll ask you guys. Okay. Do I trust you guys? or that?
Prepare for battle.
I have to do this.
You lost.
I know, but I didn't know my answer at that point. All right, I have a 1 or 2 behind my back. What am I holding? All right, I'm going T1. That didn't make any sense, but, you know, it works out. Nice. Game 1, Execration, T1, excitement. I'm ready to go.
I'm ready to go.
They're ready to go.
I'm a bit worried. One thing I don't like about T1's draft is something that I always say. Whenever there's a Doom, you need to have a good catch. Who's the catch here?
30 seconds
Us?
to battle.
It's pretty much the only stun that they got.
Yeah.
The only disable. So it could be a bit problematic, but one thing they have is range. Their heroes are very good at outranging the opponents. DB, with meta, Razor, Impetus. So, yeah, this Tusk, Zephyr, he will need to be able to do quite a lot. Most important thing is do not die first, because your team will not be able to lock them down. They have 1 slow from the Enchantress, they have slow from Reflection, and that's pretty much it.
Maybe you enchant the Centaur and you get War Stomp on the Doom. You got 2 more stuns right there if you can line them up.
Okay, I like the way you think. Usually I don't, but this time around, I do.
It's like the first time.
And I'm not just talking about Dota. I'm talking about the life, how to approach certain
so
things.
but their percentages just got way smaller.
Yeah. Nah, you're a good guy, B-Cup.
Man, percentage-wise, I don't know if that checks out. So, looking at this mid matchup, we don't really see Doom mid that much.
Yeah, it's not a good matchup for Doom. There is not a universe in which this Doom gets a kill on Lashrak unless Lashrak disconnects and just runs into the tower.
By himself. Yeah. Even with looking at the supports of T1, I'm wondering, yeah, you can get the enchant slow, maybe both support. I think both supports have to be there for T1 to get a kill. Mid. Unless somehow
if Lashrak keeps playing like this, yeah, there's always a possibility that something can go wrong. Bottom lane is what I'm interested in. Terrorblade, first meta, 4 CS, Enchantress, very strong laner, starts with the Blightstone, has a Terrifier. But talking about the strong lanes, look at this. Io paired up with the Slaughter. This has been used for quite some time. I think it was Team Liquid, kind of pioneered it. Where you get the attack speed, perma bashes. It's gonna hurt whenever you're in melee mode, so they need to control the lane, most likely have it under the tower, and keep pulling the small camp. Small camp is unblocked.
This is an annoying combination to deal with. Carl just moving forward. I don't know if that's the proper call. Now he's unsure what he wants to do. You pick up the water rune in time and stay alive. Oh, lightning storm. Okay, he's fine.
He's okay, but definitely needs to bring out more region. This bottle will not sustain. Has speed aura.
Okay, so an extra 12%. Not gonna beat Lashrak over to that water rune, and 1 more shot in the aura would get first blood, but he walks out of range.
Even Cabal has higher percentage than you. You're like 10%. His ball.
Denied!
It's the best looking creep in Dota. That Cabal with the golden chain around the neck. It's the most badass creep we have.
He does look quite nice. They're gonna go for Whitemon. They've got the bash. They have the right clicks, and that's the power of that lane down there. When you've got that overcharge and you're just giving a casual 50 attack speed.
You get isolated in this lane, you're pretty much dead. I like the build on Slaughter, starts with boots of speed, understands that he needs to run people down. With the overcharge, once they hit level 3, more attack speed, more bashes. He might even get a point in sprint at level 3. Just was saving the point.
Could keep, you know, get 1 casual point in sprint. You keep up with these heroes. You move a little bit quicker, stay on them. You've got the extra attack speed. Those kills could start coming here for Nico.
To the impurities.
Who, I would say, I don't know, Nico's kind of been the standout for me on this Execration squad.
Execration definitely looks more stable compared to Season 1, where in a lot of their games, when they're either winning or losing, they know what they're doing. In Season 1, it was much more chaotic.
Right. You know, bringing back Palos just used to play for Execration.
Stun missed on a mid lane. Like, if that stun connects, there's a high, it's a high chance that he just dies. So Carl will pick another water rune. Level 5 already. Scorched Earth. Maxed out.
Learn Crush. Whitemon in trouble again. Look at the bashes coming with the overcharge. They'll bring over 23. And start to back up. Oh, they've got the Centaur that gets the stun. There's another bash onto 23 with a Slithering Crush, so nothing more to come from that.
Seems like this is going to be the issue. Because they have no stuns. Like, it's something that we see in the laning stage, but it's also something that we're going to see a bit later on. Stomp. And you can't take the slaughter, but at least Whitemon's doing a good job trying to zone them out while 23 Savage continues to farm on this DB. 28 CS, 10 denies. This lane actually much better than I expected. Like, they got a kill on Whitemon, but doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah.
All that matters in this lane is that DB gets the farm. And if he's getting the levels, he's level 4.5, 5 minutes in. Even if he feels threatened, he can always go to jungle.
Which, with the outlook right now, is something that he doesn't need to do.
No,
and that's a great
not
feeling
at the
when you're a
moment.
TV. So we see TV sometime just
Level 2
immediately.
jungle.
Yeah. Guess I'll just back up into the jungle now. That lane was exciting, says the TV at 1 minute, 45 seconds into the game.
Especially when the 3 heroes gank TP. Well, he's the strongest hero. I'm gonna pop that meta. Gets ganked. So you have TP back with no meta, melee mode. Not something you want to have. Doom, level 6. Not a single point in Doom yet. I don't think he wants to kill people. I kind of like that. And has a mana burn creep. Just wants to be able to be a bit more annoying in the lane. Going into Hood first item, I don't mind seeing that. You just need like one item before either a BKB or a Blink Dagger. Now that I'm trying to recall the item builds for the mid laners, it was pretty much BKB as a first item, BKB Blink into Shivas.
Ooh, I kind of like that.
Because you get ton of farm. You get Devour maxed out pretty quickly. Lashrak right now going to base. Let's see if he decides to make a move. They don't have the best gankers either. Like, they're gonna be relying on Slardar, getting his Blink Dagger up so he can set things up. It just goes back to mid.
I thought maybe he'd go bottom, but
nah,
it's
really not worth it.
Yeah. Doesn't land the stun this time onto Carl, who's gotten 3-4-0-0, which I'm not surprised about. I guess that screams to me that Carl's not going to be moving to another lane
he just
yet.
wants to be able to farm.
Yeah. Get that farm up as much as you can. You're sitting 44 and 6. It's a great feeling right now for this Doom. He's enjoying life. Especially in a matchup that maybe shouldn't have been that easy.
There were a couple of opportunities where Lashrak maybe could have gotten the kill. Didn't talk
Grasp up top with the homing missile. Nothing doing.
Didn't talk too much about the top lane. Nothing was happening. Both kind of carries an off lane, just farming up. Razor level
Radiant's bottom tower is
5,
under
still
attack.
saving a point. Zephyr level 4 in this Tusk. Let's see if there are any stacks. No stacks being made for Ancients. 4T1, 1 Ancient stack for Execration.
Rocket Barrage. Cuckoo's direction.
What are we seeing here? What is this? Gyrocopter, phase boots into Crystallis.
Ooh.
I don't think I've ever seen that. I remember there was a Crystallis meta when the item was kind of OP. Everyone was making it, especially the Ember Spirit, the Void Spirits. But yeah, I'm not sure what this is all about.
I think the few gyros we've seen are like all Ags early.
Either Ags or Maelstrom to increase your farm.
Yeah.
Not sure how Crystallis is gonna, but it's just straight up damage, doesn't give you any AoE. Okay. I'm always down to learn something new. Not sure what this is and whether it's gonna be, wow, this is great, or I do not want to see this ever again in a professional match.
Right. I don't know what the Crystallis exactly is going to give. What's that? It doesn't give the tag team. Kalos in trouble. They've got the shards in front of him. He's run down here by Kuka. He's got that ult. Stackling going level 2, but that's all that's needed. And then over mid, they've got the Doom used onto Latrak. And Carl's got a kill. Slither and Crush, maybe a trade, but finally they'll grab it. BDC gets credit for that one, and they still want to go for more. They'll look over at Whitemon, who's got the Nature's Attendants trying to heal up preemptively.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So they get a trade mid, but they do, in fact, lose that gyro.
Overall, a better trade for T1. Just keep killing Lashrak. Now Doom is level 9, has his spells maxed out. No point in Infernal Blade. I think if he had the hood there, he definitely lives. Now bought a casual Windlace on top of it just to be more speedy, more annoying. And this is something that like, we don't usually see. You talked about how TB was staying in the lane for a very long time. So he's level 8.5, was in the triangle. He's just having a really good time.
Yeah, he's working with this Shockwave. He's farming up real well. Like you said, top of the net worth.
Shockwave?
Purple sphere, the Shockwave.
Okay.
He keeps clearing creeps with it. Farming well with, a lot of people call it the Hadouken. I like calling it Shockwave. Although I don't know how it shocks. I guess.
I thought you were talking about DB first. I'm like, Terrorblade with Shockwave? What am I missing?
No, Doom was shocked.
Yeah, it's Hadouken. So, Hood done on Doom, just needs to use the career. Gotta be very tanky. Hood into BKB sounds kind of horrible, so I want to see what his next item is gonna be. Also, I wouldn't mind seeing, like, maybe a casual plate mail, because they have a ton of physical damage. But seems like he just wants to get BKB on top of it. Not a big fan. It's 2 items that kind of do the same thing. And would love to see a form of initiation, because they can't really start a fight. Maybe he changes his mind. There's still a lot of ways to...
Gold to get.
Yeah. It's just
Dire's
he's sitting at the 1,000 gold at the moment. But the most important thing, all 3 cores are extremely farm on their side. So if they just keep farming, I think it's gonna be okay. Razor finishing
Radiant's
the Falcon Blade,
middle
Power
tower
Threads,
is under
going into
attack.
casual Cloak. I don't mind seeing that, and the casual Windlace.
It's a little bit of a different build from mid Razor, right?
Mids don't go for Falcon Blade, yeah, because most mids, they want to get a bottle. So this is a substitution, a good one for the bottle. Gives you a bit of everything. HP, mana regen, some damage.
Creeps with that Shockwave. And now he's got Doom available again. I wouldn't even mind someone pick up a Blade. Keep Doom the Lashrak while he's got Pulse Nova active and running him with Blade Mail activated.
A tithe to the impurities.
Not a fan. Lashrak can still deal damage if he has Pulse Nova running while he's being doomed. Let's see if he pops that Arcane Rune. Nah, just gonna let him go. So Crystallis done on Gyrocopter. Let's see some numbers. 32 damage, 30% chance to get a critical, 160%. I just don't see the real value of the item. Yeah, like Gyro's also not a hero that like gets Daedalus early on. Maybe I'm missing something. Mid lane seems like they want to smoke for D1, grab a kill with this Arcane Rune, so they have another Doom available a bit earlier.
Yeah. I don't know what this Crystallis is exactly going to provide. It's on Jinasha next, so maybe benefits in that Arcane Rune. And that's popped with the kill coming in on a BDZ. They were looking maybe for this Gyro. Potentially, they can find Nico, and yeah, they'll use the Doom. Luka's in. On cooldown for 100 seconds. They've got the Overgrowth coming through. Nico hiding in the trees, trying to survive the duration of this Doom, but he's been found by Zephyr. The right click to the tag team. They'll get 2. Taking out Nico and RR.
Great rotation from T1. Like they get the multiple kills. Now Lashrak, he wants to go in.
Oh, good stun with the Centaur. Snowball, follow it up. And that is a Daedalus Shrek double kill for Carl.
Apparently you do not need to have stuns if neutral creeps have it.
Dire's
So right
middle
now,
tower
they
is
are
under
using
attack.
2 Centaurs. I believe you mentioned that at the start,
Dire's
too,
middle
with the
tower
War
has
Stomp
fallen.
and the Centaur from the Enchantress. Meanwhile, while that fight was happening on the bottom lane, TB takes the tower on the mid lane. It's looking very hot for T1.
Radiant's bottom
looking good
tower
so
is
far.
under
That, by the way,
attack.
that's the percentages. I'd say Blade Mail would be cool. Low percentage. I say the 2 Centaurs.
Yeah,
that's,
you're kind of hit or miss.
Yeah,
It's very
hit
hot
or
and
miss.
cold. Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But the one call with the War Stomps from a Centaur, really good.
Hopefully outshining.
Now
forget the other ones.
Slardar has a Blink Dagger. You can
Radiant's
have another
bottom tower
prediction,
is under
like
attack.
you can say, try
Radiant
to look
structures
like
are
top tier,
fortified.
I'm down.
Okay. Try another prediction in a second. Grabs the chase field, but good stun there from Million. Now got the Walrus Punch to take out RR, calls out Carl Cuckoo on the run. They've got the
He's
stun
tanky.
onto those Shrek. Great shards from Zephyr. He might die
Doom
himself.
available in 4. They can turn this.
Do they go?
Oh, they cannot anymore.
That's really good. TV's not even here. They throw the Doom on a Nico, but they get the kill on the Cuckoo. They've got the Inferno Blade. Slardar
Mech available.
getting a little bit low. Snowball comes all the way over to BDZ. They fall back on this Tusk, so he's going in to try and make something happen here. They get the kill on the Nico. They've taken out this Lestrak. Shard's perfect in front of BDZ. Being healed up by this Treant. However, it doesn't look like he's going to survive as the Walrus Punch lands, and Carl gets another double kill. He's dominating. This is all without 23.
Dire's top tower is under
23
attack.
is just having a really good time. Carl, I don't think he dies there, but there's going to be some damage dealt. Gyrocopter brought him out. They can turn it. Another stomp available.
Inferno Blade, there's the Snowball. That comes through. Shards again. They look good. You just...
Not sure what the plan was there. Also seeing Gyrocopter not even having the magic wand kind of hurts because this hero fights early on. Like, you don't necessarily need to have magic wand on every single hero, especially the carry. I should rephrase that. Every other pretty much hero that's not a safe laner needs to buy a magic wand because it's just too good of an item. While carry, sometimes magic stick is okay. Sometimes you don't even get it, but as a gyro, you definitely need them. A lot of words just to say the gyro needs a magic one, pretty much. That's all. Yeah.
And in conclusion,
Dire
Gyro
are scanning.
did buy wand, but you didn't.
He did not. But he's holding on to that fairy fire. We're gonna go in again.
Might be in trouble. The plasma field hits on the 2. They've got the Snowball going over to the starter and make sure that he cancels. He gets the Solar Crush out with the first advantage that comes through onto the top. So he's in trouble. Zephyr goes down, but Carl moving in with the Inferno Blade. He's got the War Stomp to follow it up. There's the BKB that he just died. And now it looks like Execration were going to get low and die. However, they get that kill onto the Doom. Right clicks in from 23 over to RR, who gets into the trees and will try to survive this.
Dire's
However,
bottom tower is
it's not
under
long for
attack.
this world. Doom, that was the
Dire's structures are
opening
fortified.
BKB charge, and he died relatively quickly.
He did. He needs armor. He has Kaya Sanj queued up. I want to see armor. Casual plate mail will do the trick. And yeah, he just instantly. So, you know, sometimes it is like that. He understands. Probably has a Dota Plus, checks who's dealing the most damage, understands that he needs to be able to tank up.
I honestly just need statistics on how many times you say, yeah, you know, he should probably change this here, and then literally the second after you say it,
That's why I'm
they
here.
change. Well, I'm just thinking that you have a live feed into some, you know, all the teams can hear you. They always change their items.
Because it makes sense.
Yeah.
You're playing into Slardar, you're playing into Gyrocopter. With Crystallis, you need some physical
Not a
resistance.
fan of that Crystallis.
That Crystallis is, what do you call that? The thorn in your eye? They're saying like
Thorn
that?
in the side.
Thorn in the side, okay.
Thorn in the side is usually when it's bothering people. I mean, it's bothering you.
Yeah.
For T1, it feels like maybe a fluffy pillow to the left side of their head, maybe, that they're laying on.
Execration with the smoke. Meta is up in 50 seconds.
Okay.
Doom available with another Arcane Rune, and he's gonna be much more tankier right now. They need to initiate with Slardar on Doom, otherwise he's gonna be able to get the BKB off.
Up on White Mon.
Switemon will tank that game.
a shame if I lost my Enchantress. That actually has a real good amount of farm. Position. Both sports are actually close to each other.
Zephyr, he was playing well, but that
Radiant's
dieback
top tower
kind of
is
cost
under
him
attack.
some farm. Would probably have a Blink Dagger at the moment.
Yeah, he bought back, and that bottom. I understand what he wanted
that's
to
his
do.
job in this game, because they have no other stuns, like no real stuns. Doom has a Force Stomp still, which is good. But he needs to be able, and they have no save. He needs to, if he's the one initiating with a snowball, most likely he's gonna die.
That's why I kind of agree with you. Like, I wouldn't have been upset to see the Blink on Doom, the Blink War Stomp. Although he's pretty speedy, runs in there, gets an Infernal Blade down, maybe a Doom there. If you can hold the snowball for Zephyr, it might look a little bit better. I think that last fight from Execration, although they lost 2, went surprisingly well, considering the initiation was on Nico.
23 Savage. So far, 0 deaths.
Illusion.
I think he had a great understanding when he needs to join a fight, because he just left them alone. He left his 4 teammates to just play Dota while he's farming, and that's Scotty. That's Manta, Dragonlance,
scanning.
what? And Scotty done in 1,000 gold.
Yeah.
So that extra slow on top of the reflection is gonna hurt quite a lot.
I think the team would have liked him to be in these fights, but he left them.
Patrick's out of mana. They're taking this fight.
Nico, though, with a good Blink Southern Crush onto 2. They'll throw the Doom out. That's onto the Leshrac. They've got the Overgrowth coming in with Call down. They're going to kill on Nico as well as Yoi. The chase is on from Carl. That BKB's about to run out, so he might have to go the other way. He's got the Essence Ring, the War Stomp, and now 23. He's into the fight, but they'll relocate away.
He's under attack.
Keep chasing. Snowball.
Field Snowball slowed up enough for them to catch him. Zephyr gets the kill onto this Treant. Now he's got that gold for the Blink Dagger.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
Also, they
middle
have a 10k
tower
lead.
is
This
under
is
attack.
much better, and I
Radiant's
think
bottom tower
starting
has
from
fallen.
last series, it's looked a
Dire's
lot
middle
better from
tower
T1.
has fallen.
A lot cleaner.
I think
Dire's
this
top tower
game
is under
is
attack.
the cleanest game that they've played so far in the second season. It was all about the sloppy executions, someone not doing their job. Pretty much everyone in this game is doing things properly. Cuckoo finding the farm, being very active, involved in 12 out of 16 kills. Like, the first couple of rotations were good. As mentioned, Terrorblade just not joining the team fights at all until 15-16 minutes in. Whitemon taking those smoke gangs, dying a couple of times. Doesn't really matter.
For the greater good when you tank a gank like that, isn't it? 1, 3, and 12 for Whitemon, so a positive KDA. And when you're doing that and you got a positive KDA as a support that dies pretty quickly.
Not just
You're
that,
happy.
I like the guy because he has not just positive KDA, but also positive PMA.
True. And I always get jealous of what he's eating when the panel's talking about the draft.
You are dead.
It's always something.
Caramels, chocolates,
Breadsticks.
breadsticks.
Gyrocopter says, I will get that Daedalus as my 3rd item. Aghanim Scepter done, just needs to use the courier. Still very squishy on this gyro. Io makes you a bit more tanky, living armor potentially.
Dire's top tower is under
There's
attack.
too much stuff right now that T1 can throw onto them.
Right.
Doom decides to finish off the Shiva's Guard. I like that quite a lot
Radiant's
more
bottom
than
tower is under
Taya and
attack.
Sanj that he had queued up.
Dire's top tower is
Reducing
under
the,
attack.
the healing coming out from the Treant Protector, from Io, and also providing vision in the
Radiant's
team
bottom
fights.
tower is under attack.
Now you're going to be going up against Aegis on T1. There's no reaction here from Execration, nor do I think one would benefit them in a positive way.
Sean has fallen to the Radiant.
And you know 23 is farming really well because Doom's had an open game, and we've seen Doom's out-farm 1 positions by a decent margin. 23 is 3k ahead. Like, that is
This is a
number
Doom
ahead.
without Midas,
Yeah.
which we usually see when he's on top of the network.
Radiant
But
are
this is also a
scanning.
free farm DB that is out pushing the lanes with his illusions, now holding on to the Aegis. Because they don't have enough. I'm not a big fan of Tusk Shard. I think after removing the attack speed slow, it's not that good. But the slow increase, it's 40%. Percentage slow is always going to be great. All has 5 seconds downtime. And because they don't have enough stuns, like find Scotty, Sigil, and Reflection.
They found Doom.
Dire
5 heroes here to kill
structures
Carl.
are fortified.
He finds another Arcane Rune, so he will have that for the next fight.
I think it's 1,400
Dire's
gold for the
bottom
slow,
tower
but it's
has
also
fallen.
1,400 gold to probably show off your Vici Sigil. Because
Yeah.
everybody who uses that shard has the Vici
Come on,
Sigil.
sprites!
Southern Crush coming in, that's onto the TV, but they've got Zephyr with a snowball save. Ball down is used, they use the Walrus punch on Nico, the damage coming in from Savage is going to be low. They've got the Southern Crush, there's a good Sunder. Nico still tanking up a lot of the right clicks coming out from this TV. They land the stun, but they're going to lose the Leshrac.
There you go.
Might in fact lose more. Nico on the run, but he gets slowed up. Leshrac slowing up Tutu, but he stays right on with him. There's the relocate away.
So he's gonna pay with his life. 23 Savage was dropping low. Last track at the moment, he can't really stay on TP. It's just too much damage. Has only one defensive item. If he uses that Dual Scepter to set things up, PDC will drop. No surprise there.
Yeah, very dead.
And it also was a risky play from Execration because they are not controlling this outpost. You never know how much gold Doom has. There was always a possibility that he just buys back and they turn the whole fight
Dire's
around.
bottom tower has fallen.
He went so far ahead at the moment that they don't even need, like, I don't think they would even need to
Dire's
use the
bottom
buyback.
tower
So
is
yeah, you
under
see
attack.
Leshrac, he uses that Dual Scepter to set things
Radiant's
up with the
top tower is
Enchantress.
under attack.
And after that, you run towards the TP, Great Sunder, you have no mana, no defensive tools, you just melt.
Yeah, he gets close there, but and that's only one life that you would have taken from the TB by yourself, kind of committing as everybody else is running away. It's really not the strongest Leshrac game, right? That's for sure.
It's a tough matchup. There's a lot of
Dire's
tough
top
matchups,
tower
and
is
there's a
under
TB
attack.
with 20,000 net worth at 27 minutes. Now with the Satanic done, he can dispel things, which is always going to be great. You have a Manta style,
moving in.
more dispel.
They've got the Doom out on the Sword. Our Navy Craft is down. There's the Overgrowth. They use that Illusion Rune. He'll get away, and now looking over to kill off Nico. They've got the damage to take the Sword. They'll also finish on Barhar. They've got Gyro in the air. He's saved via the Sunder 23. Self-placing, giving that life over. Southern Crush comes out at a 23, but it's not going to save this Leshrac. They'll get the kill on the 3. They'll buy back on 2. That's a buyback again. They killed him off twice. It's a triple kill here for 23, and they are moving into the base looking for more. The click will come out as Execration will try to hold on, but it is not looking likely that they can hold this base. Gallo's trying to do it again. With the damage that he's got, there's the snowball over. The right clicks in with the Walrus punch, and Gallo's looking dead to rights, dead on his screen already, and he doesn't have buyback. They'll chase the rest. They've got the plasma field. They slowed up BDC. They're looking for the full team wipe in. He's inside the well, but it's not going to save him. They'll secure it.
They're still not calling it. They feel like they possibly have one more fight. 40 seconds, 50 until everyone is alive. And just, they don't have enough damage. DB uses this Sunder to save his teammate, pops the Satanic, goes back to full HP immediately.
Dire's middle barracks.
It's like they're not gonna call it. Even though, you know what I always say? When it's time to call it, it is time to call it. But it seems like it's not.
Dire's top tower has
Getting
fallen.
lectured here, guys.
Dire's top barracks are under
Set of
attack.
racks. Those are going to go down as well.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
The moment they've been looking for to try and defend. Bring the game back. Aegis expires.
Let's see. The desperation smoke, push out the top lane, push out the mid lane, and go for the play.
All they have to do
Is kill
come
Savage
back.
once. That's all they have to do. Not sure how that's doable. They can't lock him down. He has too much stuff. This is also a full butterfly suddenly out of nowhere.
But he bought out. He does die.
Yeah, no buyback on TB. So they kill him, run down mid.
Take the tier 1, take the tier 2.
Tier 3.
Multiple glyphs.
Yeah, tier 3, skip the barracks, go for tier 4s and the throne.
It's go time. They can do it.
Radiant are
For
scanning.
people who are listening to us, we're just being sarcastic. There's always this couple of guys that are like, what are these casters saying? There's not enough time to get to tier 4 towers. So yeah, they can go in and end the game. I don't think it's necessary to wait for Roshan and prolong this at all.
Daedalus next for TB. Okay.
To be fair, I feel Terrorblade could 1 versus 5, the whole team. If he had a BKB maybe instead of a Dragonlance, I feel like it's doable.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Maybe Slardar would be a bit problematic. You know, with the bashes.
Overcharge.
Yeah.
And the
Other than that, I feel he could kill the whole enemy team.
Late Eternal Shroud there for Doom. 26k. How many items could you purchase with 26,000 gold?
All depends how many branches can you...
No. I mean, like, what would you fill your inventory with if you had 26?
AC, Bloodthorn, Rapier, Satanic. It depends what hero you're playing. But these are the items. Let's see that one big fight.
Yeah, they're moving in, pouncing a lot of damage. The Metamorphosis was already used. Pulling forward on Nico. He's trying to get something done, but they've already got the Doom out onto the Shack. They'll get the kill on Nico. The ultimate war with BKB being popped here by Carl. 23 is godlike. And fuels into the air. Gyro relocated about 5 feet back into the well. And his bottom set of racks is gone.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
I will not make the mistake of saying that Michael Creep's Arvale. That rack still exists.
Dire's top
They've got the stun on the Doom, but there's the Walrus Punch coming through on Yoey. He's trying to run, but so much damage coming out from 23, the rest of the team. They'll move forward on the R. They'll get themselves another one. They will move on the Gyro. Palos, he's stuck in via the charge. It's a good 4-man stun, but it's just not enough. It's too late in the game. The GG is called, and T1 will take game number 1.
Good performance by T1 in first game. Not many mistakes being made. I don't think they actually made any big mistakes that were punishable. Well-rounded draft. Bottom lane went much better than I expected, and chances, you know, dying once or twice, but securing 23 Savages fine.
buy it. It's just that this early on, maybe he was lacking gold and lacking conviction that he can take this game later on, and that he was already falling behind.
But even the Yasha helps you farm faster, right?
Yeah, but I thought like maybe if I buy Yasha, I'm not gonna fight. So.
But he bought Yasha anyway after.
So let me just buy a crit and be as. For me, crit is the most value that you can get for the next fight. Right?
Yep.
Like if you're in the base, you have 2.1k, 2.5k gold. You have no buyback. You just buy the crit for the next fight.
That's true.
It's something that can help you out, right? If you're the right clicker. So, but they weren't really in that position. They could still prolong this game, which is, yeah.
Yeah, it's not all on him. Also, I think the Leshrac was out of his element versus this Doom mid. I was surprised at how much this Doom got the solo kill on Leshrac mid as well. Had insane rune control. Overall, Carl was just all of T1. Where this is the T1 that I've been meaning to see for the past month and a half. This is the T1 that I saw was in the Singapore major, had a new carry player, and I was like, hell yeah. But then it didn't happen for like 4 weeks.
They definitely struggled at the opening of Season 2. Maybe a little bit of, not jet lag, but major lag. You know,
but then what was their excuse at the major, Lizard?
At the major,
we had to travel times, or no?
No, they didn't. At the major, they didn't have the same roster, right? Like,
sure, the same roster that brought them to the major.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they had a couple of changes, which obviously made things more difficult for them. In this game, it all kind of clicked. Not sure if this game was all on them, but they did play their cards really well. Like Razor on the offlane had enough, Doom from the mid lane, pretty much what every Doom from the mid lane does. He gets a lot of farm. He went for the Hood into BKB. Maybe the Hood was a little bit of an overkill. Just getting that BKB earlier kind of does the same thing. If you're caught, you're dead. It doesn't matter. So, still well performed by them. I enjoyed the fact that Terrorblade was left completely alone, and 23 Savage was literally playing the carry game of his dreams, in which you don't have to do anything. You're just chilling.
Dude, he was just laughing. We saw him on that webcam highlight. He was just having a chuckle.
Just sending your illusions around. Let them fight. Let the plebs fight while I get my farm.
Still gonna know how to be super efficient though.
Why? What was his GPM?
Don't know.
Oh, okay.
But I was saying, like if you're ever in a scenario, you still gotta know how to make the best out of the situation.
Sure.
Like, whether you get like 600 GPM or 700 makes a big difference, obviously.
I agree.
Yeah.
But for a hero like Doom, we were also wondering, why is this man not using Devour? It didn't matter. He got the MVP anyway. Carl on the mid Doom, picking up 0.90 kill participation.
No. Doesn't need Devour.
Doesn't need Devour.
Like he's handicapping himself because he knows how far ahead they are.
Yeah. If you're winning so hard, if you're killing people, if you have 0.9 kill participation, you don't have to stop and eat creeps.
Exactly. Maybe you know, enemy Gyro, he's going for a weird item build, might pick up a random Dominator. You'd be like, oh, I'll eat it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still liked the Execration draft a lot. I really think that it could have worked.
I think the Slider last pick was kind of bad. Like, it sounded really good on paper, like, wow, we're going to counter this potential AM pick or whatever, what's good.
Yeah.
And this Lash pick, counters potential PL, but they did not account at all for TB.
For TB, yeah.
TB was so free.
Yeah, and then I guess it kind of threw the lanes into a loop because then Gyro had to lane against Razor, and he didn't have the move speed of a Tether with IO. And so the potential 5-head play of, oh, let's pick the Gyro and not make it a core, ended up just being like, why didn't you pick the IO first instead?
The TB was just too good of a last pick. Like, they last picked that TB, and he had 50, 60 CS when Slardar had not even 30 in the laning stage. So that's... Like, as a Slardar, you really want to be dominating the lane. If you're not dominating the lane, if you're not pressuring the enemy carry, you fall off very quickly. You're not Mars, you're not Centaur or anything like that. You actually need to do well in the laning stage.
Well, it is a return to form for T1, a much needed one, a very important one in a series like this that could be determining where you are in tiebreakers or wildcards or any situation like that, but we still need to make sure if they can actually finish the series strong. Gonna have to hop over to a quick break before we can do that. But thank you for watching this performance by PGL, HyperX, and the top quality comfort of Secret Lab chairs. We will be right back after a break.
Five seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
And then it was over.
Just like that.
Yeah, that's how it
As
happened.
mysteriously
Wait,
as you can.
how long were you in the organization for real
Like
now?
3 months?
3 months?
10 seconds remaining.
I was actually super hyped, super proud. I was like,
I
holy
bet.
shit, T1 tag.
That's what I'm
5
saying.
seconds remaining. Dire team
It's a
ban.
big organization to play under. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. But historically, the Dota team has been struggling for like a long time.
I'm glad they haven't given up because they've seemed pretty intent on making it a Southeast Asian squad.
Yep.
And
10
how long?
seconds remaining.
Maybe probably like a year and a half now they've been in Dota? Or even longer than that?
Radiant
Probably even longer than that.
ban.
I mean, originally they just wanted like a mostly Korean roster, but
Right.
obviously that didn't work. And then they just wanted to keep like 4F in for a very long time, but then that didn't work. And then finally they pulled the trigger and were like, okay, let's just get Geek Fam in, basically.
What year were you in?
Last year,
10
just when COVID
seconds
started,
remaining.
actually, it was a really stupid time because like some of the
5
players
seconds remaining. Dire
panicked,
team
you know,
pick.
like, oh, do I have COVID now? It was really just when the pandemic started.
So March 2020-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah, because T1 were not... It was after T9, I suppose. They were like, Dota.
Yeah. What's this game?
What's this game all about?
Radiant team pick.
Boring horizons a little bit.
Yeah.
Brood Mother.
Brood Mama.
Brood Mama is
Madre?
back.
First
Okay.
pick, eh?
Nick's banned out.
that
The other
German?
bug is banned, but
Brood Mama.
Was that German?
Yeah, I mean,
Mama.
How would you say Spider Mother in
10
German?
seconds remaining.
Broodmutter.
No.
Yeah.
How would you say Spider Mother?
5
That's what I want to
seconds
know.
remaining.
Spinnenmutter.
Oh, okay. That's actually more normal than I was
Wait,
expecting.
it's Spinnen?
Spinne is spider.
I forgot that.
Radiant team pick.
It sounds a lot more disgusting when you say Spinne than spider for some reason.
Spinnen.
Yeah, that's probably why I'm a little bit afraid of spiders, because just of the word.
The word?
Yeah.
Are you
Spinne.
afraid of Krankenwagens as well?
Yeah, I'm very afraid of Krankenwagen.
I love Krankenwagen.
Well, you love
10
Krankenwagen?
seconds
Krankenwagen
remaining.
is the
I've been in
scariest.
many Krankenwagens.
You actually
5
have.
seconds remaining.
That does explain it, though. That
I'm a
explains all
Krankenwagen
your mishaps.
I think when I'm done with Dota, I should just become a Krankenwagen driver.
Dire team
You should
pick.
become the Krankenwagen.
I should be the one,
Dire
You should just be the Krankenwagen. Yeah, just pick them up. Take them where they need to go.
Radiant
T1.
team
Mensch.
I understand T1 that you really want to win, but
This is
Brood
just
and
dirty.
Medusa, this
This
is
is
just way
dirty.
too dirty.
Well, call it Krankenwagen, but not for me.
Call the Krankenwagen, yeah.
Yeah, Medusa,
10
we've talked
seconds
about it. We've
remaining.
interviewed 23 Savage about it. We've interviewed many players about it. Most broken carry in
5
the
seconds
patch.
remaining.
Finally, first phase.
Imagine that.
I was flaming everyone for not first phasing it. Finally, T1. Finally,
Dire
you know how to play
team
Dota.
ban.
They're the only ones who are not cowards.
I'm
Radiant
proud of you.
team ban.
You don't need that last big Medusa stuff. Who needs that? Only scraps,
Scrubs.
like RNG.
23 Savage, she did say that Medusa is the best carry, so
Why not first
why
phase
not
it?
first phase it? Sand King versus Brood is nice. We can
10
defend against her,
seconds
so you
remaining.
already have some things to deal with the Brood Mother.
5 seconds remaining.
However,
It was just a
Medusa-
distraction, Lizard. Brood first pick was just a distraction. He's like, I
Exactly.
caught the Brood.
Dire team
Medusa.
ban.
You've activated my Medusa card.
You've activated my
Snake.
Spinne.
How do you say
Spinnenmutter.
snake lady?
Schlangenfrau.
Frau. Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Wait. So what was Schlangenfrau?
Schlange means snake. Yeah.
Schlangenfrau.
I don't know why it's
10
Schlange. It also
seconds
sounds so
remaining.
disgusting compared to snake.
It sounds pretty. It sounds like a hero. It sounds like a Dota hero.
5
Schlangenfrau.
seconds
Schlangenfrau is coming in from the backside.
Was German ever, was Dota ever localized in German? It wasn't, right?
I don't think so. I don't think there's any German VA.
Oh, unfortunately not. It would be. Imagine like anti-mage in German.
Oh yeah.
Radiant
Guys,
team
come on.
ban.
Actually, in Dota 1 you could. You don't have to imagine because you probably had it, right? Did you have Warcraft
Yeah,
English or German?
in German. Yeah.
So I couldn't buy Warcraft
Radiant
original
team
in
pick.
Bosnia,
Mhm.
and cousin of mine bought it in Germany and sent it over.
Okay.
That was great. The problem was it
Didn't
was in
understand anything.
German.
Yeah. Germans dub everything,
yeah,
man.
and
Even their
Yeah,
games.
yeah, that's right. You told me that.
That small peon that would say work, he would go
Arbeit,
like Arbeit,
Arbeit.
Arbeit.
10
Arbeit,
seconds
Arbeit.
remaining.
Arbeit ist vollbracht.
Was willst du, man?
You
5
know the most
seconds
iconic jobs
remaining.
done? He's like, Arbeit ist vollbracht.
Sure.
pretty lame.
So then how do you know all the memorable English lines then if you heard it mostly in German?
Because I got the... I didn't find my original CD anymore, so I had to download it from Blizzard, and then you could choose which version you want to download.
Ah.
I just downloaded English.
Nice.
I still have my CD.
Yeah, I found the CD again after as well.
Frozen Throne Battle Chest or whatever?
No, I just have like two.
Oh, okay.
Warcraft 3, Reign of Chaos,
Reign of
Yeah.
plus
Chaos.
TFT key. I would pay for Dota 2 in German. Spirit Breakers like Krankenwagen.
There are only 3 languages. I think it's Korean, Russian, and English are the only 3 dumb
Chinese.
languages. Oh yeah, Chinese. So 4 languages.
But I believe Russian isn't completely localized. So
Really?
Some heroes are, some aren't. I'm not sure.
How does it work in those languages? Because I know in China a lot of casters and stuff they
Dire
do
team
voice
pick.
acting.
Really?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's awesome.
Like Invoker is one of the casters, and
Really?
I make fun of him every time. Like Bing Bing Hua. Every time I see him, he's just like, bro.
I don't think that's the case in Russia. I think they had normal voice.
It's certainly
voice
not the case in
actors, yeah.
English. Because otherwise I'd be
10
doing all of it.
seconds remaining.
Of course.
Did you know that the
Yes.
voice actress
5
Brood
seconds
Mother
remaining.
and was it
Radiant
Earthshaker.
team pick.
Earthshaker?
It's the
They're
same
married.
Disgusting.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Alan McLean and John Patrick Lowry, and they voice a lot of
Oh,
heroes.
you actually know who they are.
Yeah. Because
Doesn't
Alan
he also
McLean,
voice Pudge?
Yeah, he also voices Pudge.
Yeah.
And he also does the T1 versus
Oh, he's
Execration.
He's the
10
voice.
seconds.
He's
Yeah.
he's the voice of the international
Yeah.
announcer. That's him.
So talented.
And Alan McLean
5
is
seconds remaining.
Portal GLaDOS.
oh, really?
Um, So he's basically just contracted to Valve.
Yeah, they're Valve fam for sure.
do all my voice acting. So okay.
Did they do the Elder Titan? Did he do the Elder Titan?
No,
voice?
actually, Elder Titan's voice actor I think passed away. Not too recently, but a little while ago.
I actually heard that story. I
Yeah,
think.
him and Rubik's voice actor also passed away.
Oh.
And the TF2 Soldiers voice actor passed away.
Oh.
But enough about that sad business. Let's talk about the draft. Grimstroke, Sand King picked up. Elder Titan also picked up. T1, they take the Tusk yet again and paired up with that Medusa. So it really doesn't matter what they pick. They have Medusa.
With the Tusk, you actually have some save for her as well. So if they get on top
middle.
of the Medusa, you can snowball her out of problems, which is nice. Doom picked up and Sand King. Could be Doom mid, could also be Sand King mid. Flex it. I don't mind Doom versus
10 seconds
Inenmuta
remaining.
because
And Frau. Oh no, it's Broodmother.
Spinnermutter, yeah.
Frau is
5 seconds
Schlangenfrau.
remaining.
Schlangenfrau, yeah.
Yep. You naturally build into a lot of armor. These divas that can hurt in Sand King as well. They have a lot of stuff that deals with Brood. They have nothing that deals with them. So
Nope.
Now let me ask you, Tsunami.
Riddleman.
If you buy Axe on a Doom,
No.
and you Doom the Medusa, that's still split shot.
Split shots.
So Tidebringer would also work. 'Cause
Yes.
Titans.
I
so
think
it's the same.
all toggles will work. I mean, the more important thing is would it turn off Mana Shield? 'Cause
No.
Mana Exactly, but they're both toggles.
Yeah.
So toggles remain toggled on.
But if you're silenced, you can't
Dire
Tidebringer,
team
for
bad.
example.
I know that Mana Shield will
That's
stay on
true.
100%. Mana Shield stays on.
Masses is yeah, I don't know about split shot.
I'm not sure about split shot.
I know when split shot was passive, it was deactivated, but now that you can toggle it, I don't know.
But Tidebringer doesn't work?
No, but in your silence, it doesn't work at all. And Doom silences you.
I guess because
10 seconds
Tidebringer is
remaining.
still like classified as like a UAM kind of thing, and so like Frost
Radiant
Arrows wouldn't
team
work.
Wait,
bad.
Tidebringer doesn't work, but Junada does.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Janada's a
Janada does.
passive. So that I think anything that is like,
Oh
like
yeah,
Frost
you're right,
Arrows,
you can
Poison
activate
Attack,
it. Yeah.
Burning Spears, Flaming Arrows, any like former orb attacks probably still
Dire
get
team
silenced.
bad.
But Tidebringer was eventually turned into that style of thing, but Split Shot never was. Split Shot's just a raw toggle, I think.
But that still works, hopefully.
I would imagine so.
Because they picked it against Dusa and Brood and Tusk.
All heroes that don't really care about getting doomed.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
10 seconds
maybe they have
remaining.
some tech I don't have.
Maybe.
That's what I was wondering. But perfect answer to the Doom in mid
5
lane.
seconds
That's right.
remaining.
Bad Rider is pretty strong against Doom.
Mm-hmm.
And also goes very well with Medusa, of course. Like you just duck a hero
Yep.
into the Stone Gaze, and the team has to pretty much just sacrifice
These three melee cores hate playing Igbat, all of
them. I think Medusa.
I'm not sure. Is Arc Warden banned out, by the way? This should be versus Brood. It's very difficult. That lane is terrible. The moment she hits 6, you're done.
Pretty good AM game if they still think it's a counter to it.
I like how both of you just go to your signature heroes. You're
No,
like,
but
Arc Warden.
these are-
Yes, anti-mage.
Radiant
because these
team
heroes
banned.
actually can play against Medusa.
Like if AM gets a jump on Dusa, you can actually kill her fast.
If you could pick
With a Tusk, though? Blink Snowball?
The thing is, it's a mana percentage now of a mana break, right?
Yeah.
So 4% of a 3,000 mana hero per hit is pretty
It's true.
intense.
10
So my
seconds
idea is-
remaining.
put Arc mid, And then
Against Bad Rider,
5
though.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, even versus Bat, you just put the you buy a stick, put spark rates under the tower. If he dives you,
How about just put Sand King middle against Bat?
how about you put Sand King versus the
Dire
Broodmother?
team pick.
Safe lane?
Yeah.
Sand King? I'm sure, can also work.
Definitely Sand King, the offlane, way too hard, and then you actually get the win control. If they play Arc for it, I don't think they do.
10 seconds
Lots of
remaining.
ports are left.
I hate Arc into Brood, but I still feel like
5 seconds.
For T1.
Radiant team pick.
for Execration, obviously. Ah, for T1,
Snapfire, okay.
Their draft is very good.
I think you need something crazy that can actually win you the game. Like Anti-Mage, I think, makes a lot of sense.
They did play one game of AM on Palos,
10
so it's not
seconds
outside the realm of
remaining.
possibility.
It's just like if you go some standard hero now,
You may now select your
Slark.
heroes.
I mean, that's good against Bad, decent against Medusa.
It's a bit too standard, but
It's very weird how Stone Gaze and Dark Pact works. Like when you Dark Pact it off, you get Stone Gazed
you
again.
get the instant
Yeah.
feedback again.
Why does it work like that?
Because I actually don't know. I don't know how long like the debuff is supposed to last for.
Could be. It's a good matchup for Slark. It's a good matchup against the Batrider as well. Where are they gonna lane it? Who's playing it? Okay, it's one Slark. I wouldn't mind seeing a mid Slark, because I've seen mid Slark do really well against the Batriders, potentially even threaten a kill. So it's gonna be mid Doom then. Sure. I'm still gonna go with D1. Kind of have a feeling that Execration, they're very disoriented the way they play, the way they itemized in the previous game.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask my friend the courier over here. What do you think I know? T1. All right, I'm going T1. Yeah.
Prepare for battle.
Caster's Curse locked in. You always lock it up, and I think our Caster's Curse hasn't been that bad this.
It wasn't compared to the first season, where it was unreal. Like,
Yeah, I think we won like one
single-handedly
game.
losing them the games.
We were sending teams down to the lower division. That's how many times we captured Curse teams. But until Medusa loses in the upper division of Southeast Asia, I'm going with it every single time. There's just no reason to think about changing my thoughts on that until it loses. Then maybe I'll rethink it.
I never thought that I was gonna see this day where Medusa Broodmother first faced in video game called Dota 2, but yeah, here we are.
That is the name, and that's where we are. So,
30
Brood
seconds to battle.
Medusa. I mean, that's got to be a scary opening 2 picks. You're the other team, and you're just, I don't know, you're not,
You
not
have so
expecting
many
that.
problems thrown at you just by these 2 heroes.
You need 5 picks to draft out of that. Gosh. Yeah, that's going to be rough.
So it seems like they are sending Slark on a mid lane, which I assume that they're gonna do. I see Slark doing up the bottle. It's a good matchup for Slark. It's a skill-based matchup. You want to put more points in that Dark Pact. I want to see how this one's gonna go. I'm still favoring Slark, because Slark, you think about, you know, he's a good counter to the Batrider in the side lane. He's really not. He's sharing a lot of XP. His position 5. That means that those Dark Pact level 1 is 9 seconds. So you need to be very careful how you use it. Right. Starting with the magic stick, as expected on Slark. Fairy Fire just so he can turn things around. We'll see how it's gonna go. Still
Is it
pairing.
worth your life?
Don't remember seeing Palos play in Slark.
Yeah, I don't have any recollection of him in this, not only this, but also on this. See how he does. Doing well right now, 4-1. I mean, that's a great start. It will be interesting to see how Carl goes about this, looking up towards top 23 there on the Medusa, and I mean, it's up against Nico. Why not? I'm trying to pressure back with this Tusk. He does have tag team up in 6 seconds, so it's
not just
easy all
tag
the way
team.
back.
I love this build on Whitemon. He's playing position 5, no need to share the tango, so you can buy full item. You like had to get a boost of speed potentially, or a lot of regen. This time around he decided to go with the Bracer, which I really like in this matchup. He's gonna be sitting close to the tower. He still did not eat a single tango. He has 5.5 per second and now eats one. We'll start trading even more, securing Medusa's farm.
Yeah, I wonder if T1 play this game similar to the first game. 23 just kind of does his own thing, farms up 2 or 3 items, and then gets involved.
I don't know why people are thinking that sanking is a counter to in the lane.
First blood for 23.
Good start on the top lane. To go back to my talk about Brood versus Sanking, Broodmother does not have spiders until level 6. So you're a very weak laner, what they can provide you with. Like Broodmother, she doesn't care too much about that caustic. She's going to be able to outpush the lane. Hunger, 70% lifesteal, 35 extra damage. So even if you drop low from the caustic, you're going to be full HP. So this is not a good idea. It's just something that people think. I've seen it in North America, I believe, as well. It's just not good.
Well, they come up with good ideas, man.
Oh yeah, I know. Talking about the tier 1 tower.
Brood until level 6 is not Brood Mother, just a Brood. For the sleep, and we'll land Zephyr on the run. We'll get 1 kill there. Cuckoo thinking about going in. Be a little bit careful chasing if you were to go on that Brood Mother, but instead, Alex to play conservative and continue to get some fun. I think that's it. This mid matchup is going so well for Pala.
Playing it. I was mostly watching the bottom lane, but saw a couple of first 2 waves on the mid lane. What was happening? I don't think he should die here. Snapfire will TP mid, refill the bottle. He was waiting. Zephyr was waiting quite a lot of time, but it's okay. He's level 2, and he's also giving some XP to the Broodmother.
Tag share shards, and now the ink swell. That's going to land onto both heroes, Waymon and 23, just getting hit on the edge of that. Really well done by BDZ.
If Tusk maybe has points in Snowball, so he's playing position 5, so 1-1-1, and then you can also dodge the ink swell with the Snowball, which I wouldn't mind, which could potentially get them to kill. Palos playing very aggressive on the mid lane.
Yeah, pounces, leashes up. Courier comes over to Carl. That won't die to Palos. Thought maybe he'd take a swing at it. But it's continued harassment coming in from this Slark onto the Batrider. Now they look to get the kill into RR, but he's got a 2-man sleep easily. Sleep. Pounce says he can't hear him. It's because they're snoring. They're sleeping.
Oh, it's snoring. One of the most annoying sounds in the world.
Your favorite
definitely
lives on.
We used to when we used to live in my old house. My dad would snore so loud, he'd have the TV even louder, and then you still hear him snoring over the loudest TV. And then the TV would, my mom would just raise the volume of the TV
so that she doesn't hear him snore.
Yeah, and then you just hear the loudest TV throughout the entire 6 lands. Stroke of Fate tag team turning on to Nico. Might get the kill before one dies. Just needs one more
shot. It's a good trade. It's perfectly fine. Like, ideally you would want to give Medusa the last hit, but
Dire's structures
bring
are
some extra
fortified.
region for Medusa potentially if needed. I'm a bit worried for this mid matchup because he's doubling his CS at the moment. Level 6 already.
Yoey in trouble, getting run down. Insatiable hunger. That damage is just way too much.
And this is why Senku is not counter Broodmother. 3 points in Web, so much regen. And she just out regions even if you put a lot of pressure early on. So what That level 6, you need to be very careful, especially with ET has only 1 point in Stomp. At least he has Tranquil, so some move speed, but she can easily run you down. 1300 gold on Broodmother. Let's see what he decides to go for this time around. I would not mind seeing the standard offlane Brood build with the
My gratitude is
and the Greaves. Meg Greaves into pipe.
Stain.
Yeah, just it feels real nice against all the heroes that they got.
And Slark's just here in the triangle, making sure that Batrider can't fall back.
When you have mid Slark, he gets a ton of farm. Dark Pact maxed out early on, can jump between the camps. This time around, his item build, cute Orb of Corrosion. Very interesting.
Pretty late for Corrosion, right?
Yeah. If you wanted to play a bit more aggressive on a mid lane, you get that Orb of Venom. But definitely a Diffusal Blade against Medusa. Diffusal some statuses, distance, S and Y. I wouldn't mind seeing that, just to tank. He might skip this Orb of Corrosion. I don't think you get much from it. Just going for straight up Diffusal Blade sounds a bit better. We'll see what he decides to do.
Delay that Diffusal Blade a little bit too much. Game kind of fall out of favor. But despite the fact that you've had such a good lane. Cuckoo looking to potentially take a victim.
Yowie on the bottom lane is getting spammed by Broodmother.
300 damage casually at 3 seconds. With the
Haste.
fighters. They're fine. Burrow strike in onto the Batrider. They try and chase onto the Sand King, and it's an easy kill once again.
They're not stopping. This is
yeah, they want more. They've got
he as well.
Look at the spiders. Look at the damage coming in on an RR. They can down to 2.
They don't have that one hero
Radiant
that
structures
can
are
play the
fortified.
bottom anymore. Senging's not that hero. Maybe Grimstroke is good when your spells are maxed out, when you have Stroke of Fate, and then what it can do to the Broodmother. Senging will still TP bottom. I want to see Cuckoo picking up Dust for himself to be able to just solo kill the Sand King as well.
Illusion.
Lane really went so poorly for Execration. It just wasn't a good matchup to start, and it's fallen apart pretty hard.
Doom about to hit level 6, so let's see if there's a rotation to the top lane. Try to kill Medusa potentially.
He's having a free time, 23. So you
23
really don't
has
want to
a
allow
nice
that.
read. He understands, because what you can do is you put the scoreboard, you check the scoreboard, if it's level 6.
Not leashes. It connects.
He's
Stroke of
dead.
Fate lands, 23 in trouble, and nobody here to save it. Ink Swell pops, and they'll get the kill on the 23. It's not the free game they were hoping for.
Good read from him, just staying away from Doom. He sees that Doom is level 6, immediately goes back to jungle, but the good rotation. There's no observation, so I feel T1 is going to probably try to de-ward that part of the map. They have 2 heroes that love to jungle at the moment, both Batrider and like all 3 cores pretty much. Broodmother is going to be annoying at the bottom part of the map. Batrider jungle, then go to
Dire's
Medusa.
top tower is under attack.
Thermal hits. Palace might even just get a kill here on a Zephyr. Goes in Shadow Dance, trying to run down. Here we go, the last shot of the tag team. Flame Break pushes him over to the side.
They have no real AoE that Slark is afraid of. He's not playing into Lash, he's not playing into Silence. The only lockdown they have is Stats Snowball, which he can easily dodge. Cookie, same thing, Batrider,
Dire's
unless
top
he gets a
tower
Blink
is under
Dagger.
attack.
Initiation later on. I feel very safe about this Slark. His first 15-20 minutes of the game should feel pretty safe.
I was worried 23 for a sec. Thought maybe they didn't have to use Doom to get that first kill. Really try to aggressively play to get that second back-to-back kill on the
Dire's top
Medusa.
tower is under attack.
Slark playing very aggressive, evading enemy jungle, trying to see what's happening there. I think he has a good grasp how strong his hero is right now.
Going after BDZ, Lord Shredder is going to be enough damage. Not that.
Not work that way.
Oh, broken immediately. Sentry down and Sentry good.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dark Pack getting a little low here.
He's fine. I'm not sure why he's still chasing him. A lot of time waste. I mean, if you are wasting time, that means Slark is also kind of wasting time, but he will go back to full HP, full mana. Greystruck will even refill his bottle. Zanky going straight. Blink Dagger, I think it's a necessity here to be able to just start a fight.
Yeah.
Radiant's
Nico
middle
on his
tower
doom.
is under attack.
Pounce coming over.
West from mine.
Dire's
Yes,
bottom
well,
tower is under
Pounce
attack.
doesn't leash, so they have the Fire Snap cookie to send away.
Full fight. I think this might be the fastest pipe in the patch. 11 minutes in, full pipe done on top of the Cane Boot. So just wants to be able to tank his team up, especially against Stroke and tanking. Let's see.
Ooh, Pounce missing again. Cuckoo though, Slime picking up a bit of damage here. Spider standing still. Epicenter used.
Dire's
And
top
they
tower
don't get the
is
kill on
under attack.
Cuckoo.
I'm not sure why Sang did not pop that ult after the burrow strike straight away.
Go. Burning. Oof. Be just fine.
Unfortunately, no lasso. Cuckoo staying at the top of the network. It's very hard to take control of this part of the map, but they're going to go in with multiple
Dire's
heroes
middle
this good,
tower
keeping
is
him
under
alive.
attack.
Yeah, for now, but the sweet question is, does he get out?
Palace
Goes
is waiting.
down. Palace is just waiting for him. RR gets the kill on
Radiant's
the Cuckoo
bottom
and takes
tower
away his
is under
streak.
attack.
I'll take that. Almighty
Getting the kill there. Making it look relatively easy. I mean, they're moving around the map well in Execration. Need to shut down Palace at some point. Snowball, that'll connect. Dark Pack Lasso, there's the kill. That's exactly what they needed.
Big kill. Palace overextending. If we've used Dark Pack like that, you're still going to be in trouble. I
Dire's
think
middle
it's
tower
okay
is
to
under
play
attack.
aggressive, but you need some kind of a backup. Sang has a Blink Dagger, so maybe that's the play. We still have not seen Doom being used at all. Hand of Might is done. So that means that he will stay at the top of the network.
Hype, by the way, for one of the quicker ones.
Dire's top tower
This one
is under
of the
attack.
patch is 11 minutes 4 seconds.
And this one was like 11 minutes, 13, 15-ish
Yeah.
seconds. Yeah.
And that's with Arcane Boots. He got that done. Really well done there by the Brood. You still have 23 top of the net worth. Going into the Sanjin Yasha, then Ags, which is what we've been seeing from a lot of these Medusas.
Dire's middle tower
Had
is
an
under
interview
attack.
with him. He talked about how he thinks Dragonlance is a good item. We see him pick it up on Terrorblade in the previous game. This time on Medusa. Just overall a good stats. Agi, 12 strength buffed in the previous patch.
They converging to spear. One on Tusk. Then Might.
Radiant are
This is
scanning.
all farmed away.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Good Execration. They've themselves. Look at the pounce and the leash onto this Tusk. But he's invis for the moment. And
There's
now
still
the
a
sentry
sentry.
gets revealed. They've got the
Don't
epicenter
go
on a
back
23. 23 now, no mana, and trying to survive Fire Snap away. In danger. 23.
Radiant's
They
bottom
get the kill
tower is
onto
under
the
attack.
Sand King. They're trying to trade some light on both Palace. They'll also lose BDZ.
Radiant
So,
structures
a
are
2 for 2.
fortified.
That ends with a kill on that Medusa.
If Whitemon just kept running away, he was on the edge of range that
Radiant's
sentry,
bottom
but something you
tower
don't
has
think
fallen.
about. You could think, oh, it's on me all the time. It's never stop. So 14 minutes Diffusal Blade on top of Orb of Corrosion. We're gonna see that one again.
Yeah, the epicenter, Earth Splitter on 23, and then the Fire Snap cookie that kind of just, he knew he was there.
If they use that better, if he turns around, he lives.
That was lame.
Big timing for Slark. Diffusal Blade done, going into SNY. As expected, just wants to be able to have some status resistance. Whitemon getting caught. Leash. No snowball available, no mana.
Yeah, and looking to survive. Scatterblast is enough. Okay. Just barely. Blink forward. from this Sand King. Not going to find anything with the Burrow Strike after the blink to try and extend that range, get initiation now. Now they find 23. They use that defusal, goes to the Stone Gaze. Alice runs uphill and
needs to pop it. Doesn't see other heroes. Sand King is nearby, so he was afraid of the blink stun initiation. Then your mana pool is quickly gone. Still, no Doom being used going into BKB after ahead of Midas. I will see maybe a blink dagger after that BKB, because with BKB he's gonna feel too safe.
Well, they found the Brood. They get the kill on Cuckoo. Palace with another one. Shutting down.
Middle tower
not
is under
completely,
attack.
but
This
making
is
the life a living hell for both the Brood
Radiant's
and the
bottom
Medusa.
tower is under attack.
And Carl, he just went in.
To survive, the damage is too much. Slark is taking
Radiant's
over
bottom
the game.
tower is under attack.
Paragon, White dead, once again, 23
Oh,
Slark
good
died.
sleep.
Not a lot of mana to work with. There's the center, 23 looking dead to rights. No Stone Gaze to work with. Palace with a triple kill. Right now, Slark is
Dyer's
the
middle
answer.
tower
This
is
is,
under attack.
I'm gonna call a game-winning fight for Execration,
Dyer's
where they take
structures
the
are
effort to
fortified.
make good fight, giving
Dyer's top
Slark
tower is under
the
attack.
time and the items. Like, he's gonna have that SNY in the next 3-4 minutes, and it's just gonna be very hard for them to take control of their jungle back. When you're playing into Slark, you don't have a real answer for him.
Yeah, so far the Medusa has been
Dyer's
slain.
middle tower is under attack.
There is time, potentially. Question of what can T1 do? They don't have nearly as much space to farm for this Medusa. But yeah.
I've seen Slark with Inkswell on him, and this is what I like. I've played against this combo. It's extremely annoying. Dreamstroke, Max Inkswell has the talent, and going into Shard. Once 1 minute mark hits, you have a Dispel on top of it. So, like, you try to ulti, uses a Dark Pack, another Dispel.
They've got the sleep. He gets down with the Mac, but he's moved up, can't get far away from this cliff. He'll use that dust. BKB, Stone
Double
Gaze,
duel.
Cuckoo. Up on the high ground.
Dyer's
He's still
middle
dead.
tower
The
is
scorched
under
earth
attack.
of Nico.
Even though they have Medusa, it's a 5k gold lead. This game looks really rough. Like, this looks like 15,000 gold advantage at this point, just by looking at the heroes. Broodmother, she was annoying. She did her job in the lane over the jungle, but those 3 deaths are gonna cost her quite a lot. They do not have a playmaker hero. Batrider can be one,
Radiant
but
are
I
scanning.
don't think it's enough at this point, not without the blink dagger. So Paulus, he gets
Dyer's
SNY.
middle
I
tower
think next
is under
item should
attack.
be Scotty. Just have that tankiness, have that extra slow on top of the diffusal blade. It also opens up the Roche for them. This is the first fight that we saw Doom being used. It was the double Doom. Just checking those.
And not kill this Slark right now. 6-1 in 223.
Dyer's
He is
bottom tower
the
is
full
under
purchase
attack.
price away from getting himself the axe. Also not level 15 yet, so he doesn't have the Mystic Snake mana gain talent. Which I'm not sure how much that's going to help. Maybe he does something.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
The lack of control here for Teamly hurting.
It's very hard to make a play. They use a smoke, have no one
Dyer's
to
bottom tower
initiate
has
with.
fallen.
That's why Batrider is going for Flame Dagger. In
Dyer's
this situation,
bottom
it's
tower
needed.
is under
Yeah.
attack.
Mid-bats, most of the time, don't like to get it early on. They're more about that lens, increases the cast range, more on the flame break, and makes the easy setup for the lasso. But this time around,
Dyer's
they
bottom
need
tower
a
is
good
under
jump. They
attack.
need to be able to get the first jump. They're trying to make it what follows, but I don't think he dies.
Okay. I thought maybe they'd start that off like a snowball.
Still no follow-up. Batrider can't close the gap.
The thing is, they Palos goes over towards the Medusa. He's going to double damage. This may not be what you want to be fighting into. Burrow Strike ends up missing, but they've got the defuse. Look at the right clicks. They're just so heavy onto the Tusk. Also needs to be careful. There's the Flame Break. Goes into the Shadow Dance. Over to the side. Mortimer's Kisses coming out onto BDZ. Swell trying to run, and the damage just is not enough. Fuku's still moving forward. Marching with the Spiderling. They'll get the kill on the Greatstroke. Coming over is Nico. Use that new snowball. Trying to run. Burrow Strike lands. Earthsplitter comes through and hits on 3 heroes of T1. Nico getting low, and the BKB runs out. So they get the kill onto the Sand King. They'll take out the Doom.
Why is Slark not fighting? He has double damage. Why is he not going in?
That was lame.
He wrapped around. He was... I want to see that again. I hope I'm not daydreaming or something.
And that's a massive
Radiant's
fight
middle
for
tower is
T1
under
that's going to
attack.
boost up their net worth. Potentially getting this tier 1 tower mid. That's opportunity aplenty.
You do Batrider, so they know that there's no lasso.
Fire snap
Dire's
cookie that
courier
gets
has been
away.
killed.
They don't get the power. Oh, 23 losing the courier. Let's see this. He's got the double damage. Burrow Stroke misses here. Snowball over.
It's fine to disengage here. He was very afraid of the Batrider. Good shards once again. Like, come on, this is the third, 4th time that he's keeping himself alive. And if this fight continues, like, we're gonna see it again. So Slark just running away, regioning up, has a bottle, will be
Dire's
HP
middle
in
tower
no
is under
time.
attack.
And then he decides to just go back. Like, he's running back. Not a single that fight.
Can be caught by Carl. They've got the lasso on Aoe, and now they're trying to get the kill here onto the Sand King. They've got him. They also took out PDZ. Double kill here for Kuku with the BKB being popped here by Carl. You're getting a
Radiant's
lot of
middle
kills for
tower is under
T1.
attack.
This time they'll take the tower.
I'm really
Radiant's
surprised by
middle tower
what
has
Slark
fallen.
did there. They had their timing. This was supposed to be another fight, one for them. Good Doom on the Batrider before he gets any of the spells off. Another double damage for Slark in the bottle. Okay, so they still have something. They're given time for 23 Savage to recover. It's gonna be Eggs done in the next minute.
Yeah,
but he needs his career is dead.
Relatable. Pretty. Which is unfortunate. Do you just...
Radiant are scanning.
I was gonna say, wait, just buy another blade of Alacrity, don't wait for the courier. Get yourself an axe and then build that into something else.
Sometimes you're too smart, Pickup. For this game, it's a 200 IQ play. You know,
I gotta keep the percentages.
To be fair, there's like a situation your career's dead for, let's say, 3 minutes, and you want to have that item right now. You have the gold, so I would not be surprised if someone does that, because you lose only 500.
Well, it's not even.
If you can sell, I don't think you can upgrade the Blade of Alacrity into anything
yeah.
later on.
That's the only
But
problem.
it's the blade that you could potentially make. If you need here right now, there's a second row spawning, let's say. Not a bad idea.
They want to do with this because they're gonna have bags once this courier delivers it, and that's big timing. Now he's level 17. You're about to be level 18. Gives you this 3rd level on Stone Gaze. Execration might have missed a little bit of a timing. I'm not saying that this game falling out of their favor, because I still think this game feels really strong for them, but it was much easier 5 minutes ago.
Definitely was. Kind of missed the opportunity. And Medusa
Radiant's
can be out
bottom
of the
tower
base. She
is under
feels
attack.
relatively safe with the team backing her up.
Bottom for the epicenter. Got the Doom onto the Medusa. Now the Broken Strike with the epicenter is going to be enough damage to kill Medusa. They've got the Wood First. This is coming down the palace. Oh, you got to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage, but they're going to kill the 23 as well as Tuku, and then they're going to try and turn this into more. But the snowball going over. They're trying to keep their attention on the palace. They just can't get the Walrus Punch out on him. So he goes into the trees. He's bottling up, turning this over on a Carl Hops to be conveyed. Pounce not leashing. Nico gets the kill, and that's 3 heroes down on the side of T1. They'll make it a 4th as they'll lose Whitemon. TV out from Carl. A great fight there from Execration. All they lose is BDD.
Excellent fight. They start with Doom on Medusa, follow it up at the epicenter and the Burrow Strike. Medusa melts. Like he has aura maxed out plus a solar crest, so you're not tanky. You feel like a creep when he gets on top of you, and all mana gone. By the Slark, easily done. This is something that should have happened in the previous fight as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under
He
attack.
played really good fight there too. Gets the bird and White Mon because Walrus might have killed Palos. How did it start? The Fire Snap Cookie moved Medusa out of range of the Burrow Strike with the Epicenter, so he
Dire's
forced that
bottom
forward.
tower is under
That little
attack.
bit of extra range,
Dire's
then
structures
connected
are
both.
fortified.
So,
Radiant
really
structures
nicely
are
fought there
fortified.
by Viewing.
Good thing about Slark this time around is they don't itemize into any kind of silence or anything, so he's really not afraid.
Dire's
You
bottom
don't
tower
buy
has fallen.
BKB at all. It's never gonna be necessary. Because they have 1, 2, 3 abilities that go through magic immunity. Shard also done on Grimstroke, something that we mentioned. It's a dispel into dispel into
Dire's
dispel
bottom
into
tower
dispel.
is under attack.
Just constant dispelling things, have this movement speed. They don't have enough lockdown. They can't kill Slark, that's the problem. Scotty, exactly what he needed. A bit of attack distance, raw stats.
Burrow Strike, Fire Snap Cookie, Snowball save. That's for Cuckoo, but they've got the spot in some order. This is coming up with the Shard. That's going to be right on top of Palos as well as Nico. They've got the damage to get the kill on the White One. They take it on the same team. Over to the side. BDZ, he's dead too. All right, 2 kills here for T1. They want more. Carl moving in. He's got the lasso available. He
Radiant's top
landed.
tower is under
Goes slowed
attack.
up by the Diffuso. Not enough, but the Blink's there. Now,
But they
they're
don't-
looking the kill on
don't
Palos.
follow
Do they
up.
have damage from Cuckoo? They might. Right click's coming in. They've got the two on the juice. Sleep coming through on a Greedo. Landing on Twitter. Cleaning them up. They get the kill on Greedo. Sneak out Cuckoo. Great turn from Execration.
RR, what a play. He lands a 4-man stomp into the Earth Splitter, and they turned this whole fight around. They were chasing, good try. You know, they almost managed to bring down Slark. Still, they don't have enough
Dire's
damage.
middle tower
Lasso
is under
was
attack.
available, used correctly, but then you drag him down. There's not another form of stunning. Trying
Dire's
to lock
middle
him
tower
down.
has
What a
fallen.
beautiful fight from Execration.
Dire's
Almost
middle tower
going
is under attack.
sour. And these fights have really been on the edge. The unfortunate part for T1 is they have not been the benefactors of
Radiant
any,
are scanning.
you know, just those a little
Dire's
bit
middle
of
tower
extra.
is
It's
under
only
attack.
gonna get
Dire's
harder for
middle
them.
tower has
Double
fallen.
Doom available. I also wouldn't mind seeing pressure on Doom. So possibly 3 Dooms.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Roche up and available. Nobody wants to take that.
Surprised no one decided to take Roche. 28 minutes in, usually we see at least 1 kill on Roche.
Let's watch this fight again. Snowball, Walrus Punch, all used.
No
Yo-yo.
Doom available there. It was on cooldown for like 15-ish seconds.
Trading for Whitemon. BDZ goes down. He's got buyback, which is important here. All right, Palos in some trouble. They've got the Walrus Punch, but the Fire Snap Cookie might have been a little bit too early. They got the sweep on the front. They land the gun on the Blue Mother Tiger. Setting the Whitemon down first. Strike off full. Cuckoo 23 later. Wow.
They're just handling to them, man.
Dire's
RR,
top
another
tower is
4-man
under
stop,
attack.
did not even use the Earth Splitter. I believe this game's over. I
Radiant's
don't
bottom
think
tower
they
is
can come
under
back.
attack.
Medusa trying to get a Lincoln Sphere to protect herself against the Doom. I don't think it's gonna work. They can easily take Roche. A couple of buybacks expended. Power of ET. You can nerf this hero, but no matter what you do to him, it's still gonna be a top tier.
Man, they found Carl.
That is pleased.
Coordination right from Execration.
The way you looked at me like that was a rhyme that I did not intend to say. Was that the face?
Don't tell him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dagger here for BDZ, and that's despite the fact that he bought.
See the power of that dispel. The Grimstroke in the previous fight.
It will shine as fallen
Start
into
back,
the radiant.
and then another dispel into another dispel. Suddenly full HP. Like, cause he's healing. He is healing from that charge.
TP, no chance. Yeah, no way.
He's connected on four heroes around him. That's a lot of
Boss is pleased. You get the horns.
Carl back in 24.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
See on his death spot. They've the Monkey King. Gray. It's gonna be tough to defend. I still think it's doable for T1, but it feels.
That's why Slark decided to go for BKB. They have 3 abilities that go through magic immunity. He has way of dispelling things. He has another form of dispel with the Grimstroke, because Grimstroke is not going to use on anyone side him pretty much.
Right.
So there was no need for it. What you can do is just get more light steal, which makes you here with Satanic, or get a Basher, Flash Abyssal.
Medusa picking up the shard. Blooded.
Doom bought a Link. So I think current play is he uses that Lincoln's Onslaught just to have him secured against Blink Lasso initiation.
Literally
not the item that we see on Doom, but I don't mind seeing it here. Also, they have Solar Press that they can buff him up with, EP Aura, on top of Age, of course.
Working with 2 lives, I think this is tough.
For the Inkswell into the Doom, and that's immediately onto the Medusa. I don't know what you do from here, guys. The other side, there's Twitter. They're trying to run 23 out there, but the Soullight reaches him up to Cuckoo because he got a little bit too close. They've got the last on R. They get the kill to the Elder, and they don't have black eye for one of the Medusa. The pounce moves him up. Cuckoo in trouble. Snowball saved. Alice still running in. Blink forward coming through from Nico. Cuckoo taking a lot of damage, but finally the Walrus Punch gets him off of this roof. Wow, that's going to be enough. But the right click's coming in onto Whitemon. They'll get the kill. They'll turn back on the Tusk immediately. They look over at Cuckoo. They get the video. He's got Panic as well. He'll use it. Alice finally won, but he's still not dying. They go after Carl. They've got the Infernal Blade. The Fire Staff Cuckoo could be getting popped by Alice. Moving forward. He's marching on. Carl, Whitemon, they go down. They won't pop back on Whitemon. They'll go for Cuckoo inside the well. But they won't dive it. Very wise. They start hitting Medusa out to 25%. They just don't have enough damage. There's no Medusa around. They can call it one. Clark, great pick.
GG.
Clark was a great pick. They managed to make it work. I love that they put it on the lane. Great matchup against Batrider.
Radiant victory.
Like a couple of mistakes where Slark could have taken the fight, especially with the double damage on.
Yeah.
But other than that, he had pretty much an amazing game. And he set him up perfectly, especially EP. Few times. One time into Earth Splitter, just wins them the whole fight pretty much.
ET, man, that is a hero that can save the day. He needs a cape cosmetic because he comes in, 4-man stomp, saves the day, and they have finally beat a Medusa in the Southeast Asian region in the upper division. I think that's the first loss, 7-1 now, and wow, that has been a very impressive streak that has now been broken by the Slark. And we go on to a game 3. So T1 1, Execration 1. Back over to the panel. Over to you guys.
After he realized I ate his food.
T1 burned me earlier in multiple respects. And I was ready to start trusting again. I was ready to love again. And what did they do?
You opened up.
I opened up my heart.
You spread your wings, your arms out. You were ready for a hug, and what happened?
So, you're the problem.
Bang.
Slapped in the face.
Once again.
Imagine losing with 100% win rate Medusa. Imagine.
I don't even want to talk about T1. Let's talk about Execration, because they played out of their mind. They executed really well. They played high tempo with the Slark. I loved the Grimstroke plus Sand King combination to shut down the Brood. Brood really didn't look like a hero. It didn't really look like he had a lot of impact. 23 Savage as well was shut down by the Slark. The ET Stomps were on point, like
double dooms.
Exactly what Biko said about the cape. I would love to see the cape cosmetic actually, because when you reel the spirit back in,
Oh man, it'll have the flying,
yeah, he's
the
flying.
superhero pose.
He's actually in the superhero pose, so you can definitely make that happen. I'm pleasantly surprised by Execration in the second game. Obviously, we have seen them win a couple of series, which is why they're second, I believe, on the standings right now. But I did not expect them to win versus a Medusa and a Brood in the same draft.
Especially with mid Sand King, another hero that we've been highly critical of.
But it was safe lane.
It was safe lane, that's true. But he went for a mid lane build with the BOTs and Blink.
Yep.
And so overall, and Slark also, like Slark is a hero that we have not seen as a potential answer to Medusa. We were skeptical because of how Dark Pact interacts with Stone Gaze. And he won.
I mean, I don't even know if he stone gazed in all of those fights because he got doomed first.
I don't think he... Did we even resolve if Split Shot is working? Let's see if we can see in this fight. Nope, he's just getting slapped.
Every time he got doomed, he didn't even hit once.
Yeah, he was just
walked away.
Trying to run.
Away.
One thing that Medusa is known for is, yeah, she's 100% win rate more or less. She's also very slow. And when you doom her, when you have that Earth Splitter and the Echo Stomp, she can't really maneuver through that. ET isn't truly a hero that can catch on. Like, you usually cast that spirit as the teamfight is starting, or you cast it in the way of a hero that's running.
Right.
But you can't cast it and then chase a hero, because by the time you cast Echo Stomp, they're gonna get away. Medusa, however, is so slow that you can, and he proved that here. I believe we should give him the MVP too. I'm not sure. I'll leave it to production. Maybe ET, maybe Slark.
Maybe Doom.
Nah.
Maybe Broodmother.
Maybe.
The Schlangenfrau, what about her?
Schlangenfrau? I mean, for Execration maybe, yeah. he got caught in like just something I've not seen in a long time, where just a Spirit walks up, he's just hitting creeps,
Yep.
gets stunned, while 3 of his teammates are dead, and he's like, oh, his Slark is next to me, guys. Like,
not good.
When you think that the hero is too good, you allow yourself to make some interesting plays.
Sure.
Like he allowed himself to do that in this game, and yeah, you can't mess with the Titan.
Interesting indeed. Let's go to game 3, they say.
They say. T1. This is all according to their plan.
Yeah.
They're like,
all
yeah,
according
we
to
need more
Keikaku.
experience. All according to Keikaku.
Yeah.
I mean, I am still shocked that Medusa loses, especially in 23 Savage's hands.
I can see it on your face, the disbelief.
Yeah,
the horror
I
in
think
your
your
eyes.
moustache went up a bit in your beard.
It's twitching.
Electrified.
I know.
Yeah, I can actually see it moving. It's screaming. There's something screaming inside.
Subarashi.
Subarashi. We do have a good MVP, though. It will indeed be Palos on the Slark.
Sure, why not? He made that one crucial mistake that would take my MVP away from him.
Which
when
one?
he didn't fight with the double damage.
Oh, yes.
He didn't have ulti, but they could win that fight if he maneuvered
But he
around
redeemed it because then he got another double damage.
But
and then they 4-1.
And then he
wiped.
fought with that DD.
Yeah,
he was like, maybe if I hit heroes with a double damage, I'll deal double the damage.
But the person that allowed him
was
always the ET, the Sand King persons. ET, Sand King, Grimstroke as well with some sick 4-man Inkswells. I mean, is it really on the...
Hey, Grimstroke, you played so well, you put that on me.
You put the Inkswell on the Slark, and Slark was the one that
Positioning's
brought
important, right? How does Grimstroke get in range to do that? That's all on the Grimstroke player.
That is
Speaking
amazing.
as a real Grimstroke player,
Exactly.
I can see it. Yeah, that's
especially now that that cast range talent is gone now. He used to have that. It used to be easier.
Wow.
I know, right?
Guys, did you see my ult? I linked 2 people.
Listen, just because it got a buff and now it's easier to link 2 people, that doesn't make it any less valuable.
Do you see the double dooms? All me.
No, that makes it more valuable.
It makes it more valuable, exactly. You're getting it. That's a support mentality. We have to see now. I was saying at T1, you know, can they close it out? The answer is no, not quite yet. And now maybe Execration gunning for that 4-2 spot, having 4 wins with TNC. It's a very real possibility, but we need to jump over to a quick break before we can resolve that for game number 3.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Choose your words
one more
wisely.
XD in chat. I'm out.
Yeah. Don't get triggered.
Execration, T1. Is it possible to have too good of a first phase pick? Broodmother, Medusa? The answer is
10
yes.
seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Can't have both.
Dire team ban.
No one man should have all that power.
Schlangenfrau and Spidermother. Spinnenmutter.
Spinnenmutter.
Frau.
Like you have to draft well. You also have to draft to a peak.
It's true.
What if you just don't draft them at bad rider?
10 seconds remaining.
That's Lark, not only
5
That's
seconds remaining.
Both
caused
these
some problems.
these final is it 24th pick now or is it 24th? It's 24th. All these 24 picks have been sick. The Terrorblade in game 1, the Slark in game 2.
Game winning.
Game winning.
Say.
That's what you need.
Slark was definitely game.
Radiant team ban.
That allows you to put Batrider on the mid lane and also really, really well drafted. Chantress this time around, meanwhile, T1 with Centaur and what's it gonna
10
be?
seconds remaining.
Again?
Or maybe
Mix.
not. Maybe they're like
5
Brood
seconds
in the pool,
remaining.
Mix in the pool,
Elder
Titan.
Titan.
Respect.
And now we
bad.
have Puck.
Possible.
But if Pucklet was banned,
I think you were. Nyx Assassin was also banned, I think.
Puck
10
after
seconds
all the change
remaining.
still in the pool. Nyx wasn't type the last game, but
5 seconds remaining.
Flash was drafted.
Ah, that's right.
Second stage banned it because drafted Lash.
don't take bonus time execration.
Radiant team
Brood.
pick.
Not a good look.
Medusa.
Really go with the Treant.
Treant Protector.
And now T1 just snatches.
Radiant team
Also,
pick.
Bristleback was first.
Snapfire.
Snapfire.
Dire
Who
team
Nixon
pick.
hasn't also owned. And Doom. Who Nixon hasn't also owned.
You're
Dire
right.
team ban.
Morphling.
But Morphling also is very good against Doom.
Yeah.
This is
And
something that
Snapfire.
they banned the Morphling
Radiant team ban.
You know why?
scooters.
Yeah, because of 80 damage everyone, and you can't pressure him. Very great lane.
And you can steal him, take a Devour, scorch some earth, turn back into Morphling.
So tip for some easy MMR,
Mhm.
Pudge versus Morphling.
10
Laning
seconds
stage, if you
remaining.
manage to snipe him out a couple of times, you're gonna...
Or you just feed.
5 seconds
Or you
remaining.
feed, that's also
Because
possible.
Morphling just owns Pudge.
Yeah.
Right clicks and stuff.
No, because you're gonna lane against 4. You just wait for him to shift a little bit over. The
Mhm.
hook insta gives him.
Dire
I
team
see.
Oh,
ban.
and then
So
he
much
morphs
pure
up just
damage.
in time, and you're like, oh shit, I'm out of
He's
position,
standing right
boys.
next to
There is no way you morph just in time for the hook. Like that's insta connection.
I guess so.
See.
Radiant
But if you
team
miss hooks,
ban.
then probably don't do that.
Yeah, if you don't cheat, then don't do it.
What is Pudge's armor right now?
1.
It's 1? Yeah. So that he still hasn't gotten any buffs to that.
No, he
Shame.
got. He had 0.
He had 0 before? How long ago?
Pudge doesn't need any.
I think it was just recent.
No, really.
It was pretty recent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
10
Pudge
seconds
is really strong.
remaining.
He seems strong.
Needs,
the
he
shard
needs
is...
no buffs. Yeah.
Pretty much everyone unanimously
Dire
thinks the
team
shard and
banning.
the scepter should be reversed.
Radiant team ban.
The shard is way better than the scepter.
I'm
Being
not buying
able to-
Scepter at all. Like,
Yeah, no one
AO
does.
Actually, Scepter versus Morphling is
Got the heal reduction.
heal reduction
That's true.
25% versus all these beefy boys. It's pretty. You don't want to buy it, and it's very.
Play mid Pudge like me.
10 seconds
Find
remaining.
Cloak of Flames.
You play mid. Is there any hero that you don't play mid?
5 seconds remaining.
It doesn't matter. Good enough, you can.
I played mid CM against the core
Mid,
Slark.
Mia Sim's a real thing though.
It is
because She has
good.
the attack speed talent.
Now you go spell them.
Oh.
Yeah,
I see like Deso Mjolnirs.
Nah, that's a meme build.
That's a meme.
You're telling me that your version is not a meme build?
I had Blink Hex. I just jumped on the Slark, hexed him, ulted, he just died instantly.
Oh yeah, and then you got the shard that game also, didn't
Yeah,
you?
it's a ton of damage.
Yeah. What about mid Treant Protector? What would you do on a mid Treant
I mean,
Protector?
I probably like I play stuff that can actually win the game.
Oh, okay.
Radiant
Like-
team pick.
Often Treant makes sense because you can bully, right? But
Yeah.
mid lane, what would you do?
If you're playing unranked versus players that are not your level, right-click them.
True.
With me and
Get like Mask of Madness.
Orb of Corrosion.
Orb
and
of
just
Corrosion.
Dive them
And
with
also
Leech Seed.
disrespectful though.
It's pretty disrespectful.
Yeah.
10
these kids
seconds
gotta learn.
remaining.
The real world.
My favorite
Get
hero,
out of here, bro.
My favorite hero to
5
like
seconds remaining.
crash rank would
Mhm.
be Omni Knight.
Ah, yeah.
You just
People don't know how to
you
handle that.
dive. You
The
just go
hammer
ham.
of purity, dude.
That's
Yeah.
right. Cooldown got buffed.
Pretty bad still.
But that's still like you're just adding so. You're playing Omni mid and then you're dominating as well. Like you're just show off.
You don't feel good about that.
I think my favorite mid hero to own is just PA and lower ranks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's an Invoker middle, thinks he can outplay, you just out CS him, he's like, ah, shit. He wanted him.
Buy a dust.
Yeah.
And what hero art is D1 thinking about right
Dire team pick.
now? Diving deep, this time they go with the puck. Wow.
They thought about the puck.
Wow. Made it all the way to second phase.
Right? It's a really good combo with both the Doom and the Snap because
I mean, I would pick Nyx now if I'm Execration.
Yeah, seriously. It was already good versus the first two heroes.
Or maybe you
10
bait him even
seconds
more, like you don't pick it
remaining.
now, they pick something else as bad against Nyx. And like, ha
5
I would
seconds
pick Nyx
remaining.
because of Doom Snap. This puck is good, but it's not this amazing counter that you have time to react with. But you can't carapace every.
Yeah, but
The orb.
Illusory Orb is like so obvious that you can
Yeah, but
always
you can
walk into
shift.
it. Yeah, but they go so far. How are you going to see Nexus SMP's Vendetta and carapacing from like 10,000 or 1,000 range away?
So you're predicting where he's going to cast the orb, you're running there, and you're running far
Well,
enough
I
to use the
mean-
carapace.
Puck uses it to farm jungle camps, right? So, or lane camps, lane creeps.
Yeah, I'm just
I-
telling you
because
from
I-
what I've seen and from experience, he's good, but he's not as good like versus Lash or
That's true.
some other hero.
Because mainly you want like the mana burn for those other mid heroes. Really, really powerless. What I hope Execration don't do is go for a Willow. I think that is too corny.
Radiant team pick.
Void incarnate.
And now they're waiting for a fourth hero that Nyx is gonna. That's gonna be Batrider for T1, right? And then surely you would pick Nyx Assassin after
This
that.
this should be Doom off lane,
That's true. And Puck mid.
Puck mid, because of that they need
10 seconds
4 or
remaining.
5 right now, and the carry.
How about AM? AM
5
carapace
seconds
yourself into
remaining.
the Battle Fury cleave. Surely that would justify a Nyx Assassin.
And
pick.
T1 is probably going to last pick there. Carry.
Yeah.
So, more control, maybe 5. Some more control or some lane dom.
Plus 5 tiny, let's go.
Wait, this
Time
should be
jump.
Snap 5, right? Like
Dire team pick.
Lion.
more
Yeah.
control. Lion, Shadow Sham versus the exactly what they need.
Psychoanalyzing.
Psychoanalyzing with the webcams. Oh,
10
is Whitemon eating
seconds
again?
remaining.
Right one is
I saw him.
Because they
can't
lost game
lose.
2.
Yeah.
They did lose game two.
Maybe it's his
5
nervous habit.
seconds
He's like,
remaining.
Actually,
eat a
it's my
cheesecake, though.
nervous habit. Like
You stress eat?
if I'm hungry but I'm winning, I cannot eat. I'm fine. But if I'm a little bit hungry and I start losing, there's no way. Munch on something in the games.
Interesting.
he stole my Tupperware bottle.
Is that Tupperware?
Yeah, no wonder I can't find it.
You left it in T1 headquarters.
Mistakes were made, man. Cost me like a whole $1. It was a really good one. It was like a 2.5 liter bottle. Like, you're going to stay hydrated when you
With all the sodium that
play
Dota generates.
Yeah.
Salt is
Mines start running.
Bro, what are Execration doing?
Yeah, thinking.
I see that. Well, actually, I
No,
don't see
no, you
it. I
don't.
see T1 on the screen, but I
Dire
can
team back.
interpret that.
Dark Sea.
Dark Seer 3.
Dog.
Dark
Okay.
Seer 3 and Elastic.
Like a
Shield
Spirit
from the
Breaker.
Lion. Or you
Yeah.
put 3 on the. I would rather see 3 on the off.
Or Nyx Assassin. What the hell?
10
man?
seconds remaining.
Or Spirit Breaker.
5 seconds
That's
remaining.
popular in
Radiant
SEO.
team ban.
Yeah, it's not.
He's good, but he's cooler.
Dire team ban.
Maybe ban out.
I would ban out
versus Darcy.
anti-mage if I'm Execration.
AM and
Radiant
what
team
else?
ban.
Worry about Sven.
Oof.
Wait,
Now this is like a super free AM game.
Yeah, against Darkseer, life would be good in lane.
but why do you ban out Lifestealer?
Because he steals life.
He's alive?
Yeah.
They just don't want people who can deal with Darkseer in lane, it seems like.
But then it should have been
Yeah,
anti-mage.
but Anti-Mage is the
Yeah.
best
10
one.
seconds
But anti-mage is
remaining.
not very meta. Jug and Lifestealer.
Oh, the next ban.
Oh,
last-
T1.
Last ban. Nick.
They know.
Now at Execration. You thought you could save it for last pick. You got
Yeah.
greedy.
Guys, maybe if we can hold them off a little longer. A little longer. Now, what do they need? They need a plus 4 or 5.
I think they should get someone
10
to lane
seconds remaining.
Darkseer. I
Spirit
don't
Breaker.
Thing is, like, if you
5
get something
seconds
like that
remaining.
plus the 3 and you
It's
have
a great
lot of-
lineup.
Sarcasm.
Chat can't see you laughing or your
Radiant
face.
team pick.
Seconds.
Dusk.
They do something. Okay, they go.
Wait. Anti-mage.
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 I love it when anti-mage gets picked when you're like in the client. You just hear anti-mage.
Yeah.
You're like, it's an AM game.
Do you not use the persona?
10 seconds remaining.
I have it, but I can't use my bash.
5 seconds
Oh, the
remaining.
golden immortal bashers?
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you would like here besides AM?
PL is banned. Slark doesn't lane very well. To the Darkseer.
Darkseer Tusk, yeah.
Bristleback is banned.
No.
Maybe some range hero, but I mean, even Drow Ranger is pretty risky. It's gonna get on top of you.
Deuce is
Darkseer
banned
Tusk.
out.
AM sounds
And
like
I feel
the
it's a
best
free
option,
AM
yeah.
game, but if they don't want to do that, then
Troll.
AM or Slark, I guess.
yeah, Slark is really risky against Darkseer though. Tough lane. 23.
Face
Put
the
your voids out
void.
Choose
there.
your hero.
Void.
We've seen the same
Void is good.
approach. Yeah, versus,
Void is good.
versus
I mean,
Darkseer.
that just shows me 23 is not a boss. So.
Yeah, but for the team, Void is much. You have Snapfire now. You have
Yeah.
that combo.
That's what you think. But,
AM
but now you have a Lion faces Void lane. Like AM faces Void is actually a kill threat.
I'm not a fan of 5 Lion over. You haven't seen it all. Was it 4 Lion? Sure. 5 Lion, and you don't farm buy that Blink Dagger early on. It's mostly you that feeds first. Spirits and Morphic.
Isn't Snapfire pretty trash too against
10
Morphling?
seconds remaining.
Because they have fire.
5 seconds remaining.
The coin until
Till
you
you get
get what you
X.
want.
Do you want?
I'm gonna go with T1 as well. I think this Morphling is not gonna have a good time. Might have a good lane, but later on you're playing into Silences, you're playing into Chronosphere, you're playing into Lion. So much stuff that Morphling players they don't love to play into. I'm gonna go with them. Vacuum into Snowball combo?
I don't know. I'm gonna. My courier got the last one wrong, but I'm gonna ask him again. T1 Execration.
Prepare for battle.
Greatest tragedy of
T1
our
would be pretty
eon.
cool. Yeah. All right. That's cool. I didn't totally. That didn't come from me. Gotta cover up the courier. Make sure that his secrets aren't told. Stand in front. He's also holding my arcane blink.
And you're
Hopefully
not that far. Maybe he's holding a branch and a tango. So let's check this one out. They have a combo. Combo is vacuum into Therian Protector ulti, possibly keep them inside. Illusions, they deal the damage. Ion Shells. But I'm really worried because you have Doom. I also want to see what his itemization is going to be like.
Greetings!
Whether it's a Mantis style or a Lincoln Sphere.
To battle.
We covered the China region as well. Chinese players, whenever they're playing against Doom, it's a rush. They go for that Lincoln Sphere just to have something, because they don't have any other abilities that can pierce them other than Lion. Lion has couple, but other heroes, they don't have anything. So I feel like it should be a good Lincoln Sphere game.
Yeah, we'll have to
The battle
see how quickly he
begins.
can get the Lincolns. I like Lincolns, but I don't know. I'm always expecting more from a Morphling. Feels like sometimes the Lincolns kind of slows down that big burst of what a Morph can do. And by the time you get to that point, that's
Why you
why
expect
behind.
more from Morphling?
Yes.
Okay.
Glad you caught that one. But, you know, at that point, it's like you're dealing with a lot. You get that Lincolns, and it's like, oh, I can block Doom, but now I'm in a Chrono, now I'm in a
Bottom
Dream
lane.
Coil.
No creep wave. They have 0 creeps. Double Ion Shell on the creep wave, so Faithless Void will farm under the tower. I don't think he minds. I don't think Faithless Void cares too much about this. And he also starts with the Time Walk, which I like. So no random bashes. We'll be able to secure every single last hit.
Right, 3 for 3. There it is. There's the 4th, and they're going to continue to Ion Shell the creep wave. Oh, Ion Shell Whitemon. He's burning pretty heavily, or getting plasma. I don't know what
I think Faithless Void should just stay here, and the Lion tanks it. Lion does not get any XP.
Carl? Dying in that mid lane.
What I think Lion can possibly do is just run top, and if there's, and potentially have aggressive tri-lane, keep Faceless Void farming underneath the tower. He gets the levels, gets more points in the Time Walk, and if they threaten the bottom lane, then he can TP. But now he's dead.
Tag team Shard. They're both level 2. It's a very easy kill. And Carl does in fact die over mid.
Trouble grasping cause and effect.
It should not happen. This was not even close. Void Spirit, almost full HP. It's a better matchup for Void Spirit until Puck starts to get levels. He's never going to feel comfortable playing in that Dream Coil, but this is a good start for Yowie.
You see what 23 is already queued up. Potentially towards the Diffusal.
Mana burn against Void. We've seen a lot of carries also not going for Battle Furies anymore. They just love to have that Diffusal Blade, Maelstrom, so they can fight earlier with the team.
11 and 2 right now, make it 12 and 2. It was a good 2-man stun from Whitemon bottom, but it doesn't turn into anything. There's not much more there unless you somehow secure multiple bashes in her. Nico out of mana.
Got it.
I guess we won't be seeing more of those Ion Shells, at least just yet. Until he gets himself a little bit of mana regen. So they've burned through all this, and there it is. There's the bottle refill. BDZ, he got that bottle refilled. He gives it back over to Nico. Now he's got a little bit more mana to play with. On misses for Whitemon. Bashes onto Nico. That might be the saving grace for Whitemon, but he's vacuum backed. Ion Shell on top of him. They're healing up Nico as he does this. Whitemon just surviving, and he gets to survive the botch stun.
Looking at the top lane, Morphling free farming. I don't think they can stop him at all, especially now with the 2 points in attribute shift.
Ooh, Nico. He might just die here and needs one more shot to kill him. And there it is for 23.
Glad we
Big
can
kill.
meet.
Whitemon uses healing salve immediately on him. And you just get the power charge. A bit of a Calais there for me, at least. They get a kill on RR. Interesting.
Got the kill into the tree, and big kill for them to get. Cuckoo currently sitting here at 18 and 4. I'm gonna take a peek over at the net worth because I know you're on top of it. Confirm my suspicions.
Is it confirmed?
It is. By gold over the Void Spirit. Shards blocking Whitemon, but he got a 2-man stun. All they need is a bash on BDZ. Vacuum though, no bashes, no bashes, no bashes.
Oh,
Radiant's
that's
bottom
big.
tower
That's
is under
pretty
attack.
big. Like one hit, and then you get yourself to almost level 5. Mid lane.
Carl, he's in trouble too. He survived this. Waning Rift gets the silence. What did he kill him with?
Bargain something of
Right clicked
little
him?
value.
Through the tree?
Okay, production,
Radiant
please. I
structures
want
are
to see this one
fortified.
again. It feel like he didn't even hit
Radiant's
it.
bottom tower
At least on
is
my
under
screen.
attack.
And after Nico, they catch him. Time walk. Hex. There's the bash. Could have used that.
They need another one. There's another one. Okay, they get the
Radiant's
kill.
middle
Alright, so
tower
he
is
stacked up
under
his luck
attack.
a little bit.
Because it didn't happen before, so we're gonna see that one again.
Waning Rift and
How does he see him there? There's no ward. It's like 300 plus attack range as well. He goes through the threes and hit it. Very interesting.
in the old. Now it's level 6. Snowball coming in, and they've got the Nico coming over. Vacuum back. Carl dead back to back.
I knew they had vac, but I'm talking about vacuum in this game. Didn't know they had a real vac, you know, because this Void Spirit. What's his attack range? 200. That didn't feel like 200.
No.
So third death on Carl. His game kind of done.
He doesn't even have Dream Carl yet.
Yeah, no Dream Carl available. Not level 6 yet. Face Void will be level 6 after this creep wave and going straight into the Fusel Blade. No mask. I would love maybe
Dire's
to see the
middle
mask
tower
if there's
is under attack.
some pressure put on him just so he can farm the jungle as well.
Right.
Maybe he's depending on finding mask, the neutral item. We'll see. Chrono available. They are going bottom as well.
Get the kill onto this Doom. They look over
Radiant's
at
top
Nico.
tower is under attack.
Got the Starfire here. I don't think they need the
No need for
Chrono.
Chrono.
23 with another kill. All right.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So 1K lead here for Execration. They got the kill onto the Doom. He still
Radiant's
sits
top
top of the
tower
net
is
worth.
under attack.
And 23, despite his struggles, is at the top of the block. Carl low once again. The earn though, it's enough.
Getting a cookie as if I see some.
The shards, they get the kill, the Hex, Scatter Blast, BDZ ends up getting traded, but that is Carl dead again for the fourth time.
I'm scratching my head right now. Fourth death, something I have not seen in quite some time. He got solo killed twice, that we also don't see because there are a lot of runes to be picked up, so everyone's staying healthy, staying hydrated. Chrono available, so if they decide to rotate one hero, they could potentially get a kill on Nico again.
We'll see if they want to play aggressive on this Dark Series. Getting a couple of bashes, some that he should have used before, or should have had before. He didn't toggle a bash. Nico continuing to stay middle of the pack, and now Doom's towards the mid pack too. This is, you know, not familiar territory for the Doom, and he might just be dead. Easy coming in, wait for him forward. Cuckoo, very gone. Palace with the kill there. 3 heroes up towards top.
Right now they have 2 big abilities that they want to use. They want to use Doom, and they also want to use the Chrono.
Radiant's top
They
tower
have
is under
easy
attack.
level 6 already.
This is what I was worried about, because 23 Savage, he has no way of healing at all. So 2 Iron Shell on a creep wave brings him down to almost half, even less than half HP. 1/3 at the moment.
Shards just off the mark. Easy's doing the work this
They're
game.
going for Nico. He needs to be careful. 23 Savage. He can't go in. Like, he's gonna die. He needs to kill the creeps first.
And they'll go after this Darkseer. They don't even need 3.
And they have a healing salve from Zephyr, keeping that Chronosphere Dream alive. That was close. Maybe if he used Vacuum 0.3, 0.5 seconds later, he could have potentially gotten a kill.
It was certainly very close. 23 almost dying there. But the supports take care of business. I mean, that's the strength of these two supports, for sure.
Light is level 6. White Monster is not having a good time. This is a big kill. Finger available, stun.
Yeah, you'll
They
use
even
the
bring
finger.
23 Savage, just in case he wants to do some kind of shenanigans. Pot Coil available. Supports are doing so much work for T1 right now.
Dream Coil down, and that's going to be onto the Tusk, holding the Mortimer's Kisses, but now he's silenced, and he won't be able to survive. To get the kill there onto the Tusk, we did have Snowball, I believe, but since he got silenced, couldn't get it off, and they used that.
Leash Mechanic can get it off, then all-time silence from Carl.
Yeah, he was hoping maybe preemptively than done, but he just gets caught out.
23 Savage was thinking about what he needs to buy in this game. The Fuse Blade, great against like Mana Burn, against Morphling. He's gonna go in finally with the Chrono
Fire
Cookie.
Snap Cookie, and now the time dilation onto Nico.
Radiant's
Little
bottom
Shredder
tower
starting
is under
to
attack.
try to surge away, and also throws down the
He
wall,
might be
goes
able
into
to
the trees.
get out, maybe.
He doesn't have TP.
No TP means he's stuck.
Radiant are scanning.
Another
Quiet,
surge
though.
available.
And now 23 in some trouble. He time walks, and they've got the Snowball Walrus punch in the kill into 23. So Chrono, Fire Snap, Cookie, all used nothing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Big question mark there. What
Radiant
happened?
structures are fortified.
Also, this is why I don't like only 2 points in the time walk. It's 18-second cooldown, level 2. At least 1 point just so to get out of the trouble, potentially close the gap.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Tower's gone now.
Dire's middle tower
I see a
is
lot of
under
different
attack.
item builds than what's kind of standard. Nico going for a Soul Ring, not a single Null Talisman. I believe Cuckoo, when he played the Darkseer, he went for 3. 3 is a bit too much. 2 feels really good. The Spell Amp, the Mana Regen.
It's a lot of Null Talismans.
White Mon again. If he gets the Hex off, that's the kill.
Little Shredder minus armor with the Earth Spike. They'll get the kill. Carl coming through and getting that one. So he's starting to recover. But now they use 23 again. Green Carl goes down. I've got the Mortimer's Kisses right on top of these two heroes. Now with the Waning Rift, the silence, is it going to be enough to kill off the Void Spirit? No, he's already retreating.
It's a good combo that they got. Coil into Mortimer's, and I like how Carl is just keeping the silence until Coil is about to snap, and then he uses it just to prolong the duration where they can't use any abilities.
Okay, Palace getting the
Radiant's
benefits of
bottom
that
tower is under
Doom
attack.
Morph, getting the Devour.
Get that easy gold.
My waters rise.
Shouldn't he have... If he turns, I didn't check, like he should be able to have the benefit from the creep.
Scepter, the Remnant, Snowball, Walrus Punch, all there for a kill on a White Mon. This is a bit more of what we saw
Dire's middle tower is
from
under
Execration in game number 2, where they just overwhelmed T1. Even though 23 did ultimately get a decent chunk of farm, it just wasn't enough.
The Fusel Blade is done, so a lot of damage is gonna be dealt by this Faceless Void. This time around, no status resistance. Bill wants to have that command to stop the silences.
Wall down, Fire Snap, Cookie to go after Cuckoo. It's a Scatter Blast that got the stun onto this Tusk. And they do a Doom out on the Void Spirit. Finger there to kill off PDZ, but that's only one kill.
That's the problem. Whenever you play against the Centaur and Darkseer, Doom, you need to either have Darkseer killed, or you need to know that there's enough lockdown after you use Doom. So there's gonna be Surge / Stampede type of a play. Needs to be very careful how you uses the next Doom. Going into pipe, next item. Just wants to be able to tank up. No Hand of Midas or anything.
Sitting top of the net worth. Yasha going into the Manta. Let's see if 23 is
Radiant
more
structures
active now that
are
he's got this
fortified.
Diffusal Blade. You think they should bring back Diffusal level 2?
No, I think right now is in a pretty good state. You feel 1 damage per mana burn.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The Aether Remnant lands on a Carl. The extra step forward, Snowball. No, that's going to be avoided via the phase shift. They got the vacuum back on a Carl. Fire Snap he doesn't land. 4 heroes have rotated over for T1 and they come up empty-handed.
Let me tell you a story what was happening in Dota 1. You had Diffusal Blade, Warlock uses Golem, and you instantly kill it because it was a purge, it was a dispel.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So sometimes you had heroes who don't even buy Diffusal when they were playing against Warlocks just to be able to kill them instantly. Fun stuff, good old times. Especially for Warlock players. People were still
Radiant
picking it.
are scanning.
Even though that it could just get countered. Like,
Dire are scanning.
Harm unseen.
see him trying to truck along, farm away. He's in about 1,000 gold behind this
I told you which item he's gonna find. Possessed Mask done. Has that lifesteal, has a bit more agi, more damage, and has that sustain. We can farm the Ancients efficiently with it.
It's the perfect drop.
Radiant's
Seems
top
to be,
tower is under attack.
Addition as a lot of perfect drops throughout the season.
Got it.
Dagger for the Treant. That'll be some gold away, but I really like it. That blink into the overgrowth. Now they'll spot him. They've got the Hex, the little Shredder, the minus armor is there. First spike in with the review of Waning Rift of Carl. Kill off this Treant, but they do finish off the Manta on Morphling, going Manta E-Blade.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Carl managed to recover. He has the same amount of farm as Void Spirit at the moment, which is pretty impressive. Void Spirit killed him 2 times alone, and then managed to kill him 2 times with like 2 supports. Did so much work on T1. Those smoke ganks early on, they found the perfect targets, they killed Void Spirit, they found Morphling, they were setting up kills for Faceless Void in the lane.
Zephyr's 1-0-8. Done so much so far. He's 1-0-8 and he's still somehow sitting bottom. Feels.
That means that
Dire's
you should be getting creeps instead of heroes. He is sitting at the bottom of that board, but the rest of the team is doing really well. You have 23 Savage, 7.7k. Doom is also up there. Once Morphling finishes the Manta style, already done, going into E-Blade next. I still feel it's a good Link and Sphere game. Just that first initiation.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Maybe third item here. Wants to have a bit more burst damage, especially for the supports. Even Void Spirit, who does not have a defensive item yet.
Void Spirit going next. So there's the comp. Vacuum into Resonant Pulse Silent. All 5 heroes.
It's not that bad. Like, Overgrowth is good. Dream Protector. This is the item that we see. Double Fillet. Drop for both teams. This is the dream. Let's see who decides to hold it. I think Snapfire gets a bit more farm priority here. And then, like, you get a mech on the other side. Like, you can even give it to Darkseer. I would not mind seeing Darkseer, because he's one of the few heroes that are not 4 or 5 that can hold it, like Zeus Tinker type of a hero.
Yeah, and they're trying to get the kill here onto RR, who I think is Philosopher's Stone, as he does. Overgrowth, Palos, waveform away, lose your orb. Is he going to jaunt to it? Yes, he will. All right, Adapt to Strike, Scatter Blast doesn't land.
So yeah, Holy Locket, amplifying
Radiant's
the healing,
top tower is
and
under
having
attack.
that instant heal on Analyze. I think this item is in a pretty good state. Maybe if price drops by 100, you can invest into it. I feel like that would be a really good
Radiant's
investment.
middle tower is under attack.
Might even see it on some different heroes. Anything that has any kind of heal, I wouldn't mind seeing it. Because you get the charges more often, from 15 to 10 seconds and 7.29.
Yeah, so you're just constantly getting all these charges. Definitely feels like a first item for Tree. Good first. Holding that Philosopher's Stone. Wing Dagger Friar, we'll see if that's the case. Does finally grab that goal.
Haven't seen Chronosphere in a very long time. They're trying to set it up on Faceless Void. They have those 2 silences plus Overgrowth. Who's sitting behind him? White Mon, that should be a kill.
time walk away. Her spike in, and hits onto the board. They've got the Aether and the triple comes out, but it's only out of the tunnel. One of their pieces, they get the curve to 23. Can they get anything to return this for the side of T1? Don't do it enough, but finally the finger, they'll get the cone of BDC, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade so far. Her spike lands on the board, but they've got the fire snap. Go get the Aether and they launch some Snapfire. They have the Hex, the control here. They drop back on 23 to get this cone of Palos, and they will finish him off.
He was watching that fight. I could feel that he was watching. Do I need to buy back? Now they need to get something out of this. So they need to get this Roshan potentially. Not sure if they have enough damage to actually bring it down. So not that good of a buyback. Who got the last hit? Goku. At least they needed to give the last hit to Faceless Void if possible. Not the mana drain. Against Morphling, always gonna be good. Mana burn, anything.
Radiant are scanning.
You have Medallion and you have a little Shredder. Is that enough to get Road?
Maybe they could have.
Overgrowth?
Like the rest of the team doesn't deal that much damage, so could be a bit problematic. Carl, just toying with Treant at the moment.
User Orb, staying with RR. It's got help. I want to dive that tower.
Dire's
So in the end,
top tower
23
is under
Savage
attack.
changes his item build, decides I need S and Y for some status resistance, a bit more tankiness instead of Manta. Like he can Manta style off those silences, but there's always the second charge. He can dispel the overgrowth. What carries like to build against the Treant Protector, but seems like he changed his mind.
Yeah, now the thing is though, he's gotta work the gold to get this buyback money back that has slowed down his game a little bit. Morphling sitting top of the net worth. This is certainly a scary few minutes here for T1 because you lose the Void, he's dead for a long time.
You lose the Void, you lose Roshan. That's how it is. Tusk picking up a Blink Dagger, so they have another way of saving people. He can stand further behind. Very hard to play Tusk into any kind of leash mechanic, into Grimstroke, into Puck.
So now maybe you have that opportunity. Back,
sit back,
goes
exactly.
down. There you go. You have your op. Because before, if you get leashed, you have to maybe risk it, snap it, then maybe hope that you're alive still after you snap the dream.
Oh, gotta love those hope moments in Dota. I hope that I don't die if I just pretend that I'm being AFK. Or I'm so worthless in terms of net worth.
They'll ignore me.
They'll ignore me, exactly.
Dire are scanning.
BKB down on Doom on top of Pipe, so he's gonna be pretty safe. They have two abilities that go through Magic Immunity, Overgrowth, and Punch, but he should feel pretty safe. Morphling about to finish off his E-Blade, so supports need to be very careful. Blink Dagger is done on Lion, so they could potentially get the play on
Radiant's
Morph.
top tower
Can be
is under
bursted if he
attack.
does not get the shift off. Smoke from T1.
Let's see what they could do with this. Cuckoo holding on to the Purge.
They know something is up. They saw the Insight Aura from Pipe in the river on the creeps and they decided to fall back. Something that sometimes you forget about it. You know, that auras can be seen.
Walrus Punch, Fire Snap Kuki trying to get some distance at Soma, who's Sons of Cuckoo as well as Zephyr. They've got the head to use the Inferno Blade finger there for the finish on the BDZ. Axe picked up, Doom Coil onto the high ground. The Axe catches the Void Spirit. This is coming, he wheels up into the air. He's A-OK for now. They've got the Doom ready to throw. If they can find somebody, 23 moving in with the Time Lock, and then the Adaptive Strike as well as the Nature's Grasp comes down on top of him. It's not a lot of damage. All they get is the Tusk.
I'm not sure. They have enough damage, but there's still going to be 5 heroes alive, so going into Roche Pit could be a bit risky. Also, every single time I see Faceless Void, tier 2 items, Nether Shawl, because why not? Just give him that 25% magic resist.
Always.
And it's also spell damage, so your time lock, magical damage. Amplify that. Not the biggest deal, but it's all about that magic resist. You get a better hood.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
dagger for the Lion, so let's see if he can make a big move here, get that blink, Earth Spike as well as the heck.
Time is money.
I would like to see more mobility for the Doom. It's another Doom game where we don't see the blink or anything, but he's not holding War Stomp right now.
He's holding a Purge, which is much better, being able to purge off Living Armor, purge off Surge, Iron Shells,
Radiant structures
even
are fortified.
Resonant Pulse, like that's also purgeable.
Break down the plays a
By
little bit more.
purgeable, we mean dispellable, but I like how that, like, it was a, I'm not sure if it was at the start of Dota 2, but back in Dota 1 days, it was called Purge.
Up for Carl. He's got this blink on Tran. Back gold. Is he still holding the fill?
He is.
Because I was wondering if he would blink and then maybe pass it to the darts here.
That actually is okay. Right now, he just wants. Thank you. Like, maybe it would be okay to give him until he farms the axe, and then you can keep it. But that's also not the hero that wants to hold it. Already has a blink dagger. Sometimes you see that Philosopher's Stone, because you lose damage. You lose quite a lot of damage because of the Walrus Punch.
And Doom, it lands. They've got the Earth Spike, the Silence, all onto the Morphling. Can they get the kill here? Onto this Morph. It's the Dream Coil coming in from Carl onto two of these heroes, so there's no save right now for the Tusk. They've got the Inferno Blade.
There's the Chrono.
It's on the 3. It does lock up the Doom, but I think that's going to be fun. They've got the Earth Spike following it up onto the Void Spirit as well as this Tusk. Vacuum. Nothing there because the wall was already dropped down, but the Bash is out on the way. Dissimulate. Finger hits, and he gets the kill. He'll take out the Void Spirit. That's 3 heroes dead. Not avoiding the fire snap. Nico looking next. Triple kill here for Carl. And it is, in fact, looking spicy.
It is. They get the Doom off on Morphic. We got the shift off, but still, they have enough lockdown. The coil, everything from Lion pretty much. And this Purge actually doing so much work in the fights. Like, you can see the Doom purging off those Iron Shells, the Surges, Living Armor, so much stuff that he can do with it. The coil after that on Morphling, no status resistance whatsoever, so the coil is going to last for a very long time, and the perfect setup for a Chrono. Now they're going to go inside the mid. 23 will be the one picking it up. He bought back, so next time he dies, if he dies, he tried to go for a play. I thought he might jump in, try to steal it, but did not happen.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Lemon's dead. 23, Walrus Punch, Snowball, they've got the control. Yule's Dream Coil, that's going to come through. Is it going to be enough to save 23? He's under the tower, but now
Dynamite, you can't get it off. Like, Morphling, when he turns into Faceless Void and uses that on you, like, you need to be able to dispel it. So right now I see Ogre Axe, so that means he's going into BKB, even though he has Scotty queued up after the Corin. So BKB is kind of necessity, so you can just go in and deal the damage. Cuckoo's still going with them, but needs to be a bit more careful.
This game back to even. Now look how long 23's dead for. It was 85 seconds.
That buyback.
Radiant structures
Kicking
are
in.
fortified.
See the downsides of it. Back to him on the 3.
Wall that's going to come through. They've got the silence through from the Void Spirit. They get the kill on a Zephyr. They look over at Cuckoo. Caught the BKB, but the Overgrowth came in, keeping him close. Shards push Cuckoo away. E-Blade there. They drop down the Sentry. They're trying to keep up with this Doom. Palos diving the tier 2. Adaptive Strike, not enough damage. And now BDZ wants the snowball. He wants to keep up with Carl.
And he gets out. It's very important that Carl gets out there. They
Radiant's
lost
middle tower
just a
is
Snapfire.
falling.
Could have been a disaster. Whitemon uses Shadow Amulet, pulls off a
Radiant's
champion
middle
Doom.
tower is under attack.
Doom very happy that he manages to survive. They still lose a tier 1 tower on the mid lane. So once Faceless Void is up again, they have a Chrono. But I feel that they will play it safer. Wait until Faceless Void gets a BKB and then smoke up and get another fight.
Yeah, despite the last fight with the Chrono going well, been all Execration.
Just very busy, but not gone.
Glimmer Cape, he throws down a Sentry trying to look out and scout for vision. Both these supports have blinks. You need to be careful if you're 23. The remainder voided, silence is there, shards, money, but they don't want to die.
Morphling
Dire's
finishing
bottom
off
tower is
his
under attack.
BKB. And going into Lincoln's neck. I thought that Lincoln's might be his third item. He decided to swap things around a bit.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Shipped out to the Faceless Void. Okay.
What surge is this?
He subscribed for that Prime.
She was almost there for the Doom. Execration, though, they're in a great spot.
Do they? I'm still favoring T1 here. They get the better initiation.
I think getting those kills put them in a great spot. They felt like they falling behind 4K deficit could have turned into more, but you get the 2 kills.
Still respecting Morphling.
Yeah.
You know, his E-Blade, his damage output is insane. We saw a bit of a combo, what they can do. It was a 5-man back into silence. If they have Overgrowth ready on top of it, could be a bit tricky.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Quiver, Mindbreaker.
Almighty money.
See if he passes that Mindbreaker off to someone, maybe the Doom, even.
I think he should be the one holding the Mindbreaker. You don't care too
Dire's
much
top
about the
tower is
evasion
under
here.
attack.
Maybe, you know, he's thinking about the illusion. So right now, something that 23 Savage does is he uses a lot of neutral items. He has 4 at the moment. It feels like it's
bottom
the
tower is under
back
attack.
when the neutral items were being
Dire's
introduced.
top
When you saw
tower is under
Huskar
attack.
holding 4 neutral items,
Cuckoo caught.
nothing wrong there.
Wall down, and Vacuum actually doesn't land.
I can try to understand like what he's doing. He's gonna keep that
Dire's
Nether
top
Shawl
tower has fallen.
in case he's split pushing, and then you have like a bit more magic resistance. You could potentially get the stuff off. He has Possessed Mask if you need to heal up, but the Mindbreaker, I think that's offensive item. Like it's such a great tool against the Void Spirit, against the Morphling, getting that silence. It's a long duration silence. Before it was 1.5, now it's 175.
That is a lot of micromanaging your inventory.
It is, and he decides to get rid of a couple of those. So BKB done on him.
Smoked up. Are in a perfect position to break the smoke, and there it is. Throw down the vision, and they can't even get to him.
Dire's middle tower is under
Really well
attack.
done. Couple of sentries near each other on that high ground. They avoid that, maybe even thinking of smoking themselves. They have smokes available. In a creep wave, they back off immediately. They smoke up. Cuckoo in the front, he'll break the smoke, but he's not going to be so fortunate to get out of there unscathed. Overgrowth already used. Chrono, but there's the Yule. So they stopped 23 in his tracks, but they got the Dream Coil down onto the tree, and as well as Palace. No. Wintermare's Kiss is coming in onto RR.
A lot of misused abilities. No BKB on Morph. No Overgrowth. Like, Overgrowth needs to be used for the combo. Like, you need to pull at least 2-3 people inside.
Time walked off, but Execration, they want to go in again. Use that second smoke that was on the Treant. Not gonna find anybody. They're walking through mid.
They know something is up. T1 is drawing on the minimap. Hold the high ground. Everyone falls back. Effer got the buyback, so he will fish for any kind of information, and they're ready to back him up.
bottom tower is under attack.
Got the abs
Dire's
now on
top
Carl.
tower is under attack.
And, ooh, Nightmon taking that 70 max health per finger kill of death.
Makes him very tanky.
A prize.
It's 5 stacks, which is okay for 30 minutes. Position 5 Lion.
Good health.
So Shiva's Guard will reduce the healing. I see Faceless Void going into Scotty next. It's a lot of time that he needs to get the Faceless Void. Morphling staying very far ahead. 4,000. He has an extra item pretty much.
Roche potentially back up in 40. We'll see if they posture near this and how quickly it's going to spawn. That minimum respawn timer.
Radiant's top tower is under
This
attack.
is a tough Roche fight for Execration. Fighting in a Dream Coil, Chrono,
Same
Mortimer's
goes
Kisses.
for T1. Fighting into Dream Protector, ulti, Vol, one of the best abilities inside the pit. So they need to be careful. Roshan may respawn in 10 seconds. There is a smoke from T1. Still tier 1 tower, full HP thanks to Dream Protector.
It's going to be instant. So Roche is back up.
Let's see if they decide to check it. You can't check inside the pit with careers anymore.
I'm blind. They need glasses now.
Dire are scanning.
I think a lot of Dota players are like that. It's not gonna be the fastest spawn.
It's always long.
Dire's
I
middle
can
tower
see
is
many
under attack. Radiant are
Short
scanning.
durations with Roche. I always feel like it's max duration or nothing.
Nothing doesn't spawn at all. Like, sorry, second Roshan is not at
Dire's
home.
structures are fortified.
He went out. The holiday. And Chrono. Through just the Void Spirit, they've got the Mortimer's Kisses coming in from a distance. The fingers used to get the Kodioe. Now they look over at this Tusk who's hit with the Earth Bandage. Mana drain. Blade thrown over. Her spike from Palos, who turned into the Lion. They've got the Depths coming out onto the darts here. They get the kill on RR. That's going to be 3 dead with buyback coming up for the Tusk. Now let's look at the darts here. They will go their bashes out. He's zoomed up. This is big problems here for Palos. And they will lose this Morphling. It's a full 2-1. They fall back on Tusk.
He's gonna die again.
Punch, try to kill Whitemon, but this Lion is not killable.
Oh man, what an initiation. Like, he catches only Void Spirit, but that's the target they needed to take out. It's a fully 9-second shiny BKB that he did not get the pop.
Dire's
No
middle
buyback
tower
on him.
has
Finally, they
fallen.
take a tier 1 tower on the mid after that. But
The
this
line
is
literally
yeah,
empty.
it's just a lot of gold. I think they got 7,000-8,000 gold from that fight.
Look at that too. Like,
So yeah,
you just got to use
it
nothing.
looks, you know, only 1-man Chrono. They follow it up, they blow him up instantly. Then 2-man Coil, and check Darkseer's mana. His mana completely gone just from phases voiding
Radiant's
these fights.
bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures
While you're watching
are
that,
fortified.
also put one eye on the
Your shrine has fallen
Here's
to
a
the
Void
Radiant.
Spirit. Gets the stuns out. Like, he did so much work in this fight. Man, he looks
Whitemon, in the first
So
season, he was very impressive as a position 5. I think for me, the standout player. Same goes for, like, Yopaj, I would say. They're not playing the same role, but definitely, like, you can see what Whitemon does. Second season, and also first season, like, the man could make I Eat, You Watch Me Eat type of a show. And in the second season, we heard his beautiful voice, what he can do with it. And then, yeah, now with the Lion again. So he's a man of multiple talents.
yes, multifaceted. Going for that Aether Lens. Leveler, all right, 23. Take that, Ninja Gear.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sapphire holding on this Philly Stone has 11,000 net worth.
You said that, you know, he was struggling, even though he was involved in pretty much all of the kills early on, but that Philosopher's Stone and won that, the extra gold that you get from not just Philly, but being alive,
Yeah.
it's always going to be good.
So what did he start? 1-0-8. Since then, he's 2-1-10.
So now you have Scotty, you do not have a Spirit Vessel, what I call the Holy Trinity anti-morph items, but they have Scotty, they have Shiva's Guard.
Not even top of the net worth, but look at that. Look at the top of the net worth. All 3 cores on T1 have 20k.
Literally same amount of farm.
Yeah. They're all just kind of going back and forth with each other. Anything you can do, I can do better. And then they're all saying no.
Radiant
What was that
are
song again?
scanning.
Better by the original.
Okay. So Morphling, Lincoln's done, going into Sphere. Going into Sphere, what am I saying? He has a Lincoln Sphere going into Scotty. A lot of those ultimate orbs.
A lot of spheres.
Arcane
Radiant's
power.
top
Point
tower is
booster,
under
that's a
attack.
sphere. Lincoln's
Time is
is a
money.
sphere. And the ulti orbs that were there to build them, all spheres.
He's quick. Blocked really quick on those fingers. Greetings. He had a horrible start. He did not die a single time after those 4 deaths in the laning stage. So he's right now 9, 4, and 8.
Dire's bottom tower is
Yeah.
under attack.
Really putting it
Dire's
together.
structures are fortified.
Finishing the Aether Lens,
Radiant's
which then
top
goes
tower
into the
is under
Octarine
attack.
core here for Doom.
Got it.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Cuckoo.
attack.
Going cuckoo for cooldown.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Blowing the cuckoo downs.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This Purge, man, I just love how he keeps that. There's no way he gets rid of this creep.
He's been holding it the whole game.
Dire's
Just
bottom
the spell
tower
mechanic,
is under
it's so
attack.
good, and it's slow cooldown.
Radiant's
It's
top tower is under
2.3
attack.
seconds with Octarine core, duration 5 seconds, so extra slow. Getting rid of a lot of these abilities. You can't run away with Surge anymore against this Doom. But still love if he gets a Blink Dagger. I don't think Blink Dagger is a bad idea. What's the cooldown right
Dire's
now
bottom
with
tower
the
is under attack.
Arcane Rune? It's 1.6 seconds. Doom cooldown 76.
Infernal Blade 2.1. God. Hit Shard, just throw Infernal Blade constantly.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Not more about the Devour Gold. 30-second cooldown.
40 gold. Show me the money.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, Shredder, they've got
Dire's
2
middle
siege
tower
creeps
is
here.
under
Going
attack.
for the tier 2 over mid.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Take of the tower, and now they might even pressure the high ground.
20 seconds until Aegis is reclaimed.
Timings could be something that Execration can take advantage of, but it's very tough. Again, everything up here for
Dire's
T1.
middle
Low
tower
Shredder, the
is
minus
under
armor
attack.
on the tower, and knowing that Aegis is expiring, they will time walk and back away.
Also, 23 holding a Trickster Cloak. Leveler is good for fighting. It's good for the attack speed, armor, sieging the buildings. But when he's not, he's gonna keep that Trickster Cloak in. So another form of initiation, a bit more magic resistance, evasion. I just love how he's handling those neutral items.
Yeah, like I said, the micromatch, just all these neutral items seems to be a bit overwhelming. At least for me. He's got it perfectly contained. He's also got this shard to work with, so he's got the reverse time walk, be in and out. Boost on, wax off. He's almost level 25, there it is. He'll take the 20% back track. He's almost finished off the MKB. A lot working here for T1 coming into the next fight, because they also had 25 on Carl, who's got the plus 250 waning Rift AoE in range.
Radiant are scanning.
Hex onto the Tusk, not moving in yet.
Smoke, they want to go in. And this Trickster Cloak can make the difference. You do not have a sentry, he lands a good chrono on 2-3 heroes, or just one.
Lincoln's hot chrono there, but they're going to go to the backlines. They've got the side of the rest of the heroes. There's the Mortimer's kisses the walls down with the Dream Coil coming down on a 2. Take out Palos. They end up losing White Bomb, but the Dream Coil onto both the Void Spirit as well as the Tusk makes problems for Execration. They've got the Fire Snap quickly that lands on a BDZ. They get the kill on the Tusk. They look over for the Void Spirit, who will use that Astral Step to try and get some distance into the trees. He's spotted, but not stopped.
No
Dire's
bashes,
top
Doom was not
tower is
close
under
to use
attack.
the Infernal Blade. But the 2 big kills. Morphling did not get the shift off again. So they get the kill. Next Roshan may respawn in 50 seconds, but yeah, also Morphling respawning in 50 seconds, so they have enough time to try to siege, deal some damage to the towers.
17k deficit. Roche potentially up soon.
And Buck finds
Dire
a very
are
good item
scanning.
for himself, Timeless Relic. 25% debuff duration on the silences, on his Dream Coil duration, the stun.
Silence.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Carl?
Silence. Here I am.
Oh,
He found him. He knows where he is, but the flicker.
Turn around.
He's trying to juke. Oh, Dream Coil, all right.
That Dream Coil
BKB.
missed.
Yeah, he avoided it. Went a little bit north. Oh my god.
Avoid
Astral
spirit.
stab,
Dire's
flicker,
bottom tower
dissimulate,
is under attack.
finally silent, fuels into the air. And now 3 here.
Another flicker in a second.
Silence, Infernal Blade. There's the Hex. All right.
Finally, they bring him down. It took them a while. Almost had the Eon Disc ready
nice spot,
again, maybe
Nico.
with one more juke.
Drops the wall. Vacuum, the bashes all coming in. Nico trying to surge away. Carl on this one again. More of those kisses are down. And they got a long-range finger from White
May you
Mud.
ride on leather seconds.
And this game just falling apart for Execration. It kind of feels like it's always the same thing for Execration. They win game 1, possibly, or just one game in the whole series, and then they crumble in the 3rd game.
I mean, this is a big one for them too, because I would almost go as far as to say winning this, putting them at 4-2, could have been major deciding.
Yeah, this is a big one for them. Because the team looked, we talked about it, the panel mentioned it, how they looked more stable in the 2nd season after changing the players. And they do. Like, this team is really good. It's just sometimes they need that tiny bit of extra thing that could possibly, you know, skyrocket them into the major.
Yeah, and with a victory here, if they had gotten it, they are up against Lilgun in their final match. That could have, it literally could have been, we're going to end 5-2, and that was the number needed for the major in the last season. But now, it could be potentially 4-3 where they
Your
sneak out on the top.
fallen to the radiant.
Immortality.
Ags picked up for the Faceless Void via the Blessing. Arcane Blink for the Puck. And now they've got the Infernal Blade damage
Faceless
upgraded,
Void
25
has
to 2.
reverse time walk, has level 25 talent, the backtrack. I don't know how you kill this guy. Has the Aghanim Scepter.
Dire's top
Yesterday
tower
I played
is
with a
under
guy
attack.
that you know was clowning on the Faceless Void Octarine for Blink also to reduce the cooldown, the Arcane Blink,
Dire's top tower
and just
has
going in and
fallen.
out. Like, it's one of the most annoying things that I've ever seen. I was a bit worried, but in the end, it works. It actually works. I don't think in a real game you would get Arcane Blink,
Right.
but this time walk, and especially like you also walk green for
Moonwalking back and forth.
This will hasten my footfalls.
Singing into the mic while you do it. Titanic picked up for 23.
Stay
It
near.
just feels that he can't die coil with.
Silence. Greetings.
He's trying so hard. I mean, you whiff the coil, there's no way you're killing him. Hasted Void Spirit with Eon Disc and the Flicker.
Nullifier next.
Talking about the Octarine, Arcane Blink build, Buck has one.
Yeah. And he's happy with that.
So let's check the cooldowns. 5.6 on Orb, 3.9. You can perma-silence people with this, because duration is 425 with the talent. So good luck. Good luck playing against this.
Oh dear.
And also add the Timeless Relic, because this is not the mat with the Timeless Relic. So add the 25% on top of that.
You got this?
Yeah, I got this. It's a 5.3.
That's why we gave you the
Dire's
math.
courier has been killed.
Ooh. That courier goes down with a... So onto the high ground they go. Ashes on LRR. They've got the Solar Crest on him. Right clicks away. There's the vacuum into the wall to get the kill to R. He does have buyback, so he's in immediately. The Aether and locks up 23, but they're just not doing the damage. You're going to time walk over as well. See the Chrono that puts their attention on the Palos. A little Shredder coming in, but is it going to be enough to get the kill onto the Morphling? They got the Dream Coil, there it is. Palos is gone. He'll buy back. 3 buybacks used already from Execration, and they've already taken out RR for a second time. Down for 76 seconds as they look towards the rest. BKB popped by Palos. Towards what? He's got nothing. The E-Blade actually gets thrown back his way. He knew the Lotus Orb was on the snap.
Perhaps
They got the snowball going over. Kills off Zephyr. He's got buyback. White Man falls back as well. Or his punch into the air. He's not working with any mana, but they still have Carl behind him. They'll pop the Lincolns on a Palos. Palos with the time walk away. More in the faces void. They've got the silence on a Bolt Seeker as well.
It's just perma silence. You can't play Dota like that.
They continue the silence. They throw the E-Blade on itself.
Another
There's the
silence.
finger.
There's
There's the
the
kill. 2 minutes gone, and it looks like T1 have sealed the deal. And they will take this series over Execration 2-1. It was a long, hard-fought battle for both teams, but T1 are going to be the ones who make it out ahead.
Even Doom,
Dire's bottom tower.
went for Arcane Blink, Ocarine type of a build, lowering the cooldown on every single ability, especially the Purge one. I think that this Purge creep gave them a lot of momentum in the mid game, being able to purge off the shell, Surge,
Radiant
Shield from Void Spirit, like that, Shield protected armor, so many things that they did with it, and T1 today, they looked like a better team. I think this is the best Dota that they played so far in this second season.
Yeah, since the last series, they've kind of been on the uptrend.
Yeah.
This is really good for them. Puts Execration in an interesting spot because now they're 3-3. Yeah, I also love the fact that Ali has Moonshard queued.
Radiant structures are
He's
fortified.
feeling it right.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I hope he purchases that.
When you see something like this, you know they're pretty convinced
Radiant's
how
top tower
far
has
ahead
fallen.
they are and what the outcome of this game is going to be.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
There is not that one sweet
Radiant
combo that they can
structures are
execute if, let's say, there was just the Nyx Assassin sanking even Lion. I would say, you know, they have good chances of coming back into this game. Any Vombo combo, but the best combo is with
Radiant's
the
top
Cow
tower
in the
is under
Hop
attack.
with the charge and Grimstroke ulti or Vacuum in the Night Stalker's silence, Breathe Fire, which is really not that.
These charges are so hard to land as well. They've got Hex, they have Yules. Every time Felix runs at them, IG aren't scared.
Look at this positioning from JT. Like he knows how it works.
Dragon Tail comes in, and they're going to use that silence. They've got the vacuum into the wall. They look over at Fly. They're doing the dash. They can kill the jump. Can they kill the silence? Goes down. He can Blade Fury away and get the healing ward. Emo onto the back line. He get over it super. He's got flyby on him, and they land the kill, but he's got the Aegis. You're working with that super. He's going to be spawned. The charge comes out. That lands on a G2. They've got the Vortex. They'll pull in G-Stones. They'll get the kill onto the Dragon Knight. Looking over it. Felix Yules up into the air, and eventually down into a hoof stomp, as well as another death.
So they're really not afraid to use this first Aegis very aggressively, especially on the Storm Spirit. They understand that we can fall back after. Yeah, he looks pretty dead. Their heroes are very maneuverable, can make the rotation. Storm gets the mana, should be an easy one. I would not be surprised if RNG just call it. They did not lose a single set of barracks, but considering how this game is going and seeing how other teams in this region are also GGing out, like I would just not be surprised.
19k lead, tier 2 going down. RNG heroes without buyback.
Radiant's middle tower has Radiant's top
Some of these
tower
heroes bought back in the previous fight, so the
Radiant's middle
extra
tower
that timer
under
is
attack.
headed.
Not looking good for
Radiant's middle tower has
RNG.
fallen. Radiant's middle
Maybe
barracks
they
are
think
under
we
attack.
have possibly one more fight. Let's try it out. Ball will be online
Radiant's middle
then.
barracks has fallen.
And I like the build on Centaur.
Over here now.
Just tank. Short for JT. Vanguard full pipe going into hard. Needs a 1,000 gold to finish it.
What was it last time? Juking Tidehunter?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's always a situation that he can be in, and I can think of something.
Charge on the Ollie. The rest of the team not exactly near him, but he's got that Yules. So he'll try to survive. The sun's out. Hot is the positioning is perfect. The vacuum into the wall. And they'll get the kill on a guy. Spoke a little bit too soon. They get the kill on the Shadow Shop to take out God King as well. Super the two heroes dead on the side of RNG. They've got JT and Fly moving in. They've already covered PG here. 4-5 when they die. Zombie side bouncing. They'll take out Felix. They'll look for the team wipe, and they'll get it.
We gotta give them credit for trying, because this was IG that we've seen at the major. The execution, the draft, it was just on point. Like, there was literally no mistakes being made in the first 15 minutes in the game. Just some top tier stuff from IG. I'm gonna go. What am I gonna go beak up with?
I don't know. I feel like IG were being a little bit more serious.
I'll go with IG. RNG, you know, the Scary Night Stalker, it can work, but I don't feel like it's super strong. For this hero to be played on the off lane, and there's like simple, standard IG draft, Shaman, ET, scaling position 4 and 5. I just like what they got.
Huzzah!
Okay, I have to get a prediction right because right now on the DPC I'm 0 for 4. I'm gonna go with IG. I like doing split panel. Thank you very much. Oh, still invis. This isn't gonna run out, and I really like that we can stay invis the entire time. You know, I didn't get enough of that beauty sleep, so
no,
I
we're
look
just
ugly right
griefing.
now.
We're sitting in Shadow Amulet. You know, we're done with these guys on panel with the not want to play with them, and we can actually make a team. You know, there's 5 of us. We can make a team of feeders. So let's see what happens on the mid lane.
I could definitely do that. I feed on a regular basis when I'm trying. I could certainly try to feed. Wouldn't mind it.
The battle begins.
So like potentially 2 for 2. There, look at that.
Standard stuff, just 2 for 2 trade.
If you had anything otherwise in the chat, you were wrong. Simple 2-2s. So we'll see how this goes as IG, we've, just like ourselves, feel like they need to wake up a little bit. But we'll have to see.
For some reason, you know, watching them play Season 1, watching them play Major, and then coming into Season 2, I feel like IG is kind of not giving 100%.
Yeah, there's definitely some kind of like thought process there from me as well, where I'm just like, are they? I mean, they're sitting in I-League at 4-3 right now, but they have dropped some interesting series. They've dropped back-to-back series to Magma and eHome,
which is kind of surprising,
coming from the main winning team. We'll have to see if they turn on. I don't know, this draft felt a lot more, all right, we had our fun, serious time. Here we go. Jug, Storm, Fly, one of his top heroes, one of Emo's top heroes. We're gonna do this. We're gonna be serious now.
Looks like it, because these are their standard heroes. They know how to play. It's just a solid-looking draft. You have sustain, you have tower damage, you have control. I like the Centaur as a response to Night Stalker to be able to just run away if he's not the one who's caught inside the crippling fear. You just pop it, you run away. Also not sure what the big combo is gonna be. Vacuum into Night Stalker's silence potentially, but that's it.
Vacuum in a 5-man Inkswell, maybe, as or maybe a 5-man charge. You know, you charge the guy in the back, run through them all.
What about the Grimstroke synergy? Double Dragon Tail stun, like double charge, the cow splits in half.
And he comes back together.
Yeah, like you like
Osmosis
you see
Jones.
Spirit Breaker charging, and then suddenly you get states.
I would be very happy with the Ribeye.
Oh, that sounds good.
Split up, do your thing. I'll take it. Also, JT on a very JT hero, I would say as well.
Anything tanky, anything strength
that
that
can
can
stand up front.
initiate, that can stun people, well, that's JT.
Yeah, he gets the double edge out on the super. There's the stop. Should be first blood for JT, as we're talking about the guy who really flashed it up.
And on the other side, we have Oli getting a kill on Felix. So good start. I like this build on center. He's not going for a retaliate. He understands there's a ton of damage that we can deal. So they like stun with the double edge. Start with double edge or a hoof stomp into double edge, then shackles into another double edge. It's a 4-second cooldown ability. Maybe you can even use it 3 times. So if Grimstroke gets caught. Also Night Stalker, I mean, for a reason he's called Night Stalker. You know, so first 5 minutes he's not gonna be able to do much mid lane.
They're going after Emo,
Stupendous.
but not with much success. Moment, just a little bit of pressure.
Do not gank this guy. Not make him angry.
Don't make him question mark you. You're gonna feel the
Radiant
wrath of Emo.
structures are fortified.
My question is, was it Emo who gave the question mark, or was it his alter ego Half, his former ID?
Could be. Talking about the house, you know, house splitting into half.
It's like when people change their names. I'm more PMA now. I've changed my name. Like, was Half did more like toxic ID for him, and you know, he's, oh, sorry, I question marked. It was just
When
my
you
former identity.
have a player in your pubs that's called PMA, he's definitely not PMA. If you have to say it, you're probably not it. Bottom lane.
JT in trouble, and Inkswell hit. They got the stroke of fate as well, so they do a lot of damage there to JT to get the kill. I'm a pretty techy hero. They found a success in killing him.
Kind of surprised that it happened. Centaur was a bit low on HP going into that Vanguard, but now once you hit that level 6, you need to be very careful. God King is level 4, super 2 points and 8 swell. As what is he bringing? But like you need boots of speed to be able to run down people. Right now you're at 377, but the more move speed you get, the stronger you are on the Night Stalker. So getting on top of Kaka, this bottom lane could become a bit problematic this first night time.
This is where you want to strike. We'll see. God King also has Feeder in his name, so I'm a little worried. Going back to that PMA in your name thing.
It's quite the opposite. Yeah, if someone called Feeder, probably a good player, while the PMA guy is not. So Hex on Felix, stop the charge.
Yeah, that's something that might be a little bit more thought out next. If you're there with Hex, you just charge up and, well, now you're Hex, you're not going to land the charge. You go from cow to chicken. Like that great Cartoon Network show, Cow and Chicken.
For real, that's my favorite cartoon.
Is it?
You know, cow and chicken, their parents not showing their bodies. I just love that one. Like, it was always cow and chicken, Dexter's Laboratory, and what was the other one? Like the Powerpuff Girls, Johnny Bravo.
Yeah, Johnny Bravo.
Back in the days.
When he went to the college and their mascot was the Capybaras.
Well, I don't remember the specific one. I did not watch that in 20, 25 years, but I'll trust you on this one. 3 people mid. They want to stop this Dragon Knight from pushing. First Dragon form used. Catapult.
There's 3 heroes here.
Like, they're not going to kill him, but they're just there. You know, you have 2 supports that if they make aggressive move on the tower or Storm Spirit, they will be able to back him up. These stones going for Armlet as a first item. I don't mind that because they don't have this like heavy burst damage. If you can get rid of
Dire's
Shaman,
top tower is under
like you'll be
attack.
able to toggle it multiple times. Something that we don't see on a mid lane, but this is the item that got a lot of buffs. maybe with Dragonite, once that Dragon Blood is maxed out, you don't probably even lose HP anymore.
Don't even turn it off. Keep the armlet on. That was one of those items that, when I first started playing Dota, my friends told me to build it, and I was like...
This is one of the most, I think, complicated items for the newcomers. Like, why am I losing HP?
Do I turn it off and on again 3 times? Ah, like lose your health, die. Friends make fun of you for the first time.
And when you're calling the customer support, and the first thing they say, did you try turning it off and on again?
Did you purchase
I
extended
died
warranty?
because I did it multiple times. Same things go for Armlet.
A lot of pressure onto Storm, and now they've got the charge. Kaka's here, 2-man sleep. Emo maybe trying to turn this one around. Use their shock with the shackle. They'll get the kill on a Felix.